Hello, I'm glad to see you on my channel. The story begins with a guy sitting in the lotus position, meditating in an empty space. The mysterious girl, holding a long needle, told him to forget that she was his protection, ordered him to get out, get to Shanghai, and find Xiao Xiaoqiao there. With a quick wave of her hand, she sticks that needle into his head, already full of similar needles. The mysterious girl walks away from him and tells him in a quiet voice to never come back. The guy begins to realize that it seems like a dream, but he has a feeling that it really happened. Very soon he wonders what this piercing pain in his heart is. And then Jia Tian, an orphan with amnesia, opens his eyes, covered in sweat. The blazing sun, the long highway with rare cars and tall trees around don't help much in determining the location. The boy is confused about where he is. Standing on the road, he tries to look around. A huge truck speeds past him. It barely stops. The protagonist is terrified that he didn't notice something so big. The driver shouts that he is really tired of living, while calling Xia Tian an idiot. The man also tells him to die somewhere else. Without dragging him into this, the truck rapidly picks up speed and leaves the stunned man. Xia Tian is surprised by the driver's anger, exhaling. He turns his head and tries to look around. In front of him, there is only one empty road with the scorching sun and trees on both sides. After taking a closer look, Xia Tian realized with displeasure that he was in the middle of nowhere and was very angry about it. After waiting a bit, the guy sees an expensive black car approaching in the distance. She moves quickly through these wastelands, standing out from her surroundings. As it turned out, there were two girls in it, one of whom decided to look at her watch. She is the daughter of one of the four largest families in the Shanghai, the Ye Mingyin family, the head of the Ye Company. In her thoughts, she thinks of her grandfather and hopes he is well. The other girl, her sister Su Baby, the little princess of the Su family, says not to worry because the third brother is driving very fast. Amidst the exclamations of how good a brother the man is, Su Junfeng, Su Beibei's elder brother, finally turns away from his sisters. Sitting in the driver's seat, he again begins to look around, enjoying nature. At the same time, Xia Tian calmly approached the car speeding along the road, waving his hand. Su Junfeng became very tense because he noticed the guy too late. The latter, with an unperturbed face, for some reason confident in his safety, begins to ask his question. Su Junfeng, seeing that the guy still didn't move away from the road, suddenly became frightened. The driver, realizing the situation he is in, curses and begins to turn the steering wheel. Su Jufeng, turning the steering wheel with all his might and pressing the brake pedal, tries to stop the vehicle. The girls are surprised by the sudden movement from the driver and are very scared. They barely manage to stop the car, which, due to the speed it had picked up, almost overturned. Both girls are horrified by what just happened. Ye Mingyan is surprised by what's happening, while Su Beibei is extremely angry. Su Jufang leans against the window, catching her breath. Shaden notices the toll-free number at that time and asks if they were heading to Shanghai. With the same face as before the incident, he tries to ask for a ride. Su Junfeng, clearly still not recovered from the events of less than a minute ago, responds rudely and tells him to leave. The main character just chuckles and tries to get into the car again. These actions enrage the man, who shouts that he is asking for a fight. Ye Mengyan tapped on the glass and told Su Junfeng to calm down and let him in. They were on the same road anyway. Su Junfeng tries to speak up, but she doesn't accept objections and says that she doesn't want to waste any more time. The driver says that the main character is lucky and gestures for him to get in. Xia Tian sat down in the salon with a smiling face and thanked Su Junfeng. Su Junfeng tried to press the gas pedal because the guy had already sat down. He also warned Xi Tian to buckle up if he doesn't want to die soon. The guy is clearly perplexed by the unfamiliar word and asks again what kind of belt it is. Princess Su, comfortably reclining on the back seat, points out the device to him. The main character looks in the indicated direction and is surprised by something new for him. Xia Tian stretches the strap over his shoulder and fastens the belt in a special box. The sister exhales mockingly and asks the main character, calling him a redneck, if this is really his first time in a car. Xia Tian turns around and says that he is not a country bumpkin and tells his name. His sister is surprised to hear his name for the first time and calls it strange. However, she quickly asks him why he wants to go to Shanghai. The guy replies that he needs to find Xiao Xiaoqiao, whom he saw in his dream. Suddenly, Su Junfeng, sitting in the front seat, was very surprised to hear the name. Ye Mengyan is also surprised to hear the name, tearing her eyes away from the scenery outside the window. Su Beibei, who was speaking to him, was also surprised by this name, frowning deeply. Here the latter begins to whisper with Ye Mengyan if there is anyone else with that name in Shanghai. The girl, after thinking for a bit, silently shakes her head in disagreement. Su Beibei wonders how that monster could know such a thick-headed guy. Hearing the insult directed at him, The protagonist is deeply offended and repeats the name again. He also explains how it is spelled. Subebe, covering his mouth with his hand, asks what kind of relationship Xiatian has with that girl and why he is looking for her. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist realizes that he himself does not remember why he is doing this. A strange, loud screeching sound is heard from the wheels. Sparks fly from the collision of asphalt and iron. The driver quickly presses the gas pedal with all his might, extremely frightened by such sounds. Su Junfeng, with a frightened face, shouts at the whole group to hold on tighter. The car pulls off the road with a loud creaking sound. Turning to each other, Su Junfeng says that he most likely got a flat tire. The man tells everyone to stay in the car because he'll take a look himself, opening the door with a displeased face. Su Junfeng is extremely angry as he hits the already punctured tire. Walking around the car from top to bottom, he realizes that absolutely all the tires were punctured, which he informs the whole company about. Here he notices a bunch of small nails that are just lying on the road. Su Junfeng starts to get even more angry, cursing at this situation. Hearing his brother's loud hair, Subebe looks out the window and asks if everything is okay with the car and if they can continue driving. The brother, waving his hand, assures that everything is fine and that all that is needed is to call the company and request a car here. Yimengyan rhetorically asks how long this will take. She's clearly unhappy with the situation. The girl also asks what other options there are. The driver understands that the only thing they can do now is call a city tow truck, immediately dialing the number. Here Su Junfeng looks around and notices something unusual. In the distance, he notices a lonely concrete building in the middle of a wasteland, standing among trees to which only one path leads. It turned out to be a car service center, the discovery of which a joyful Su Junfeng informs the whole company about. Still holding the phone in his hand, he points to the building, saying that they can change the tires there. 15 minutes after the company arrived at the auto repair shop, a full tire change began. However, they were stopped halfway through. There was not a soul around, only a dismantled car and a building. During repairs, the company entered the auto repair shop to pay for tire changes. Inside, they encountered only a few men, a multitude of scattered bottles, and mechanical parts. The company had already begun to suspect that this was a scam, as this place was definitely not suited for such services. The entire team, except for the main character, glared angrily at the two men in the auto repair shop. The two men looked at each other and smiled maliciously. Subebe began calling out to Ye Mengyin, gently pulling on the edge of her sleeve. Princess Su angrily said that most likely it was all a setup. Such coincidences could not happen, after which she snorted furiously. Ye Mengyin wasn't in the best mood either, but she didn't care. As long as they could change the tires, she was willing to pay. Then suddenly the door opens. 3 grown men burst in with iron pipes, clearly used as weapons. The gang leader mockingly exclaimed whether the company had been waiting for his arrival. Su Junfeng narrowed his eyes and asked with an angry expression what they were planning. He said he wasn't his target. As long as he and Miss Su didn't interfere, he wouldn't touch them. However, if they did decide to interfere, they would suffer. Su Junfeng covered the girls with both hands. One of them was clearly frightened while the other stood with an angry expression on her face. Subebe, out of fear, decided to hide behind her sister. Yimengyan asked the men with an angry expression who their client was. They, already prepared for battle and having taken up arms, said that why was she asking if she knew that she would not receive an answer? With a distorted face, their leader simply said, "To assist." At the time, his gaze was fixed on the ribbon on Ye Mengyin's chest. He promised to return them safe and sound when this was all over. Ye Mengyin sheepishly covered the spot where their gaze had been directed. The gang's comrades began to chuckle, and their leader said they would only fulfill their promise when his friends were satisfied, and he was willing to let them stay with them for a few days. Yimengyan clearly became agitated, calling the gang impudent. Subebe shouted out that her brother had a black belt in Taekwondo, briefly emerging from her adopted sister's back. The leader merely replied sarcastically that he was so scared. He turned, waved his hand, and told his comrades to finish them off. The whole gang with furious faces shouted, "Attack!" Crouching down, Su Junfeng prepared for a fight as the gang began to run towards him. Su Junfeng bent over even more and tried to make a desperate dash. However, he almost immediately received an iron pipe to the back of the head. This action made him scream and his eyes rolled back in shock. Very soon, Su Junfeng fell unconscious, which the gang decided to take advantage of. The gang decided to finish off the victim, already swinging a pipe at him. Both girls were seriously scared, shouting the name of their dear friend Su Junfeng. However, he very quickly regained consciousness, only letting out a muffled groan. Here, the leader of the gang decided to approach the girls who were frightened for the condition of their friend. Having already extended his hands, he sarcastically told me to give up my desperate attempts and go have fun at his house. And then his hand was grabbed by Jia Tian, whom no one had taken into account from the very beginning. He asked with a satisfied face if he could take Ye Mengyin's place. Surprised by Xia Tian's strength, the gang leader finally noticed his presence. He cursed and said he was asking for his life. Trying to shake his hand off, he realized he was weaker than Xia Tian and tensed up. Xia Tian, with an innocent face, only said that what he was doing was illegal and that he should apologize. Meanwhile, the guy decided to grab his hand even tighter, which caused it to start shaking. Having lifted her up into an awkward position, Xia Tian merely chuckled. The gang leader began shouting even louder. He cursed the protagonist and began threatening him. Xia Tian decided to respond to the insult in his own way. He decided to give him a so-called gift. He extended his arm back and swung, hitting the gang leader in the solar plexus. He clearly didn't expect this and couldn't even control his groan of pain. 10 minutes later, he lay beaten and kneeling in front of the main character, writhing in pain. Xia Tian just stood there with a wide smile while the man complained about how much pain he was in. The rest of the gang was frightened by the main character's strength and threw away their weapons. Now, with twisted faces, they just waved their hands and said that they had nothing to do with it. One of them even went to fix the car, which he successfully reported with a nervous smile on his face. At the time, Xia Tian was simply trying to wake Su Junfeng, who had been unconscious for a long time. The boy thanked the man who had repaired the car and said it would have been easier if they had done it right away. The two girls were clearly surprised by the strength of the guy, who they hadn't taken into account at first. After lifting Su Junfeng and placing him on his shoulder, he turned to the ladies and said that he was ready to go. Su Bebe pulled Ye Mengyin's sleeve again, telling her to go, as she wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Ye Mengyin, barely recovering from her stupor, agreed to the proposal. Thus, the entire company, including Su Junfeng, who had not yet regained consciousness, was already preparing to leave the building. The gang leader, still lying on the floor, tearfully thanked Xia Tian and apologized to Ye Mengyin. He also promised never to bother her again. Ye Mengyin starts the car and the group finally moves on. Having calmed down, Su Bebe asks Ye Mengyin about her opinion on the instigator of this attack. She has no idea who could have done such a thing and puts the question aside for later, shaking her head. Softening her expression, the girl thanks Xia Tian for his help, as she was afraid of what might have happened if he hadn't been there. The guy with an embarrassed face said not to thank him. He just wanted to make sure Ye Mengyin didn't get hurt. Ye Mengyin was very irritated by his disinterested answer, thinking that he was an extremely strange person. Closing her eyes, she tells him to name the price of salvation. Xia Tian, smiling, says he only wants to be taken to Shanghai University. Su Bebe is extremely surprised by his request, as she thinks that she is too young to be saved and is extremely worried. Xia Tian just rubbed his nose with his finger and said that this was indeed the case, because this was the only thing he remembered. Su Bebe whispers into Ye Mengyin's ear that Xia Tian might actually know Cao Xiaoqiao, since he knows about Shanghai University. 40 minutes later, the car arrives at its destination. It stops at the entrance to the arch. The main character is taken out of the car and looks around. Here Ye Mengyin hands him a business card and says that if he needs anything, he can always call her. Xia Tian takes the card, examines it, and thanks Ye Mengyin. She waves goodbye. The protagonist passes through the archway and heads toward the university. Meanwhile, Su Bebe asks Ye Mengyin why she didn't tell him about the university break, which prevents him from seeing Cao Xiaoqiao. Ye Mengyin brought her hand to her mouth and just smirked, saying that it wasn't her responsibility to take care of his problems. Pressing the gas pedal, Ye Mengyin decides to continue on to the hospital. 5 minutes later, Xia Tian arrives at the university doors. There is a note there stating that summer holidays begin on August 1st for both students and university staff. Xia Tian frowned and exclaimed that it would be even more difficult for him to find Cao Xiaoqiao. He also wondered who Cao Xiaoqiao was. Suddenly, a scream is heard from a nearby shop. Someone is clearly unhappy with the shop owner and orders him to leave. Shaden notices what's happening and decides to approach. Meanwhile, a girl passes by. He doesn't yet know that this is the one he's been searching for. Cao Xiaoqiao turned away from the protagonist, continuing to look forward. Behind her stood two people, presumably her bodyguards. This girl turned out to be the heiress of the Xiao Corporation. Someone was knocking loudly on the store's door. Despite the sign at the entrance stating open, the owner clearly didn't welcome such guests. The atmosphere inside was extremely pleasant. Lots of flowers in beautiful vases, a decorative wall made to look like brick. However, the man couldn't calm down from the lack of response, aggressively kicking the front door. He ordered Sun Xing to open the door and come out. The man clearly didn't belong there, looking like some kind of bandit. He was sure the owner was inside. Shatian also decided not to stand aside and approach the source of the sound. The crowd that had gathered at the noise was clearly familiar with the newcomer, yet they were far from pleased with his presence. In a rage, the man smashed the flower vase with his foot. Sharp shards lay on the pavement, and water from the vase spilled everywhere. The man was furious. He began to threaten Sun Xing that if she did not come out now, he would destroy the entire store. The front door opened quietly with a soft ringing of the bell. However, the girl who came out of there was far from being in such a calm state. She was clearly nervous about this situation. As soon as she came out, the whole crowd of onlookers began to admire her figure, and Xiatian was no exception. Sun Xing, slightly bowing her head from tension, asked not to shout and said that she had no money. The man became even more enraged. He said he didn't care. He started threatening the girl that he wouldn't leave unless she gave him 5,000. The girl cried out in despair that she didn't earn that much money. How could she give it to him if she didn't have it? But the man clearly didn't care whether she had that kind of money or not. He pushed the girl to the floor and told her she shouldn't have gotten involved with him, ordering her to hand over the money immediately. Shatian was clearly angry about this situation. He hated guys who bullied girls, especially beautiful ones. The girl turned to the crowd of onlookers and tearfully asked for help, while they whispered among themselves, unwilling to interfere. At that moment, the girl practically burst into tears, screaming that she really didn't have this money. The extortionist, roughly grabbing the girl by the collar, said that if there is no money, then she should go and earn it with her body. How unexpectedly a stone flies toward him. It hits him on the arm, which the man is clearly not happy about, screaming a little. He turns to the crowd of onlookers and orders the impudent man who threw the stone to leave immediately. Everyone moves aside around the main character. The guy, with a serious expression on his face, said that it was him, and also condemned the man for extorting money from the girl, calling him heartless. The man was clearly angered by the boy's actions. He started shouting that this situation did not concern him. Having already swung his leg at the main character, he ordered him to leave. Shatian ducked and easily avoided this attack. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to counterattack, kicking him in the jaw. Moreover, he hit him so hard that the poor guy ended up on the opposite side from the store. Rubbing the bruise, the extortionist was clearly frightened by the protagonist's strength. Trembling, he accused the girl of finding the man who helped her. The girl herself was still lying on the floor with tears in her eyes when Xiatian stood before her with a satisfied smile. The extortionist decided to quickly retreat, while promising to meet with the protagonist again. Xiatian already realized there would be trouble if he suddenly decided to return. Nevertheless, he didn't regret his actions. The girl stood up, wiping away her tears, and thanked the protagonist. The guy said not to worry and that he was pleased the man got what he deserved. Looking around, he said that he was not a student, but he wanted to find one. Sun Xing was clearly interested in this question, eager to repay her savior. She asked about the appearance and name of the man she was seeking. Xiatian giggled happily, calling Qiao and asking how he could find her. Sun Xing thought that it was another of Qiao's admirers, misunderstanding the situation. The girl replied pitifully that if he wanted to see her, he would have to wait until the university opened next month. The protagonist was clearly upset about this situation because he didn't want to wait that long. Sun Xing tried to cheer him up by saying that if it was destined, they would definitely meet sooner or later. Xiatian clearly thought about the meaning of this word and looked up with a thoughtful expression. There the guy saw only the scorching sun and a flock of birds, clearly immersed in his thoughts. As soon as Xiatian came to his senses, he asked the girl why the man demanded money. Still clearly not having recovered from the situation, Sun Xing, with tears in her eyes, said that his name was Zhang Dezhu and, unfortunately, they were engaged by their families. However, after moving to the city, he became addicted to gambling. As his passion grew, his debts piled up. Then, the girl's mother became disillusioned that they were married. Ultimately, the girl's family returned 300,000 yen to his family. But this wasn't enough for her ex-husband. The girl explained that he later came to demand money from her because he believed that it was supposedly her responsibility. At that time, the girl looked sadly at the broken vase of roses. The main character clearly did not expect this and was extremely surprised, asking if she really gave him that money so easily. Turning away from him, Sun Xing said she had no choice. Xiatian countered by asking if she could have called the police. Putting her hand to her head, the girl said that this would cause even more problems, since any noise would affect her family. However, Sun Xing quickly perked up and said there was no point in idle chatter, inviting the protagonist to come in and take a break. He happily agreed and offered to help her move the broken flower vases. Sun Xing agrees to his help. Then Xiatian notices an ad for a flower delivery worker. Xiatian asks if he can try. The girl turns around to see what the situation is. With a satisfied smile, Xiatian showed the ad and said he was interested in applying for the position. Sun Xing clearly didn't expect this turn of events. The guy starts listing the advantages of being there. Firstly, he can stay here until the university opens. Secondly, he can even protect the girl from that man if he comes to cause problems again. 3 days later, the weather was extremely bad. There was thunder, and a thunderstorm could be seen outside. Such weather simply could not help but be accompanied by rain. At that time, Xiatian was sleeping peacefully on his bed in his newly acquired residence. While he was snoring, he had a wonderful dream. The setting was extremely interesting. There were cherry blossoms in the fog all around, and bright rays of light were filtering through the tree branches. As soon as Xiatian turned around, he noticed something unusual. His eyes widened, and he realized it was her. The girl stood under a tree. As the sun's rays fell upon her, she held a sword in her hands. The curls of her hair flowed beautifully. While Xiatian was watching this scene in fascination, she took out her sword. With extremely fast movements, she cut all the falling petals into 2 in just a couple of swings. Seeing her skill, the guy thought that this girl was extremely cute. Suddenly the girl was engulfed in a sea of petals. A few moments later, the girl seemed to dissolve into those petals. Xiatian desperately begged her not to leave. Then suddenly he opened his eyes. He was clearly surprised by such an awakening. Gasping for breath after what had happened, the boy looked around. Everything around was as quiet as before. The rain poured down outside the window, while the beautiful flowers enchanted with their beauty. Getting out of bed, the protagonist wondered who this girl was and why she appeared in his dream. Having stood up, he approached the exit of the store, getting ready to take a walk. After exhaling, Xiatian decided to calm himself down, thinking that as soon as he found Xiao, he would understand everything. Looking up, he just wondered where she could be. The rain just wouldn't stop. The main character decided to listen to the sound of the drops. Meanwhile, despite the bad weather that day, a group of people gathered at the cemetery. Having placed a bouquet of flowers on the grave, the girl bent her knees and called out to her grandfather. Xiao, with a tear-stained face, asked if her grandfather didn't want to see her anymore. At that time, one of the bodyguards standing behind received a message. A woman approached the crying girl with a serious expression and informed her that Gu, the lawyer, had called. He had told her that something had happened and she needed to return immediately. At the same time, the bodyguard decided to look at the grave of the deceased. A tearful Xiao told her family not to worry, as she would protect the Qiao family. In front of the girl stood 2 graves, apparently those of her parents and grandfather. A few days later, the weather outside the hospital was beautiful. The sun was shining softly, and only a few clouds were scattered across the sky. However, the situation in the 6th VIP neurosurgery ward was far from pleasant. An elderly man was lying unconscious on a bed with an IV drip. His vital signs were next to him. The old man was sleeping peacefully, and fortunately they were stable. Her granddaughter, Ye Mengyin, sat next to him, looking worriedly at his condition. A little further away stood Liu Yunmang, head of the neurosurgery department at Shanghai General Hospital. Liu Yunmang assured the girl that there was no need to worry, as her hospital had already hired the best specialist in the world to examine her grandfather. The woman was about to leave when Ye Mengyin grabbed her hand and thanked her for her concern. Liu Yunmang smiled and patted Ye Mengyin on the head. Suddenly, a nurse burst into the room and announced that someone had sent flowers to Liu Yunmang and insisted she deliver them personally. She also asked the woman to come to the reception area. Liu Yunmang turned her head sharply and said angrily that she was busy and didn't care about any flowers. Here Ye Mengyin puts her hand on her shoulder and tells her not to worry, as she can be alone. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Xiatian begins to complain that he still has a lot of things to do and asks to hurry up Liu Yunmang. The nurse was tired of repeating that Liu Yunmang was currently busy with a patient. Xiatian, holding a bouquet of red roses in her hands, asks irritably how long it will take for her to be free. In 1 minute, in 5 minutes? These cries are accompanied by similar hand gestures. Crossing his fingers, he wonders if it will be in 10 minutes. The nurse says with irritation how much Xiatian has become annoying to her. Realizing that the protagonist doesn't get it, and that it's useless to say anything, she starts banging her head on the table in despair. Meanwhile, the loud sound of heels can be heard in the distance. Liu Yunmang finally came out, walking down the corridor with a confident expression. All medical staff greet their head. Here Shannon notices a woman and realizes that she looks suspiciously like someone. Suddenly he remembers the girl from his dreams. She was doing her sword dance with the same elegant gait. It was as if it had dawned on him. He realized that they were too similar. Approaching the protagonist, Liu Yunmeng angrily snatched the bouquet of flowers while Xia Tian was still standing in a stupa. The bouquet of flowers contained a business card. It stated in tender words that this bouquet of flowers was for his love. From the card, Liu Yunmeng recognized the sender as Gao Mingyang, and she was clearly not happy with this outcome. She threw the bouquet into the nearest trash can in anger, not wanting to have anything to do with this man. Liu Yunmeng whined with irritation. This man's actions clearly had gotten on her nerves. At this point, Liu Yunmeng felt a sharp pain in her head. The pain was clearly not pleasant, as she immediately felt dizzy. The woman was clearly experiencing difficulty, as she could barely stand on her feet. Putting her hand to her head and closing her eyes, she spoke about how much pain she was in. Xia Tian was clearly surprised by this turn of events, sensing something was wrong. With a quick movement, he grabbed her hand. Liu Yunmeng, not expecting such a sudden movement, asked the protagonist what he was doing. The guy quickly approached her and tried to hold her back from falling. With a serious expression, Xia Tian told her not to move, as something was wrong with the woman. Liu Yunmeng was clearly frightened by such abrupt actions and told the protagonist to step away from her. But the man remained adamant. Pressing 2 fingers to the victim's neck, he told her to get some sleep. With a sharp movement, he knocked the woman out. The woman began to fall with a groan, feeling her pain go away. Peacefully closing her eyes, she fell asleep. The entire medical staff immediately rushed over to support the nurse. This was clearly not an isolated incident, as everyone was extremely worried. Xia Tian himself was surprised by his own strength. He had no idea he knew how to use acupuncture. 10 minutes later, Liu Yunmeng was already lying on the bed, like a patient. Her gown was removed. Very soon, the woman woke up with a groan. The doctor standing nearby was glad that Liu Yunmeng had finally woken up and asked how she was feeling. Raising her hand above her head, she said she just had a headache. These were her old symptoms. Liu Yunmeng, getting out of bed, thought that she had already slept for half a day and apologized to the medical staff for the trouble. One of the nurses standing nearby said that she had only lost consciousness for a few minutes and she was about to say so. At the same time, another nurse standing nearby hit her colleague on the shoulder, clearly afraid that she had said something wrong. Liu Yunmeng turned her head sharply, extremely surprised by this news. Closing her eyes, she began to remember the events before she lost consciousness. Liu Yunmeng began to remember how someone measured her pulse. Remembering the face of the main character, she realized that he was the one who was to blame for these events. Liu Yunmeng opened her eyes suddenly and cried out that it was him. Grabbing the nurse by the chin, she furiously asked where the man who had delivered the flowers was. She said he had long since left. Liu Yunmeng then asked, "What about the flowers?" The nurse said with surprise that they should still be in the trash. At the same time, Xia Tian, still in a stupa, looked at his palm. She had desperately tried to remember if he had any martial arts skills. He even began to think that he was the older brother who was kicked out for stealing his sweet sister. He even allowed for the possibility that he was some kind of martial arts master. Thinking deeply, he began to recall all the types of martial arts he knew. Thinking that this might be true, he began to swing his arms sharply, thinking that these were fighting movements. Meanwhile, next to him, 2 girls were trying to take a selfie. After looking at the resulting photos, they saw that Xia Tian had ruined them with strange movements. Then, near the store, I heard a scream. Someone was screaming for help. After coming out of his stupa, Xia Tian realized it was Sun Xingxing's voice. Thinking the enemy had returned, he quickly hurried toward the store. All sorts of flowers were scattered around the store, clear signs of the girl's resistance. The man asked Sun Xingxing with a nasty smile what she was so afraid of and told her to stop fighting him already, because that would only hurt herself. He had already started kissing the girl. Clearly not wanting this outcome, Sun Xingxing shook her head furiously. She was terrified as she stood there in tears. Then someone grabbed the man by the shoulder. Turning his head, he asked who it was. In response to Xia Tian's question, he squeezed his enemy's shoulder even harder, to the point that he began to tremble. Xia Tian turned the man in his direction and said with a smile that it was him. Raising his hand, Xia Tian wanted to hit the enemy. There was a loud bang, but Xia Tian didn't stop at just one slap. He continued to strike again and again. Having beaten him to the point where the man could neither speak nor even move, Xia Tian left him alone. Sun Xingxing began to explain that she didn't know the man. He said he wanted to buy flowers, but soon began to harass her. The enemy quickly came to his senses and was clearly angered by the situation. Pointing a finger at the protagonist, he asked how the boy dared touch him. Xia Tian said that he didn't care who he was, and gestured for him to leave at that very second. Turning around, the enemy shouted one last time for the protagonist to stay here. He then pulled a phone out of his pocket and began dialing. Running away in tears, he told his friends to hurry up and come to Shanghai University. Half an hour later, the room was in full swing. The man had left, leaving the place in complete disarray. Xiatian was tidying up the flowers on the floor while Sun Xingqing was washing the windows. The girl carefully wrung out a rag in a bucket full of water. Turning to the protagonist, she thanked him for his safe return. She feared what would have happened if he hadn't returned in time. Taking the tulip and handing it to the girl, Xiatian smiled and told her not to worry. He was confident that as long as he was here, she had nothing to fear. The girl looked at the tulip and blushed at his words, soon calming down. Suddenly someone kicks the door open. Two men walked into the store with a confident gait and asked where Xiatian was. Soon a third man entered the store. It turned out to be that same enemy. He, with a smile on his face, sarcastically asked how long he would keep smiling. Pointing at the protagonist, he told his friends to beat him up. Before she could calm down, the girl panicked again and hid behind the protagonist. One of the men began cracking his knuckles, telling the protagonist to apologize while his arms and legs were still okay. Taking a confident stance, he said that otherwise he should prepare to lie on his bed for the rest of his life. Xiatian tilted his head slightly and chuckled, saying, "What a pity." The man didn't like the guy's sarcastic tone, and he became furious. While he was still speaking, Xiatian had already swung at the enemy. He was hit so hard that blood started flowing from his mouth. The guy said he was talking too much. The attacker began to writhe on the floor in pain, constantly repeating how much his eyes hurt. Xiatian called over the other attackers and told them to stop talking nonsense and fight. The second attacker had already managed to swing his leg, as he was furious at the beating of his comrade. However, Xiatian easily recovered from such an obvious blow. Turning around, he even managed to grab the attacker's leg. With a slight movement, the man turned it over and lost his balance. With an angry expression on his face, Xiatian called over the remaining opponent. He was still standing in a stupor from how quickly his comrades were eliminated, and had only just come to his senses. At the same time, Xiatian lightly waved his hand and threw one of the attackers out of the store. At that very time, the third opponent was standing right at the exit, so when the guy threw one person, he hit him too. However, the force of the throw was so great that both men ended up quite far from the store. The third attacker barely uttered a short cry and fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. Xiatian clapped his hands and told him not to get caught in his sight, as he would hit him harder next time. Frowning, Xiatian ordered the attackers to get lost. All three, clearly frightened, quickly retreated from the scene. However, Sun Xingqing was concerned about the consequences of such a beating. Xiatian believed that if there is a problem, then you need to gather up your courage and overcome it. However, the girl was not at all convinced by these words, and she was still scared. Xiatian grabbed her by the shoulders and told her not to worry, as he would always be by her side. Sun Xingqing blushed and agreed to his proposal. Meanwhile, screams were heard from the police building. Suzy Chang, the attacker, tried to file a police complaint about being beaten near Shanghai University, supposedly an innocent citizen. He was allegedly concerned about public safety and said the attacker should be locked up. At that moment, the stranger loudly slammed his hand on the table, which greatly surprised Suzy Chang. He recognized the stranger. It turned out to be a certain Sister Bin, whom she told him to call Officer Leng. She is the head of the 6th Police Department of the Kenhai District. Suzy Chang, who was clearly afraid of the girl, agreed and corrected his attitude. Leng Bingbing pointed at Suzy Chang's bandaged arm and exclaimed that he must be seriously injured. The victim complained that he was in a lot of pain and asked to be more careful. With her hands folded in a confident pose, Leng Bingbing asked how he, a shoemaster, had become a victim. She picked up a stack of paper and a pen, and put the pen behind her ear. She closed her eyes and asked if he had fought with anyone. The victim began to describe how he was beaten, while Leng Bingbing wrote down all the details of the incident. Suzy Chang began to complain that Xiatian could be dangerous to society, and perhaps even a maniac. Realizing that the man was clearly exaggerating, she waved her hand and asked if he knew about the consequences of false testimony. Almost calling the officer's sister again, Suzy Chang said it was the absolute truth. He began to go on and on about the details of what had happened, but Leng Bingbing pressed her finger to her lips, gesturing for him to remain silent. A woman told a nearby police officer to bring her the main character. 20 minutes later, the guy was already sitting in the criminal department. He had already been handcuffed and presented to the officer. The police officers who brought the boy reported to the officer that the order had been successfully carried out. Deciding to act first, Suzy Chang pointed his bandaged hand at the protagonist and said that the police should punish him. Approaching the guy with a caustic smile, he boasted about his connections and said that he would soon be finished. Xiatian chuckled and asked if his subordinates had passed something on to him. The man, clearly not understanding what Xiatian was talking about, asked in confusion what he meant. Here, with sharp movements, Xiatian kicked the man in the solar plexus, saying that he warned that if he saw the man again, he would beat him. The man did not expect such an attack and did not have time to react. Meanwhile, Xiatian had already swung his leg. With a swift movement, Xiatian hit the man so hard that he flew to the other end of the room. At that very second, the man fell unconscious, still convulsing. Leng Bingbing immediately raised her weapon at the protagonist and told him to stop. Xiatian chuckled and said that he didn't even use his hands. She waved to other police officers and ordered them to put him on the ground. 10 minutes later, Su Junfeng learned that the one who beat Qi Chang was Xiatian. At the time, he was sitting in the car with Ye Mengyin, who was extremely surprised by the news. Su Junfeng was talking to an unknown person at the time, asking for the boy to be brought to him as soon as possible. Looking out the window, Su Junfeng said that this guy couldn't live a day without causing them any trouble. Ye Mengyin was extremely surprised by this situation, not believing that he could do this. Meanwhile, the main character was taken to the interrogation room. Slamming a stack of heavy papers on the table, Leng Bingbing began her accusation. She calmly explained that if Suzy Chiang had harassed his friend, then he had the right to defend himself. But what the boy had done here was a public insult and a violation of the law. The hero said with a dissatisfied face that he was just trying to train a mad dog. Leng Bingbing also said that he had no information about his identity, to which Xiatian shook his head in bewilderment and said that he had amnesia and did not remember anything. In a counteroffer, he asked the officer to find someone who could confirm his identity. Leng Bingbing asked who he meant. The main characters began to say the name with a smile, but were interrupted. A police officer entered the interrogation room and reported the situation. He approached the officer and said that Qi Chang had withdrawn his statement, which greatly surprised the officer. An hour later, Ye Mengyin and Su Junfeng stood at the entrance to the police station. Meanwhile, Qi Chang had been released and was about to leave, an angry expression on his face. Leng Bingbing began to talk to Su Junfeng, complaining that Suzy Chang was no longer a small child, but was still causing trouble. Su Junfeng sheepishly says that he will teach him a lesson for causing trouble, and suggests that they go to a pub sometime and have a drink. Leng Bingbing thanked her for the offer but declined it. After that, she began talking about the main character. Ye Mengyin intervenes and says that what happened today was just a misunderstanding. The guy is her friend, but he doesn't usually act like this. However, Leng Bingbing puts her hand on Ye Mengyin's shoulder and tells her not to worry, as she will understand the person Ye Mengyin is standing up for. And then Xiatian leaves the room with a calm smile. Ye Mengyin waved happily at him, greeting him. However, Leng Bingbing seemed to be deep in thought, her face serious. Sheta notices Ye Mengyin and is surprised by her appearance. Ye Mengyin approaches the protagonist and suggests that they go somewhere and talk. Leng Bingbing turns back to the building as she enters. She waves goodbye. On the way, Ye Mengyin asks why, even though Xiatian was in trouble, he didn't call her. A little further away from the company, Su Junfeng stopped Ku Ziqiang and began to scold him. Looking at what was happening, the main character with an angry face asked why she came for Qi Ziqiang, who he was to her, since in his opinion he deserved a blow. Hearing the insult directed at him, the man turned around and began to threaten the guy. Xiatian was angry at this, but quickly realized that it was just a provocation. Meanwhile, an excited Ye Mengyin said that she heard that Xiatian had found a job at a flower shop and asked if he had found the person he was looking for. The boy sadly replied that there was no one at school during the holidays, so he couldn't do it. An excited Ye Mengyin asked him if he would like to help her with her business. The guy clearly didn't expect such an offer. Ye Mengyin began to explain that her grandfather was seriously ill, while some people in the family did not want her to take over the family business, which made her extremely unhappy. The protagonist says he understands nothing about business and simply wants to find Qiao Xiaoqiao. Ye Mengyin counters by asking if he knows what happened to the Xiao family. Xiatian had no idea what was going on. Ye Mengyin explains that Elder Qiao, who is Qiao Xiaoqiao's grandfather, has just passed away, and now the family is in chaos. Xiatian didn't expect this, but he still asks where she is, since he's ready to look for her at that very second. Ye Mengyin shyly closes her eyes and says that she can help him, but does not promise that Qiao Xiaoqiao will meet him. Meanwhile, the situation at Qiao Corporation is tense. The conference room is guarded by 2 security guards. Apparently, such important interviews can't be held without the doors open. All the people sitting there were extremely unhappy with Qiao Xiaoqiao, who had not come and were calling her all sorts of names. Sitting at the table is Qiao Zhenguo, the director of the Qiao company and the second son of the Qiao chief. Next to him sits Qiao Dongyun, his son. Opposite him sits Gu Yu, head of the legal department of Chow Company. The clock ticked quietly, and then it was exactly 2 o'clock. The front door creaked open at the last second. The most talked-about person had finally arrived in the conference room. Chow Xiaoqiao ordered her bodyguards to come in. Everyone in the conference room was extremely unhappy with Chow Xiaoqiao's late arrival. The girl herself approaches her place with a light, confident gait. While simultaneously listening to the shouts of her colleagues, she calmly placed the stack of papers on the table. Sitting in the main chair, she left her 2 bodyguards on either side. Seeing that everyone is gathered, she begins the meeting. It is reported that the founder and president of Chow Corporation, Mr. Chiao Tianyu, died of illness several days ago. It is also reported that according to the will before her death, Ms. Chow Xiaoqiao will continue to hold the post of president. Gu Yu announces that Chow Xiaoqiao will take over the management of the company. Meanwhile, Chow Dong-yun begins to say that despite his grandfather's will, he cannot agree with it because Chow Kao-trao is only a sophomore. With a smirk on his face, he says that he doesn't believe that she can manage the entire company. Hearing this addressed to him, Chow Xiaoqiao said that he could easily show his abilities to Chow Dong-yun. Chow Xiaoqiao calls Fenger over, and the girl provides all her colleagues with the report notes. While handing out the papers, Chow Xiaoqiao says that this analytical report is the company's production financial report. Gu Yu says the newly appointed president has prepared a 5-year report and is asking her colleagues to look at it. Many are surprised by such astonishing speed. She was able to complete such an analysis in just a couple of days. According to her report, the company's growth rate will accelerate rapidly. Chao Zhenguo says that Chow Xiaoqiao understands what is happening, and that as her second uncle, he feels inferior. He soon remembers that his older brother and sister-in-law died early, because if they were alive, they would definitely be happy to see Chow Xiaoqiao. Chow Xiaoqiao also becomes nostalgic and remembers her now-deceased parents. Chao Zhenguo said he'd observed her father's business for many years and gained some experience. He also said he supported her. Chow Xiaoqiao thanks Chao Zhenguo and hopes that he will say the same later. Meanwhile, she tells Lawyer Gu to continue. Gu Yu announced that President Chow would now take over not only the business, but also the company's financing operations and adjust the direction of investments. At this point, Chao Zhenguo furiously shouts that Chow Xiaoqiao has no such rights since everyone here has their own share and she cannot decide for everyone. Chow Dong-yun also breaks into the conversation and says that even if Grandpa gave Chow Xiaoqiao his share, she will only have 50% of the shares, which does not give her the right to decide everything. Turning to his colleagues, he asks for confirmation. Everyone there is extremely outraged by this situation and supports Chow Dong-yun. At the same time, Chao Zhenguo smiled silently after hearing that the majority opinion was on his side. Chow Dong-yun turned to his father and only laughed maliciously. Chow Xiaoqiao pretended not to pay attention to them and said how nice the weather was. Covering her face from the falling rays of the sun, she begins to remember the past. Looking out the window, she is nostalgic about her childhood, about how her brother told her to be faster. Little Chow Xiaoqiao said that she was hot and that she didn't want to walk anymore. But at her words, her brother calmly took her small hand. Not out of anger, calling her a fool, he says that he will help her. Smiling to herself, she wonders where he could be now. Then the door suddenly opens and another person enters the conference room. That man turned out to be Chow Xiaoqiao's brother. He addressed everyone in the conference room and said that this was wrong and that she still had an additional 5% of the shares. Chao Zhenguo and his son turned to look at the newcomer, clearly not expecting his arrival. Smiling softly, Chow Xiaoqiao's brother says he's not even surprised he's been forgotten. And despite not being involved in the family business, he still owned 5% of the shares. His grandfather had given them to him once. He didn't want them, but he thought his younger sister might need them in the future, so he kept them until today. Chow Xiaoqiao, with tears of happiness in her eyes, accepted the folder with shares and asked why he came. Chow Dong-hai said that he came so that she wouldn't worry. Slapping the folder with the shares again, he rhetorically asked those sitting there whether she would now be able to make a final decision. Chao Zhenguo was clearly unhappy with this situation and was about to say something, but Chow Xiaoqiao interrupted him and told him to take his time. She also suggested that they negotiate. At the same time, Xiatian stood at the entrance of the Choi family building. Looking at the tall building, he asked if she could really be there. Standing in front of the building with his mouth open, Xiatian wondered in his mind what kind of person Chow Xiaoqiao could be, whether she could help him regain his memories. Closing his eyes, he said that he would talk about it after he went inside. After he had made up his mind, he stepped forward towards the building. At the same time, 2 guards turned their attention to him. They held out their hands, declaring that no one was allowed into the building. Xiatian clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. His eyes widened, He asked why. The guard said there was no reason for this. Hearing this, Xiatian assumed a confident stance and said he wanted to meet Xiao Xiaoqiao. The guard asked again, "With President Xiao?" To which Xiatian replied affirmatively, "Yes." Upon hearing his answer, the guard told him to return in 10 days. Xiatian must have been disappointed that he would have to wait 10 days again when he suddenly looked in the other direction and noticed something unusual. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenguo raised his head and asked with a confident smile on his face what her demands would be. The girl straightened her hair and said it was very simple. She only needed 3 months. If the company's profit margin exceeded 50% during that time, all of Xiao Zhenguo's shares would become the property of Xiao Xiaoqiao. Opening her eyes, the girl came close to Xiao Zhenguo's face and said that if she didn't succeed, she would give all her shares to him. Xiao Zhenguo was extremely surprised by this proposal. He couldn't believe Xiao Xiaoqiao would say such a thing. However, he wasn't the only one surprised. Almost everyone in the conference room was. A 20% increase in income during this time would already be considered an extremely good result, and she'd offered 50%. However, few believed Xiao Xiaoqiao and thought it was just a quick way to get rich. Lost in thought, Xiao Zhenguo wondered if there was a reason for the girl's confidence or if this was just one of her traps. Without thinking twice, he decided that he would thwart all her plans without hesitation. Turning to the girl, he said that 3 months was too long and offered only 1. Xiao Donghai clearly didn't expect this. He angrily asked what he was trying to achieve by limiting others. Xiao Dongyun, holding his head in his hand, told Xiao Donghai not to worry. He said that Xiao Xiaoqiao had been chosen by grandfather to be his successor, and if she wasn't brave enough, how could she possibly convince others otherwise? After closing her eyes for a moment and thinking, Xiao Xiaoqiao made a decision. She agreed to Xiao Dongguo's proposal. She stood up from her chair and announced that from now on, the company's strategic plan would be adjusted, and she also hoped that everyone would be able to cooperate with each other. Everyone present was shocked that she agreed. Some people thought she was crazy and watched what was happening with surprised faces. Xiao Dongyun laughed maliciously and said that it was good that Xiao Xiaoqiao had decided to go, and from now on, he and his father would cooperate with her. Xiao Donghai decided to ask Xiao Xiaoqiao about her decision, as he was worried about the possibility of such a thing happening. She told him not to worry, as she had a plan. Meanwhile, she invited him to see her new house. Adjusting his glasses, Xiao Donghai asked the reason, since he had just returned and she was already moving. Gently taking him by the sleeve, she said that this was not at all what he thought. As he left the conference room, Xiao Donghai was still worried that his uncle and the others would form an alliance against Xiao Xiaoqiao. She turned around, winked, and said she was sure they had enough of their own thoughts about each other. All colleagues started to address Xiao Xiaoqiao. As soon as the girl left, Xiao Dongguo laughed loudly. Loudly slamming the table, he addressed everyone present and said that since they had gotten into this situation together, they should resolve it together. His son, Xiao Dongyun, decided to support his father. He says that many of his colleagues are people who worked hard with his grandfather to create this company, and are they really ready to work for a small brat? However, they understood that even if they joined him, there was no guarantee that they would be able to get anything at all. Whispers began about choosing sides. They understood that if they chose the wrong side, they would lose absolutely everything. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaoqiao brought her brother to the 9th floor of the company. Opening the door revealed a fairly spacious room in a modern style. Xiao Donghai decided to look around. Looking at the wall, he saw numerous photographs from Xiao Xiaoqiao's past. There were even photos of him and his grandfather. Reflecting on the past, Xiao Donghai said that he still felt ashamed for leaving his sister alone. Turning in the same direction Xiao Donghai was looking, Xiao Xiaoqiao said not to worry, as her family was looking after her. When Xiao Donghai turned to Xiao Xiaoqiao, she said that no one could enter this floor without her permission. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that it would be great if she could do both work and life at the same time. Xiao Donghai closed his eyes and apologized again. He understood that he couldn't help his sister in business. She remained cheerful and said that everything would be fine since she was a brilliant fairy from the Tao family. Lost in her memories, she said that Xiao Donghai could never beat her in science subjects. Xiao Donghai narrowed his eyes and said that she would always be his pride. So, thinking about the past, with a smile on their faces, they indulged in memories. Having encountered yet another setback, Xiatian decided to take a stroll outside. The weather was fine, but his mood was still sour. Xiatian walked around sadly, lamenting how hard it was for him to meet Xiao Xiaoqiao. Looking at the floor, he tried to console himself with at least the fact that he knew where she was. At the same time, the traffic light was red. An expensive red car was driving along the highway. Its owner was Liu Yunmang. Sitting in the front seat of the car, she wondered where Xia Tian could have gone if he wasn't at the store. It was a fairly peaceful town. People were, as always, busy with their own affairs. A large truck was driving along the highway. In the back were numerous boxes, tied together with a flimsy frame. Apparently due to the weight, this cable broke in the middle of the road. Liu Yunman was extremely scared because a car was right behind the truck. At the same time, the boxes that were secured with a cable flew towards Liu Yunmang's car. She screamed in horror because she didn't know what to do. Realizing that she couldn't stop the car, Liu Yunman tried to swerve off the road. However, she had not at all calculated where she would turn, and only at the last moment did she see that she was driving at great speed, straight towards an old woman crossing the road. Grandma clearly didn't expect this and was very scared. Realizing the situation she was in, Liu Yunmang's eyes widened in horror. She tried to turn off the road, turning the steering wheel with all her might. Liu Yunman shouted at the old woman to move aside because she couldn't stop the car. The crowd only just realized what was going on and began to worry about the old woman. At the same time, Xiatian suddenly felt some kind of power in his hands, similar to electricity. He put his hand forward and shouted with all his might. A mysterious force turned the car 180 degrees, which saved the grandmother. The old woman at the same time covered her face with her hands out of fear. Zedem made a quick dash towards his grandmother. With a slight movement, he dragged her from the road to a safe place. Supporting the old woman, the guy said that she was now safe and tried to calm her down. Immediately after that, the protagonist turned his head towards Liu Yunmang. There were several black stripes leading to the car, which were tire tracks. Liu Yunman still couldn't stop the car. She pressed the brake pedal with desperate force and finally managed to stop the car with a loud screeching sound. Liu Yunman was clearly frightened and laid her head on the steering wheel, trembling all over. Xiatian walked up to the car and knocked on the driver's window. The guy asked if everything was okay, watching the woman. The girl clenched her teeth and closed her eyes in fear, still not believing what was happening. Finally recovering from her anxiety, she turned her head toward the protagonist. Hearing a familiar voice, she asked if it was Xiatian. Xiatian only now noticed the driver and was surprised by his familiar face. Bending down slightly so that their eye levels were aligned, Xiatian said that this was an incredible coincidence. Liu Yunman opened the door for the protagonist and said that it was not a coincidence at all and that she was really looking for him. Xiatian immediately sensed something was wrong and asked how she knew his name and why she needed him. Liu Yunmang replied that it was a matter of life or death and that they needed to hurry, inviting her into the salon. A few hours later, Liu Yunmang brought the protagonist to the suburbs, where there were spacious fields and a pleasant atmosphere. Xiatian got out of the car and asked what kind of place this was, looking around. Looking around, Xiatian exclaimed at how many sunflowers there were. And indeed, literally nearby there was a huge field of sunflowers that looked just like the sun. Coming closer, Xiatian saw a mysterious tablet. It read that hearts like flowers crave joy. Xiatian repeated the same phrase. Liu Yunman looked at the guy and asked if he knew what this phrase meant. Xiatian, who was walking a little ahead, heard this question and turned to the girl with a puzzled expression on his face. Liu Yunman said that all of these were the souls of the fallen members of the Liu family. Xiatian's eyes widened in surprise, asking if this was really true. The guy was extremely scared and asked if there were really corpses buried right under the flowers. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. She told the protagonist to think. In her opinion, some people are cursed from birth, and no matter how hard they try, their fate cannot be avoided. Xiatian still didn't understand the meaning of the woman's words and asked what she was talking about. Closing her eyes, the woman began to explain that it all began with her family's ancestors. She said that all blood-related members began to suffer from a previously unknown disease and could not live past 40. Clearly unable to contain her emotions, the woman practically burst into tears before the protagonist's eyes. She said her father had passed away when he was only 30. Liu Yunman said that at that moment she realized she only had 2 years left to live. Xiatian was clearly surprised by this news. The guy asked her in bewilderment what kind of illness it was. Turning her head, Liu Yunman said that it was hereditary, and neither psychology nor science could give clear results. Here Xiatian was surprised, because Liu Yunman was also a doctor. The woman said she became a doctor precisely for this purpose, but it didn't help. She still couldn't change her family's fate, and all the results were fruitless. The woman was about to give up when she met the main character. The guy, perplexed, asked what it all meant. Grabbing the guy's hand, Liu Yunman said that he was her last hope and asked for help. Xiatian was clearly embarrassed by the request, claiming he was just delivering flowers. He tried to refuse to participate in this adventure. However, the woman didn't let go of his hand. She said she knew how special he was, and that she had seen what had happened with her own eyes. Here we hear the distant clapping of hands. Some man was clearly amused by this situation. The company decided to put the issue on hold and looked in the direction of the sound source. Gao Mingyang, one of the 4 sons of the large Jianhai family, stood there. He couldn't believe that the icy Miss Liu had the same chick as Xia Tian. Behind Gao Mingyang stood his bodyguard. The woman was clearly offended by this kind of provocation, while Xia Tian tried to understand what connected these two. Gao Mingyang told her not to speak to him in that tone, because he was here to protect her from that vile liar. Liu Yunman clearly didn't understand what Gao Mingyang was talking about. The man turned towards the main character and asked if he was wrong and who she was hugging now. Liu Yunman clearly didn't expect the conversation to include Xia Tian. Her eyes widened in confusion. Only now did the woman realize that she had been too close to the main character and quickly moved away from him. She sheepishly replied that it was none of the man's business. Gao Mingyang, turning his back on the group, said that he had repeatedly told Liu Yunmang to be a good girl and follow him. Raising his hand to his mouth, he began to boast about his family's finances, saying that if they were together, he could hire any doctor. The man also said that even if she did not fully recover, he would be able to give her a full life and told her not to waste her time on losers. The woman was clearly offended. She said it would be better to die than to live with a devil like him. Meanwhile, Xia Tian grabbed Liu Yunmang's hand. He put his other hand on her shoulder and assured her that Liu Yunman would not die. Gao Mingyang's eyes widened at such impudence. However, Xia Tian didn't pay any attention to him. He promised the woman to cure her. Liu Yunman looked at the protagonist with gratitude. A week later, Xia Tian tries to open the door in one of his dreams. There are 3 doors in front of him, one on each side. The guy is confused about what this place is. Looking around, he notices many closed doors. And then suddenly the floor in front of the main character simply begins to crumble. Xia Tian's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting anything like this. Immediately after this, the guy falls into the void with a loud scream. At that moment, someone snaps their fingers. The man tells the protagonist to wake up. Xia Tian's eyes snapped open, a look of horror on his face. He hadn't yet woken up from sleep. After catching his breath, Xia Tian tries to get up from the sofa. Standing before him was Fang Jun, a psychologist specializing in hypnosis. The man asked the boy how it had gone and whether there had been any progress. Xia took the photo thoughtfully. The photo showed Xiao Xiaoqiao. The boy replied that he still couldn't remember anything. Fang Jun shook his head and said that was enough for today. However, Xia Tian did not want to let the psychologist go. He said that he could endure the session one more time. Xia Tian bent over and begged the psychologist as he stood up from the sofa. Fang Jun refused, saying that according to the rules, they couldn't do that anymore today. Xia Tian desperately grabbed the psychologist's hand, even letting go of Xiao Xiaoqiao's photo. Trembling, Xia Tian said that he had no other options. Then Liu Yunmang comes through the door. She asks the psychologist how everything went. The psychologist turns around at the sound of the newcomer's voice and says that the protagonist's memories have been blocked by someone, and that this is a rather serious problem. Adjusting his glasses, he said he wasn't sure he could solve the problem in such a short time. He narrowed his eyes and said a meaningful "if only." Xia Tian picked up these 2 words and asked him what he meant. Fang Jun said that this would only be possible if he used a special method. It was a calm night that day, a full moon in the sky, and stars shining here and there. On such a peaceful night, Chao Donghai brought a rack of food to the 9th floor of the Chao family building. After entering the PIN code on the door, he said that he had a surprise for Xiao Xiaoqiao. Upon entering the room, Chao Donghai sarcastically announced that the dessert ordered by the guest in that room had arrived. But the guest didn't realize that Xia Tian was watching him at that very moment. After looking around, Chao Donghai said again that he was coming in. Calling his sister over and walking a few more steps, he said that her favorite pudding was here. At that very moment, he affectionately called her a fool. Looking around, he noticed that there was no one in the room and was extremely surprised by this. Worried, he dialed her phone number because he wanted to know where she was at such a late hour. Picking up the phone, Chao Donghai asks where she is. There was a loud noise on the other side of the phone, and Xiao Xiaoqiao was trying to say that she was on the roof. However, Chao Donghai couldn't hear her at all. She was trying with all her might to convey that she was leaving Jianghai for a couple of days. Chao Donghai put his hand to his chin and said that he couldn't hear anything at all, and asked why it was so noisy. Xiao Xiaoqiao immediately says that she can't talk anymore and it's time to go. Waving her hand to her assistants, she says that they are flying out. It was only at this moment that Chao Donghai finally heard that Xiao Xiaoqiao was leaving Jianghai, and he was trying to stop her because he wanted to approach her himself. But it was pointless. The girl had already hung up and boarded the helicopter. 5 minutes later, the door to the same room opens again. Sneaking up, Xia Tian says that since someone ran away in a hurry, it means Xiao Xiaoqiao has already left. However, Xiatian is happy about this situation, as his memory loss has greatly limited him, and being able to walk around Xiaoxiao's room calmly could bear fruit. Looking around the room, Xiatian sees a table with many bowls, glasses, and goblets, as well as a single bottle of wine. Looking the other way, the boy sees a multitude of reports and papers. Xiatian is perplexed by how one person can live in such a large house. Turning around, Sheta noticed something important. An upside-down photo frame lay on the table. Apparently, Xiao Xiaoqiao didn't want to remember what happened in the photograph, but she also couldn't simply throw away such a precious memory. Taking it in his hands, Xiatian was surprised by the unexpected photo. After looking at the picture, the guy was extremely shocked. The picture showed a small him, standing in a strange pose, about to take a shot, apparently during practice, with a little girl lying behind him. Both children were smiling happily. Immersed in nostalgia and as if remembering something, Xiatian realized that this girl was Xiao Xiaoqiao. The two of them secretly climbed the wooden staircase. The old dilapidated steps made an annoying creaking sound. The frightened girl asked Xiatian to go back, because if Sister Moon caught them, she would scold them. He told her he just wanted to take a quick look and everything would be fine. Xiatian began to look around. Unexpectedly, Xiatian found the book he was looking for and exclaimed joyfully. It was exactly what he was looking for. It was lying on top of the bookcase, and its title was Heavenly Acupuncture. He was very happy to find this particular book. While Xiatian was holding the book in his hands, a girl looked in and asked what kind of book it was. The book in Xiatian's hands was blue and had a large inscription on it, which greatly interested Xiatian, Celestial Acupuncture. Shada told the girl that by learning the contents of this book, one can certainly become a super doctor and professional. She couldn't believe him. She even asked if it was true, so this knowledge could help cure her. The two of them sat on the floor among scattered books, with bookcases on either side of them, and the two of them were looking with interest at the book they had found. Quite unexpectedly, they heard shouts calling for Tian and Xiao. They were being searched for. They could hear the voices calling them and desperately wanting to find them. Xiatian learned that Sister Moon was their lover. He was very upset that she found them in that Qing flower shop. He slept, covered in cold sweat, and uttered various words in his delirium. Among them, one could discern Xiatian calling for his little sister Xiao Chao and asking her to wait for him. In this state of semi-delirium and cold sweat, he woke up. A single phrase was spinning in his head. It was the title of the book he was looking for. He uttered the words Celestial Acupuncture. Xiatian lay on the bed, covered with a blanket. He repeated Sister Moon several times and fell into thought. One thing troubled him. Who was Sister Moon? He lay there, trying to remember who she was, where he might have seen or met her. The image of Sister Moon was before him. She was a beautiful girl with long hair, but he couldn't remember her face. The next day, events unfolded in Jinhai. This was Jinhai Hospital number 1. It was quite large and modern. Xiatian's hand trembled as she held the long, sharp needle. A question could be heard asking if Dr. Liu was sure. The doctor holding the needle and standing behind the girl said he wasn't entirely sure about the procedure. He stopped. Exhausted by her illness, she turned to the doctor and said that she trusted him in the acupuncture procedure. The girl didn't keep him waiting long. She pulled down the zipper of her dress and exposed her back. He was in no hurry to begin, so she asked him to. The doctor couldn't believe what was happening. Looking at the girl and the needle in her hands, he thought it couldn't be happening. Having collected his thoughts and gathered all his will into a fist, he said that okay, he would be very careful. He decided to do everything right. Holding the needle in his hand, he approached the girl and announced that he would now begin the procedure. The doctor asked me to take a deep breath and then announced that he was using the first needle. He slowly inserted it into my skin. She closed her eyes from the sudden pain. Cold beads of sweat trickled down her face, and she let out a small cry as she felt the needle on her skin. But the doctor already had the next needle in his hand and said a phrase that was meant to encourage her, about how she should hold on, because this was only the beginning of everything. Shatan took the second needle with 2 fingers and used it a little faster and more confidently. The girl was sitting with her back to the doctor, and a second needle appeared closer to her neck. Her face twisted as the needles in her back caused her yet another pain. She sighed loudly. After 20 minutes, all the needles were removed from the patient's tormented back. She sat there, barely coming to her senses, because she was truly exhausted by what had happened to her earlier. The doctor approached her after the procedure, asking if everything was okay, giving her a little support, and after she took a breath. At that moment she felt severe pain, but the doctor held her by the shoulder. He felt the silky skin of her shoulder under his hand as she recovered from the acupuncture. He thought that the girl's skin was so soft under his palm. And at that moment, he asked himself either a question or a thought about how Needles felt. He said he was sorry. Dr. Liu replied that everything was fine and that she felt rejuvenated, as if her mind had cleared and all her worries had disappeared. Xiatian replied that he was glad that he had helped her, but his acupuncture skills were still not perfect. Dr. Liu thanked Xiatian while getting dressed and said that she knew he tried his best. She asked Xiatian to call her simply Manny, and smiled at him. Xiatian also smiled back at her and said that Manny was doing well. Suddenly a voice came from the loudspeaker, saying that Dr. Man Liu was invited to the VIP room of the neurosurgery department. Xiatian also heard the announcement and wondered what had happened. Dr. Liu couldn't believe that it was Mr. Ye, the patient who became ill. She immediately went to the neurosurgery VIP room and looked at the monitors that showed all of Mr. Ye's indicators. A doctor and 2 nurses were surrounding the patient. The doctor said that internal therapy needed to be prepared. There were people in the room. Jizhong Ye, one of the elders, Tianan Ye's eldest son, Meding Ye's father. The granddaughter only whispered the word grandfather. Xiao Heng Ye, Meding Ye's brother, stood nearby. On the other side stood Yang Zhan Ji, Ye's wife, Ji Ye, one of the elders of the Ye group, the 3rd son of Tianan, and Xiao Ji Ye, Ji Ye's son. Xiao Ji Ye, looking at the watch on his hand, thought that it was time for the old man to die. Because he had a party soon, suddenly the handle jerked loudly and the door to Mr. Ye's room slammed hard. Dr. Liu appeared at the door and asked about Mr. Ye's condition. The doctor who was with the patient replied that he had a spasm without any apparent cause. The attending physician looked up at Dr. Liu and replied that the patient had an unstable heartbeat. Dr. Liu asked a colleague if she could take a look at the patient's condition. She looked at Mr. Ye's eyes. His eyes were dilated, a sign that his heart was about to suddenly stop. Suddenly, the monitor emitted a nasty beep and showed that Mr. Ye's heart had stopped. Dr. Liu said that this was bad because his heart rate was dropping. Then she commanded in a commanding voice that they should bring her 6 milligrams of dopamine and 300 milligrams of amiodarone. Dr. Liu began performing CPR on Mr. Ye and whispered to herself to tell him to breathe. She continued to persistently give him life-saving massages and tell him to breathe. Her whisper turned into a scream as her hands stopped working. A cry of breathe echoed throughout the room. Mr. Ye's granddaughter stood with her brother. He lightly supported her as she whispered the single word, grandfather. The machine next to the patient's bed began to emit a shrill beep. There was no longer a pulse. Dr. Liu immediately shouted the word defibrillator urgently and quickly. At that moment, Xiatian was watching from the doorway. He saw the old man's chest tightening. Then he looked at his finger joints. There were marks from recent acupuncture. At this point, Dr. Liu was shouting at her colleagues nearby to stop. She was holding a defibrillator and demanding 300 joules. Then she applied the irons of the device to the chest of the patient, Mr. Ye, and a discharge was heard. But the screen still didn't make a single sound, and help didn't produce any results. Dr. Liu brought the defibrillator irons back together to continue her treatment and thought, damn. Then she again commanded the team to increase the device's discharge to 360 joules. She applied the irons to the chest of Mr. Ye's patient, and the device discharged again. Finally, the monitor broke its silence and began to write, showing that the patient had a pulse. With her cold fingers, Dr. Liu checked Mr. Ye's pulse on his neck. Dr. Liu sighed with relief and thought that thank God his pulse was normal. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ye's granddaughter took Dr. Liu's elbow and said that she thanked her, calling her Sister Liu. The doctor addressed the girl, saying that her grandfather's condition was still poor. She hoped Meng Yin understood this. Mr. Ye's wife thought that she had already prepared a high-class nanmu in a gold frame. Mr. Ye's wife exchanged glances with Jia, her gazes laconic. At this time, Xiatian appeared at the door and asked if Manny's sister was there. Dr. Liu raised her head and saw Xiatian at the door of the hall where Mr. Ye was. He grabbed Manny's hand a little roughly and pulled her down the hallway, telling her to follow him. They started talking in the hallway about Xiatian's brief observation of the patient. He was certain someone had tried to stealthily kill Mr. Ye. She couldn't believe what Xiatian was saying. She kept repeating that someone wanted to kill him. Xiatian continued to explain what he'd discovered. Some time ago, someone had given him acupuncture. The method used was extremely dangerous and left no trace. Dr. Liu pondered. Why, who on earth had been so deeply offended by the Ye family? He told her it was hard to say. After all, if they'd managed to save her successfully this time, then luck wouldn't be on their side next time. Dr. Liu turned to Xiatian. He thought he could save this old man with acupuncture. He looked at her in surprise. Dr. Liu began to persuade Xiatian to stop hesitating, because they couldn't just watch him die. The granddaughter walked down the corridor and cried with tears that her grandfather would not die. The girl sat down in the hospital corridor and cried loudly because her grandfather was very ill. Dr. Liu heard the crying and recognized it as Mengyan, Mr. Ye's granddaughter. Dr. Liu called the girl's name to talk to her about her grandfather. Mengyan saw the doctor and calmed down a little, saying Sister Liu to the girl doctor. The girl wept bitterly. Her mascara was smeared all over her face, and she kept repeating the phrase about Sister Liu. Ye's granddaughter fell into Dr. Liu's arms and heard her plea that she must save her grandfather. Dr. Liu consoled Meng Yin and said that everything was fine and she would think of something. Then Meng Yin saw Xia Tian and asked what he was doing there. Dr. Liu asked if she knew him. Meng Yin replied that of course she knew, because it was Xia Tian who had saved her on the highway once. Shannon happily greeted little sister Meng Yin Ye, waving his hand at her. Dr. Liu continued the conversation by saying that since they knew each other, she would keep it brief. She touched Meng Yin's cheek with her palm and said something about there being something she needed to tell her. The girl listened attentively, and then Dr. Liu went on to say that Xia Tian had just learned that her grandfather had been poisoned. Meng Yin screamed loudly when she heard the news of her grandfather's poisoning. She was indignant and very angry. How could they harm her grandfather? And out loud she said that it didn't matter who it was. She would never forgive him. Xia Tian thought that all women became very scary when they were angry. At this point, Dr. Liu tried to calm Meng Yin down and said that the most important thing now was to cure her grandfather. She looked at Xia Tian with a smile and said that he would help, because he had cured her headache. Xia Tian smiled at Dr. Liu. He asked again if it was true and began to speak, but Meng Yin took Xia Tian's hands and asked him to help, as he was the only one who could do it. Meng Yin tearfully begged him to help cure her grandfather, Mr. Ye. He looked at her, only saying a word, and his speech was interrupted by the voices of people who came out of the ward. Suddenly relatives appeared and asked if Mr. Ye's wife wanted a relative to die. Mr. Ye's wife responded in a very peculiar way. She said it was time to stop pretending to be a child and realize how much good Grandpa's death would do. Meng Yin and Xia Tian, who had embraced her and held her, heard it all. They were standing nearby. The relatives left, saying that they shouldn't get angry and should stop arguing in the ward. Meng Yin, overhearing her relatives' conversations, asked for help. Dr. Liu also pleaded with him. Shere had no choice but to agree. Meng Yin, pleased, replied that it was excellent. One of the relatives saw Meng Yin and wondered what she was doing there and who was there with her. 10 minutes later, Xia Tian already had the needle in his hands and was ready to begin the procedure. He began to insert a needle into the skin on Mr. Ye's chest in order to somehow alleviate his condition. Dr. Liu and Meng Yin stood in the room, and Meng Yin only whispered for Xia Tian to help. Mr. Ye lay motionless, and only his granddaughter whispered to him to continue fighting for his life. Suddenly, Grandpa Mr. Ye, who was lying on the bed, let out a long, quiet sigh. Mr. Ye's granddaughter noticed that her grandfather could now breathe normally. Shada told her that he would come back tomorrow to do it again, and Mr. Ye would wake up soon. She came up and took his hand, thanking him, and promising that after curing her grandfather, she would do whatever Xia Tian wanted. But one of Mr. Ye's relatives saw all this and whispered angrily under his breath, "Where did this guy come from?" At the same time, events take place in a fashionable large skyscraper in the middle of the city. On the table, there is a small vessel from which light smoke rises upward. The man, standing next to the bed and looking out the window, talked on the phone and asked his interlocutor not to disturb the master if possible. This man replied to Ye Tiannan that there would soon be a new outbreak in 3 days. It was Yin 19 from the Yin family who confirmed over the phone that he would definitely die by then. 3 days later, Xia Tian continued giving acupuncture to Mr. Ye and put the last needle in the box. Xia Tian, standing by the sick man's bed, addressed Sister Ye and Sister Manny. He told them not to worry, that Master Ye would wake up soon. Manny's sister was happy because there was now hope for her grandfather's recovery. Manny thanked Xia Tian because he was so kind to help treat her grandfather. Suddenly there was a loud crash in the ward, and the door to Mr. Ye's room opened sharply. Manny turned to her uncle, who burst into the room and asked what he wanted to do now. He replied menacingly that he wanted to ask about it in Mengyan. Xiaoji Ye stood next to him. Uncle Mengyan asked her menacingly who it was, pointing at Xia Tian. She replied that this was the one she asked to treat her grandfather. Another relative began to reproach her for allowing a stranger to treat her grandfather. He believed she was attempting to carry out a scheme to kill him and take his inheritance for herself. Mengyan burst into tears and said, "How can he say such a thing?" She loved her grandfather. He turned to his father and said that he needed to catch this guy and then see what he would say. Dr. Liu defended Xia Tian and said that this was the expert she invited. He started saying that Mengyan had promised Director Liu something. He said he would file a complaint with the hospital. She'd better get out of his way. And at that moment, everyone heard Grandpa Ye's voice. He angrily told them both to get out of sight. Everyone ran to the sick man's bed. Mengyan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Grandpa!" The granddaughter could not believe her eyes and continued to say the word grandfather. She fell on his bed and asked if he was really awake, and he told her that he was. The son and grandson stood in complete confusion, and all that was said was father and grandfather. But Mr. Ye was very angry and just shouted at them to leave. As he was leaving, the son started talking at the door about how he... But his father cut him off and said that they would talk about it when they returned. This conversation was overheard by a nurse who was cleaning the corridor near Mr. Ye's room. This nurse also listened attentively to the conversation in the ward while working with a mop. There, Mengyan introduced Xiatian to Grandpa as the person who saved him. Xiatian smiled and politely greeted the patient, saying, "Hello, Grandpa Ye." Mr. Ye smiled and said that it was true. He knew. He heard everything while he was unconscious. Dr. Liu immediately got to work and began questioning the patient about how, even while in a coma, he was conscious and could still receive information from the outside world. And then the grandfather told an interesting fact that it started 3 days ago, when this child started treating him with acupuncture, and then he could hear what each of them said. Mengyan asked her grandfather if he knew who was trying to harm him. The grandfather replied that he had no idea, but the last time he drank tea with a good friend, he lost consciousness. Mengyan thought about what her grandfather had said. He had said he had been drinking tea. The girl went to the police station to find out who could have sent her grandfather. The police officer told them that all the recordings of when the crime was committed had been deleted. Therefore, Mengyan was worried about whether the criminal would harm her grandfather again. To which the policewoman replied that there was no need to worry, since she had already assigned enough police to guard the hospital 24/7. Xiatian proposed his idea for implementation to find out who wanted to harm his grandfather. Night had already fallen outside. The events unfolded further in the hospital, where my grandfather was being treated. There was silence in the hospital, for it was 11 o'clock and 59 minutes. It was dark in the grandfather's room, only the moon shone through the window onto the bed on which the patient lay. Suddenly a handle clicked in complete silence, and the sound of a door opening was heard. A medical worker began to quietly enter the room, as he was wearing a mask and a medical uniform. The patient slept with his head turned toward the window, only the trace of the moon illuminating part of the blanket. The door clicked again, it closed, and there was already some doctor in the room. He began to slowly approach the sleeping patient, who was lying with his back to him. But it wasn't Mr. Ye lying in bed, but Xiatian himself. He lay there, trying to breathe evenly and not move. The doctor approached Mr. Ye's patient's bed with his hand in his pocket. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and raised it, and at that moment needles appeared between his fingers. The doctor thought to himself that he was very precise, especially when it came to murder. Today the old man would sleep forever, and he began to move his hand with the needles closer to the patient in order to deliver the blow. But instead of the old man, Xiatian jumped out from under the blanket, ready to fight back against his attacker. He skillfully intercepted the attacker's hand with needles and moved it away from himself. A fierce fight broke out between Xiayan and the villain in the medical gown. They fought among themselves until the attacker's needles ended up on the floor of the ward, and the one who came to kill grabbed his hand and thought about how much inner strength this man had. Xiatian took off his wig and said that he had finally caught the villain who wanted to kill Mr. Ye. Xiatian threw the wig up and said that waiting for the criminal to fall into the trap was so much fun. The criminal looked at the patient and thought with regret that it was that guy. And Xiatian began to interrogate the criminal, asking why he wanted to kill Grandpa Ye and who was his customer. The criminal gathered his strength again and began shouting at his opponent not to waste his time. The men started fighting again in the middle of a hospital room, deep into the night. The criminal hit Xiatian's head hard with his hand, causing him to feel intense pain. Xiatian thought deeply for a moment before delivering a powerful blow. Xiatian then managed to intercept the criminal's blow with his palm. 6,333. This stopped the criminal, and he could not understand what had just happened to him. Xiatian began to shout that it was now his turn to deliver strong blows. He punched the criminal in the stomach with such force that he flew away. Xiatian screamed at him. How could he harm an old man? The criminal's eyes were filled with pain, his glasses were askew, and his pupils were constricted. He was a worthy opponent, and again, a very strong blow followed in the criminal's stomach from Xiatian's hand, and then the criminal seemed to flip over in the air from another strong blow, and he finally flew backwards with a scream onto the floor of the room in which they had been fighting. The criminal fell to the floor with a crash, and standing above him was Xiatian, who was able to defeat such a strong opponent. The villain knelt before his opponent. Xiatian looked at his opponent. Xiatian stared at the criminal and caught his breath after the hard fight. The criminal, kneeling on the floor, was also trying to catch his breath and come to his senses. The criminal touched his jaw with his hand and thought that it was getting more and more fun. Xiatian insisted that his opponent finally start speaking, but only briefly. The criminal, adjusting his glasses, agreed, only in exchange for information on how Xiatian had removed the poison using his special acupuncture technique. At that moment, the door slammed, and police officers ran into the room shouting not to move and to put their hands up. 3 police officers stood in the room opposite the criminal, holding pistols in their hands. The policewoman pointed the gun at the criminal and looked into his eyes. The criminal looked at the girl very angrily through his round glasses, and at that moment, 3 poisoned needles began to appear from his sleeve under his fingers. A moment later, needles from under the palms of the hands were released at the police officers opposite. 3 needles flew, making a sound similar to whoosh. They were laced with poison. Xiatian started shouting that the needles were poisoned and that they had to be careful. The police officers who stood in front of the criminal were very frightened by the appearance of needles, which were poisoned. The policewoman shouted to her colleagues about the need to dodge the needles, as they were poisonous. But one needle still caught her. It was flying straight at her, and she didn't have time to dodge. This needle hit her right in the face, or more precisely in the bridge of the nose. It caused her a lot of pain. Shot crushed the remaining needles with his sneaker so that they would no longer pose a danger. At this moment, the policewoman began to fall, and Xiatian grabbed her in his arms so that she would not hit herself, and shouted for Miss Leng to be careful. They still fell, hitting the floor. Miss Leng was already in great pain. Xiatian supported her. The next second, she hugged Zaitan, but she was still lying on the floor of the ward. She turned to him with words to let her go, because he was still holding her in his arms. Xiatian finally noticed that he was holding a girl and said, "Sorry." At the same time, the window from the ward quietly opened. The hand of a criminal had done it. He jumped onto the windowsill and shouted that they were scum and to meet next time. The criminal jumped out the window, only a medical gown flashing in the darkness. A voice was heard from the window saying that the suspect had escaped. Half an hour later, a white robe and cap were already lying on a table in the living room of a residential building. Removing the mask from his face, the criminal said that he had not met a person with such strong inner strength for a long time. Touching the wounds on his hands, he noticed that if it had been someone else, his hands would have probably broken. He looked at his hands and again asked himself what kind of damn power this was. Then he started calling his leader. Greeting him, he said that he could find the one he was looking for. 3 days later, there was talk at the nightclub about how young Master Gao hadn't come for 2 days and whether he missed the girl. Master Gao told her that he missed her, hugging her with one arm and holding a glass in the other. Then he looked at the girl mysteriously and asked if she had any tricks she would like to show him. But then the conversation was suddenly interrupted by a noise. Someone's hand slammed down on the table, so loudly that the contents of the glass nearly spilled out. It was Mr. Ye's grandson who said that he was annoyed by some bastard. Master Gao wondered who could have provoked Master Ye since he was so angry. Master Ye took the bottle of alcohol, shook it a little so that a few drops spilled out, and said that it was his cousin Meng Ying Ye. Master Ye raised the bottle of whiskey to his lips and began to drink straight from the neck in one gulp. Master Gao asked his companion to wait outside and that he would call her later. The girl agreed. Master Gao spanked the girl loudly on the butt, and she replied that she loved him because he was a very bad guy. Master Ye threw the bottle down on the table with all his might and continued to say that the old man had simply opened his eyes. But even though he had woken up, she was still the one handling the company's affairs. He was worried why his father couldn't do this, or himself in the end. Master Gao chuckled to himself and thought that his interlocutor was simply a slacker and could not manage the company's affairs. Master Gao suggested they have some fun instead of thinking, although if he didn't mind, he had an idea. Master Ye was interested in his acquaintance's suggestion. Master Gao said he'd get his cousin for him so he could punish her. That way, they'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Master Ye asked him again if he wasn't playing with that doctor and why Meng Ying again. Suddenly the door shook. Someone knocked loudly, and a voice was heard that said that the young master had woken up. Master Gao, sipping a drink from his glass, told the one who knocked to come in. A guard came in and reported that he had made inquiries about the young man. Master Gao sat on the sofa and listened. Master Gao stared at his guard and only briefly asked who he was. The guard began by explaining that his name was Xia Tian, a visitor living temporarily at Sun Xing's flower shop, and that no other information was available about him. He knew Dr. Liu because he had brought flowers to the hospital. Master Gao smiled, thinking he was worthy of attention, while Xia Tian was just a simple courier. The guard showed him a photo. He looked at the photo of Xia Tian bringing flowers into the store and said that it looked quite harmless. Master Ye whispered angrily to let him look at the photo. Master Ye recognized the man in the photograph and said it was him. Master Gao asked if he knew him. Master Ye confirmed that he knew, since it was he who had cured the old man together with Ye Mengying. Master Gao noted that he was quite capable, although it remained to be seen who was better. The next night, when the moon was shining through the windows, the following happened in the flower shop. The wall clock showed 9 o'clock and 30 minutes past midnight. Shatian stood near the flowers and inhaled their pleasant aroma, because they smelled so good. But something alerted Xiatian, and he asked Xing Qing what that smell was. For some reason, the store doors started creaking, as if someone had entered or left. Xiatian, thinking it was Xing Qing, asked her if she went home after the gym. Sinsin, wearing a sports t-shirt and shorts, came to him with a bag and asked how he knew it was her. He turned a little red with embarrassment, but replied that her body had a special smell, but it was most noticeable when she sweated. She became embarrassed and told him not to talk nonsense, otherwise she would cut his salary. Xiatian laughed, but said that his sense of smell was stronger than that of an ordinary person. Xingxing replied that it was fine, but she brought some noodles for him and handed him the bag. Having said that she was leaving and needed to eat while it was hot, she ran out of the store. Xiatian thought of her as such a good girl as he looked at her. Further events unfold at night near the building of Shanghai University. Xingxing was running past the university, upset by what Xiatian had said. She thought he was a brat and shouldn't have mentioned how she smelled. A black car stopped near Xingxing. Its door suddenly opened and someone jumped out. Xingxing was roughly stopped, grabbed by the arms and torso, and held back. The two villains who were holding the girl told her that she was running alone at night. The kidnappers held Xingqing down, covering her mouth with their hands so that she couldn't scream, and she could only quietly moan. 10 minutes later, Xiatian was sitting and eating the noodles Xingxing had brought him. They were delicious. Suddenly, the complete silence was broken by the ringing of the telephone, which was standing on the table nearby. Xiatian, with his mouth full of noodles, picked up the phone and replied that this was Xingxing Flower Shop. But he was cut off mid-sentence. Xingxing's trembling voice on the phone begged Xiatian to save her. In the flower shop, Xiatian could be heard asking Sister Xingxing what had happened to her. He wanted to hear an answer, but the girl was no longer on the phone. He asked her to say something, but at that moment the kidnappers covered Xingxing's mouth, and she could no longer speak, only moaning. One of the kidnappers told Xiatian to come to the unfinished building near the shore, and in a malicious voice, he added that if he wasn't there within an hour, he should think she was dead. And he laughed maliciously. Xiatian shouted into the phone, asking who it was and where Xingxing was. He wanted to hear her. The kidnapper hung up the phone and growled loudly and hissed that he would soon die. Xiatian immediately ran out of the flower shop and ran towards the unfinished building, shouting for little sister Xingxing to hold on, because he was already on his way. Xiatian ran quickly until his nose caught a scent he was familiar with. It was the smell of Xingxing, and Xiatian ran through the city, following the smell. Xiatian quickly ran through the streets, passing lampposts and various houses, trying to help his Xingqing. The two kidnappers were talking about how this chick was so tasty and they would definitely do something to her. One of them took the girl by the chin and, lifting her up, looked into her eyes and confirmed what they had planned, so as not to miss their chance. The second one laughed evilly, standing nearby and watching his friend and the girl. Xingxing was very scared, holding her bruised arm, and asked what they were going to do. The villains stood there, grinning and debating which of them would go first. One of them replied that they wouldn't mind, even together. The girl began to sob loudly and begged them not to come near her. But the kidnappers held out their hands to her and told her to be a sweetheart, be patient, and not to anger them. To both the kidnappers and Xingxing's surprise, a voice rang out, ordering them to take their hands away and leave the girl alone. It was Xiatian. Xiatian quickly ran up the stairs to the criminals in order to quickly save Xingqing. He started a fight with one of the villains, pounced on him from above and wrestled with him. Then Xiatian hit the criminal's face hard and accurately with his elbow, and he, finally defeated, fell to the ground with a crash. Shada told him that he was a bastard because he wanted to harm Xingqing. Xiatian approached the girl, hugged her, and told her everything was fine. She recognized him and called him by name. Xingqing hugged Xiatian tightly and whispered that he had finally come to save her. The criminal addressed his friend, saying that this guy was disgusting and whether purple was okay. But the man was barely breathing. Xiatian turned to the villains, wondering who had sent them to kidnap Xingxing. But that kidnapper only hissed angrily and promised to kill Xiatian soon. Xiatian punched his opponent in the face and said that he would ask him again. And he punched him again, saying that he was talking too much. Xiatian looked him in the eyes and demanded that he answer who sent him. The kidnapper remained silent. Xiatian stepped on his hand. The villain screamed that it hurt, but still said it was young Master Gao. Xiatian asked again if this was Gao Mingying. He also wanted to know where he was now. The criminal replied to Xietian that he did not know where Master Gao was now. Xietian asked him again if he knew, or if he could count bones like these, and stepped on his hand, saying he would break everyone like this. The crack of a broken bone was heard. The criminal said that he was in the nightclub Cockerel and Chicken, and asked for mercy, because it was none of his business. Suddenly the sound of knives flying nearby was heard, launched by someone. Xietian shouted cautiously and shielded Xing from danger. One knife hit the green-haired villain right in the forehead, and he lay there dead. The second knife was already in the middle of the forehead of the second villain with purple hair. Both kidnappers lay dead on the floor in pools of their own blood in the middle of the unfinished building. Someone was running down the stairs. Xietian started screaming to find out who it was. Xing was in Xietian's arms and said that she was scared, and he said that it was over so that she wouldn't be scared. The girl cried and looked at her friend, saying that she thanked him because he saved her again. He said that it was fine. She didn't have to remember it, and that they needed to get out of there. She wiped away her tears and agreed with him. Xietian thought about the following. The kidnapping and killing of people happened. They harmed Xing, and Gao should answer for it. 30 minutes later, Xietian was at the casino looking for young Master Gao. Security was scurrying around inside the casino as someone tried to destroy everything. Xietian stopped one of the casino security guards by placing his hand on his shoulder. He was interested in knowing where Master Gao Mengying was now. But the security guard was new to the casino and didn't have any of the necessary information. Then Xietian stood in the middle of the hall, with Xing standing behind him, and he loudly called out for Gao Mengying. He kept calling Gao Mengying's name, shouting for him to come out to him. Further down the corridor, one could hear several phrases about needing to warn the boss. Go ahead. No, they don't know anything. Help. Gao Mengying, with a glass in his hand as always, thought that this idiot who was fighting with him for a woman should be taught a lesson. There was a sound of a person approaching Gao Mengying's office in the casino. It was the guard who reported the bad news, because Xietian had come to see them. Gao Mengying slammed his glass down and asked in surprise. He replied that Lao San had said he was very good at kung fu, and Zimao hadn't been able to keep his mouth shut, so Xietian knew where Gao was. Gao Mengying angrily shouted that he was no good, complete crap. And then the guard received information over the radio that Xietian was already there. Gao Mengying instructed the guard to call Long Quan and tell him he didn't want to see Lao San anymore. The guard understood. Gao thought angrily that Xietian was causing trouble in his establishment, and he couldn't believe it. At this moment, something hard pressed against Master Gao Mengying's back in the middle of the office. Gao Mengying broke out in a cold sweat from fear and only said, "Damn." Xietian ordered Gao Mengying to kneel on the floor of Gao's own casino. Gao Mengying quickly fell to his knees on the casino floor, and behind him was Xietian. Xietian ordered Gao Mengying to hit himself in the face with his hand right now. But Gao Mengying started shouting no. He never wanted to do this on his own. And then, still unable to control himself, he hit his head with all his might with his hand. Xing, clinging to Xietian's shoulder, asked him to let the person who ordered the kidnapping go, because she was very scared. But Xietian didn't want to do that. He said he wanted to make it clear to Gao that he couldn't be angered and ordered him to hurry. Gao Mengying was kneeling in his casino, punching himself in the face and head. He hit and hit himself in the face and head until blood appeared, and his head began to spin. At this moment, something hard pressed against Master Gao Mengying's back in the middle of the office. Gao Mengying broke out in a cold sweat from fear and only said, "Damn." Xietian ordered Gao Mengying to kneel on the floor of Gao's own casino. Gao Mengying quickly fell to his knees on the casino floor, and behind him was Xietian. Xietian ordered Gao Mengying to hit himself in the face with his hand right now. But Gao Mengying started shouting no. He never wanted to do this on his own. And then, still unable to control himself, he hit his head with all his might with his hand. Xing, clinging to Xietian's shoulder, asked him to let the person who ordered the kidnapping go, because she was very scared. But Xietian didn't want to do that. He said he wanted to make it clear to Gao that he couldn't be angered and ordered him to hurry. Gao Mengying was kneeling in his casino and punching himself in the face. He hit and hit himself in the face and head until blood appeared, and his head began to spin. Xietian ordered him to tell him what other things he had done, otherwise he would slap him until he died. Gao Mengying lay on the floor with a swollen face, barely conscious and trying to say something. Suddenly, a policewoman appeared and ordered the Xietian to stop and let him go. Xietian saw Officer Leng among two subordinates in the casino next to them. Officer Leng insisted that Xietian was not above the law and that he should calm down and stop. Xietian was angry, saying that Gao Mengying was a villain and that he had kidnapped Xing. She checked the pulse of the villain Gao Mengying and said that everything was fine. He was alive. Then, in an official tone, she asked him if he was Master Gao Mengying. He started shouting, and saying that an officer had finally come to save him from Xia Tian. He stood up and pointed his finger at Xia Tian, saying that he had provoked the fight and that she should arrest him. But Xia Tian said that 2 of his men were lying dead in the unfinished building and that he needed to identify them. He denied it, saying it was nonsense and that he knew nothing. Officer Len ordered someone to be sent to this unfinished building to find out information. Then she turned to the others and said that they were all going with her to give evidence. At the appointed time, in the big city, under the light of the moon, the story continued. Above one of the skyscrapers, the sounds of a helicopter approaching a special platform were heard. From the roof, someone was watching the helicopter approaching him very carefully. The helicopter landed at a special place on the roof of a multi-story building. The man who was meeting someone said a tender phrase when meeting the baby, and the girl answered her brother with the words that she was finally home. Sitting on the sofa, the little sister happily said to her brother, "Oh, home, sweet home." The brother was curious to know what his little one had been doing these days. He asked her to tell him. She replied that she would leave her mother and brother for now, and by then they would see a great show, and winked at him. Suddenly the phone started making a strange sound. 633633. He laughed, asking what it was. She was also curious about it. A message arrived with the text asking everyone to come and look at the behavior of the almighty Master Gao. She watched the video and said that she had no idea that he liked to hit himself. And then she saw a second guy in the video besides Gao. She said that this guy, after taking a closer look at the video, she said with certainty that it was her brother Xia Tian. An hour later, the events shift to the police station. Word spreads that someone very tough dared to hit the first master, Izyan Kaya. His hand tapped the folder with documents, and the voice insisted that all the witnesses' statements pointed to him. How could he explain it? Officer Ling interrogated Xia Tian. He replied that Gao had committed many atrocities, and that apparently his conscience had suddenly awakened, and decided to punish him by beating him up, and he had nothing to do with it. Officer Lan leaned over and whispered in his ear that she was curious how he could control him and order him to beat himself. Xia Tian, staring at the officer's chest, told her that he was a good boy and was so scared that his eyes went dark. She noticed his gaze, became embarrassed, and shouted at him to behave more decently. Their conversation was interrupted by a police officer who said they had found something there. She asked what, but the officer stared at her and silently noted that this was impossible, because the cold princess had blushed. To which Officer Len yelled at her to stop staring. He went on to report that the forensic expert confirmed that skin fragments from the crime scene matched Sun Xingxing's DNA. The 2 dead have been identified as members of the Earth Street gang and are henchmen of Xie Laosan, who drowned in the river an hour earlier. Officer Len couldn't believe that everyone was dead and asked to see the documents. The first photo was of Xie Laosan, a famous criminal in the police and beyond. Officer Len concluded with the words, "Kill to silence everyone." That's all there is to that situation. Then she showed him a photo of the criminal, Xia Tian. She asked if he knew the man. He replied that it was dark, but he felt he was the one who killed the 2 kidnappers. In the criminal department, Xing Xing and Meng Ye were walking down the corridor. Xing Xing asked Miss Ye why Xia Tian hadn't left the interrogation room yet. She was just about to speak when she was interrupted. The policeman led Gao, who promised to kill Xia Tian. The policeman ordered him to move on. Meng Ying looked at the man in surprise and only whispered to Gao Mingying, "Master Gao certainly recognized this girl. It was definitely Cai Mingying." He asked if Shui's had ordered him to be taken away from there, as he had hoped for that. She walked forward, saying that these clothes suited him so well. Her gaze was directed only forward. Master Gao replied that he was very pleased, but Miss Ye hadn't called him, but Xia Tian. She stopped, looked forward and said that she finally saw Xia Tian. Gao turned his head and began to realize that he had just been simply ignored. And Xia Tian stood with 2 girls who were worried about his well-being and whether everything was okay with him. Unexpectedly for everyone, an explosion and a total blackout were heard at the police station. Xia Tian started asking what was going on, but the girls only made sounds. Xing Xing pressed tightly against Xia Tian's back. She was scared after the recent events. Closing my eyes, my cheek pressed against Xia Tian's back, I heard the word brother. They looked at each other in disbelief. He said you, and she began to clarify that it was she, his little sister Xiao Qiao. He looked at the girl in bewilderment and kept repeating the word you. He couldn't believe it. And she looked intently into his eyes and said joyfully, "Brother Xia Tian." And then he remembered how they were sitting under a tree, and she asked if he loved her. He answered, of course. They sat back to back, and she asked again who he liked better. Sister Moon or her? He thought for a moment, laughed loudly, and said that he liked both girls. Xia Tian began to touch her cheeks and asked if it was really her, his little sister Xiao Qiao. She replied, it was her. At this moment, all the girls, Officer Lang, Ye Mengying, and Xing Xing were upset by this meeting. Shatian heard threats directed at him to immediately release Xiao Qiao. Ye Mengying couldn't understand how this could happen, because it was impossible. Xing Xing thought it was no wonder he was looking for Miss Chao, since they had known each other before. And Officer Lang stated that Xiatian was hiding a lot of his secrets. Xiao Qiao took Xiatian's hand and said, "Let's go," to which he replied, "Of course, let's go." Mengying waved her hand in frustration towards Xiatian and Xiao Qiao, who were walking towards her. Manin asked them to wait, and they stopped to hear what she had to say. Xiao Qiao asked Mengying if she had fallen in love with her brother, or why she had to fight with her for Xiatian. Manin instantly blushed. She felt uneasy and just hissed, "You." Then Gao appeared, telling Miss Chiao that Xiatian was frivolous and a womanizer, and that he would run away to another woman, so she shouldn't be fooled by him. To this, Xiao Qiao replied that a rose smells like a rose, no matter what you call it. Xiatian laughed at this. Xiao Qiao said everything was fine and they were going home. The young master was upset. An hour later, in a new high-rise building, in a fashionable house, the following events continued. Xiao Qiao asked Xiatian about his memory loss, and she was interested in what had happened to him over the years. He replied that it was indeed strange. He was out of town and did not remember anything except his name. She asked if he remembered Sister Moon. Xiatian remained silent. He barely remembered her. Then Xiao Qiao blushed a little and said that it was good that he only remembered her. The young master started shouting that Xiao Qiao and Xiatian were too close. Xiao Qiao told him she had something to tell Xiatian, and that the young master could go to the living room. He needn't worry, since she had two gods. The door to the room closed with a loud bang, and the young master left the room. Xiao Qiao invited Xiatian's brother to live with her, but he said he wouldn't. The girl was very upset to hear such an answer to her question and asked why. Xiatian said that he had better return to Qingxing flower shop in case the scoundrels harmed her again. She smiled and said that she would support him in everything, because he was her brother Xiatian. Shada told her to rest, assured that he would always protect her. She confirmed that she knew this. A cool car pulled up to the entrance, and at that moment the front door opened. Someone unknown in the darkness called out loudly to Sayatan. He looked around for the voice. Suddenly the car's headlights lit up with bright light, blinding Xiatian's eyes. Master Gao stood before Xiatian with his guard. He said he had been waiting for him. Standing on the street was the stern and evil Longqi, Gao Mingyin's assassin. Xiatian saw a scary and stern assassin when he walked out of his house onto the street. Gao asked Longqi not to kill Xiatian, but to capture him alive. A big fight then broke out between the assassin Longqi and Xiatan. They fought each other hard, receiving and parrying blows of their varying strength. Suddenly the mercenary stopped for a few seconds and stopped fighting with Xiatian. They looked at each other from some distance, assessing their opponent. Longqi said that it was rare for anyone to be able to withstand even one of his powerful blows. Shada told him that Longqi was indeed strong with his massive muscles. Then Xiatian, shouting, "Eat this!" dealt his opponent another powerful blow. Longqi held back the blow, saying, "Go ahead." He wasn't afraid to fight, because strength was his trump card. Their fists met in a furious fight, making a sharp sound, finding their opponent. Longqi couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat Xiatian in this battle. They fought with each other, using everything they could at that moment, both their arms and legs. Longqi dealt powerful blows to Xiatian, and the surrounding area was pitch black. Xiatian, dodging him in the darkness, laughed, wondering if he had missed. Longqi shouted that he not only had strength, but also, without finishing his sentence. Longqi finished his sentence with the word speed and delivered another blow to Xiatian. Gao watched from the sidelines. He saw clouds of smoke, dust, and fire. Gao gloated because Longqi would make Xiatian regret going against him. Xiatian asked Longqi if what he said earlier was true. He thought for a moment. Longqi touched his temple and thought about the phrase that he might fall, and Longqi fell unconscious to the ground, face down. The powerful opponent had been defeated in battle. Xiatian thought that he forgot to mention that his trump card was not in strength, but in something else. Xiatian turned to Master Gao and asked what about him. After all, he was to blame for some of the troubles. Xiatian asked young Master Gao again, and he started shouting that there was no way even Longqi couldn't handle it. Gao started running quickly towards his car so that Xiatian couldn't catch up with him. Xiatian asked his offender again if Gao was going to run away from him now. Xiatian raised his hand forward and concentrated all his powerful strength into one target. He pointed it at Gao and he fell, never reaching his fancy yellow car. Master Gao Mingying lay motionless on the ground next to the car he had arrived in earlier. The guard quickly ran up to Gao, shouting young master. He was worried about him. Shada told him to stop shouting and let him find a more comfortable bed. A bystander watched the proceedings from the sidelines. The observer noted Xiatian's incredible strength. He also whispered while standing in the bushes that he could use young Master Gao. The events then take place in the Xingxing flower shop the next day. Xingxing was upset, because if Xiatian found Miss Chow, then he would hardly return to her. Then Xiatian suddenly called her and wished her good morning. She was very surprised that he had returned. Xiatian said he had come to work, if she didn't mind him delivering flowers. The shop owner's face flushed with embarrassment, but she answered, "Of course." Xiatian laughed and said that it was only morning, but they already had a lot of orders. At that moment, Xingxing remembered something very important, and she barely cried out. Shouting that they would see each other later, Xingxing ran off to do her daily business. Xiatian smiled, because Xingxing's sister seemed a little strange today. Xiatian's phone on the table suddenly rang. It was his little sister Xiaoqiao. He smiled and picked up the phone, asking if she had missed him much recently. She told him the news that Master Gao Mingying was now in a coma. Xiaoqiao's sister warned her brother that both the Gao family's father and son were terrible people, and that he should be more careful. He replied that he understood and that she shouldn't worry. Further events take place in the International Private Hospital. Gao's father asked the attending doctor how his son was and when he would wake up. The doctor replied that without knowing the exact cause of the illness, they could do nothing now. Gao Xuan, Gao Minying's 62-year-old father, shouted that he invested several $100 million into the hospital every year, but they could do nothing. The doctor apologized and said he would do his best to find a solution. The father continued shouting that if Minin did not wake up, he would destroy the entire hospital and drove the doctor away. Then Father Gao saw his guard, and he said, "You." He was very angry with him. He grabbed the guard's face with his palm and squeezed it hard, looking at him sternly. Then he threatened him, because he pays so much money for them, and if something happens to his son, they will bury him alive. The guard said that maybe we should kidnap that guy Xiatian and force him to cure Gao. He called the guard and told him to take him so that he could invite Xiatian to cure Gao. Bells rang in the flower shop. Dr. Liu asked if Xiatian was there. Xiatian asked Sister Yunman why she was there. He was curious about the reason for her visit. She told him he was causing her a lot of trouble, but he just smiled. He replied that she shouldn't worry and asked if she had a headache. Dr. Liu blushed at Xiatian's words. After all, he was concerned about her well-being. He asked why she came, and she asked again if he had forgotten. Since they had agreed, Xiatian couldn't remember the promise. Dr. Liu reminded him of her family's medical examination. Xiatian hit his head with his hand and said that he almost forgot about it. Taking Sister Xingxing's hand, he dragged her along with him to visit Dr. Liu. Xingxing blushed as she asked him if he wanted her to accompany him. He smiled and said yes, because she was now his main object of protection. He would keep an eye on her. Xingxing finally realized that Xiatian had returned to protect her from the enemy's attack. Dr. Liu said her grandfather was looking forward to her arrival, and they left the store. There was a black car parked on the street, and security guards were opening the doors for some person. A stern, respectable man got out of the car, and 2 security guards caught up with him. The man in the suit asked if this was Mr. Xiatian. He was looking for him to talk. Xiatian asked the man who he had the honor of talking to at this moment. It was Gao Mingyin's father, who asked Xiatian to save his son Gao's life. Xiatian replied that he didn't know either Gao or Minying, that he was mistaken, and that it was time for him to go. Father Gao stopped Xiatian. He said there was a misunderstanding between them, and that after he healed him, he would bring his son back to apologize. Xiatian apologized again, hugged the 2 girls, and said that he saw that he was busy. The father asked for his son's recovery, as he was in serious condition, and promised to give him whatever he wanted. But Xiatian said that when the Gao family realized the harm they had done, then they would talk. Father Gao clenched his fists tightly, furious at Xiatian's words. He looked after Xiatian as he left and called him a son of a bitch, because he didn't want to help him. Father Gao was furious and couldn't believe it. He ordered the guard to take him to Qiaoshi. At the same time, Xiatian, along with Dr. Liu and Xingxing, entered the Liu family's old estate. They heard the approaching sound of a woman's heels on the stairs of her house. Dr. Liu said they were already here, and the house belonged to her beloved grandmother. Xingxing looked around and noticed that the courtyard was very large, and Xiatian confirmed that it was magnificent. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his arm and couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. Xingxing asked what was wrong with him, and Xiatian replied that he had some special feeling. Then he smiled slightly and added that it probably just seemed that way to him. Meanwhile, a young girl with gray hair was lying on the bed, unconscious. Her fingers began to move slightly on the blanket that now covered her. The 3 of them entered Dr. Liu's home, where her grandmother was also located. The girl introduced her companions as Dr. Zia, whom she had already spoken about, and Miss Sun behind him. The 3 of them politely greeted Dr. Liu's elderly little grandmother. She replied that it was an honor to meet him and began to bow, but Xiatian stopped her. Grandma began to say that Xiaoman told her everything, and he became the greatest benefactor of their family when he came to help. Xiatian smiled at her and told her not to say that. It was just that he and Sister Yunman were on good terms. Suddenly, Liu Yunman's third uncle, whose name is Liu Qi, appeared and asked where this miracle doctor was. He extended his hand to Xiatian in greeting and firmly shook the new doctor's hand. He then stated with certainty that he thought it was Xiatian. After all, that was who Dr. Liu had spoken about. He continued suspiciously that they were ordinary people, and if he wanted to get his money, he had to pass his test. But Xiatian suddenly grabbed his wrist and asked if he would allow him to check his pulse first. Xiatian looked him in the eye and suggested that they talk in private, as he had problems with his male affairs even if Liu Qi was taking the pills. The uncle flared up and started shouting back at him that what he said was complete nonsense. Xiatian smiled, but continued that in less than 6 months, his children would be calling someone else dad. A woman ran into the room screaming. She wanted to tell the grandmother the news. She turned to her grandmother and said that Miss Man's hands had just been twitching. Grandma asked excitedly, ordering her to be taken away quickly. Dr. Liu also asked if it was true that Aunt Meng's hand had moved. They all followed the woman, and Xiatan said, "Let's take a look." They entered an expensive room where there was a large, expensive bed and other furniture. Lying on the bed was Liu Meng, Liu Yunmang's aunt, who was 32 years old. Grandma sat down next to the bed and called Meng, and Dr. Liu called Auntie. Xiatian and Xingxing stood in the doorway. He started to say this, and she asked him again what exactly was wrong with this girl. The girl was lying on the bed unconscious, all pale and with gray hair. Xiatian looked at the girl intently and began to say again that he felt his heart begin to beat much faster than before. Xiatian looked at Liu Meng and couldn't understand why she had such a warm feeling. He approached Dr. Liu and asked who this little girl was and what had happened to her. She said it was her aunt, Liu Man, and that she had a strange illness. She then began to tell the story that when Auntie was 16, she went to a school camp on Mount Qingfeng and suddenly disappeared. And when the rescue team found her, she was already in a coma and lying on the ground. There are no bruises or abrasions on her body. The doctors tried everything, but were unable to wake her up. Liu continued that she had been sleeping like this for 16 years, and her appearance had not changed. She still looked like a girl. The grandmother touched the girl's forehead with her fingers and whispered that, alas, her everyday mane. Grandmother went on to say that if God wanted to punish them, then why did he choose her daughter instead of her? She didn't know what to do next. The beautiful girl lay on the bed with her eyes closed and did not move. Shada told his grandmother not to be sad and to let him examine the girl. Shada touched the hand of the lying girl and felt something unusual. He suggested that there was an alien force in her body that was interfering with her breathing, and that was why she fell into a coma. The girls immediately started asking a ton of questions. Dr. Liu asked if he could wake her up, and Xingqing asked him to save the girl. He replied that he would try to do something, but they had to get outside the room. Soon the front door closed behind them and all the visitors left the room. 15 minutes later, Xiatian began to share his power with Liu Meng to cure her of an unknown affliction. His palm was against the girl's. Something incredible was happening. After a while, the girl gasped softly. It all happened so unexpectedly. The girl remembered that she had been looking for ever-blooming roses at the camp, but could not find them. She danced and sang serenely and joyfully among the school camp and wild nature. She wondered where all the princes were who could dispel the infinity of dreams. And at that moment, she felt some kind of impact on the surface of the ground with her foot. The girl saw a scary lake in the fog in the middle of the forest. The power of this lake attracted her, enveloping her entire body. The girl could not understand where she was now and what was happening to her. She was getting sick and could hardly ask herself what was wrong with her. Xiatian found himself caught up in the whirlwind of all this, with the girl he wanted to cure in real life. She asked who he was, and their fingers intertwined, giving him support at that moment. But he suddenly began to move away from her, and she tried to catch him with her hand. She begged him not to leave. The girl was left alone in some kind of weightlessness. And then in real life, the girl suddenly woke up and asked if he was her prince. Xiatian asked the girl in surprise, "Who, prince?" She was acting a little strange right now. She asked Xiatian with trepidation if it was he who had just woken her up. And he replied that yes. And she, like a child, began to squeal happily, knowing that her prince would wake her up. He pulled away from her a little and introduced himself, and also objected that he was not a prince. She joyfully and screamingly threw herself into his arms, shouting that he was the wonderful Xiatian, her prince. But her savior couldn't understand what was happening now. At this point, Grandma, Dr. Liu, and Ting Ying peeked into the room. Hearing the noise, they heard Xiatian screaming, begging to be released. The girl, who had just woken up, clinging to Xiatian's embrace, screamed that she would never let him go. He begged his sister Seiya Kiao to save him. The events then moved to a multi-story building with a helipad. Sister Xiatian sat in a chair in the study among the books and began to sneeze violently. She thought that it was probably her little brother Qiatian who was missing her so much right now. She talked to her uncle, who asked her about the Gao family's proposal, to which she replied that she did not agree with it. Uncle said that the Gao family offered her 200 million, and as long as Xiatian treated Gao Mengying, her pocket would not be empty. She answered her uncle sternly that she didn't care how much they paid her for it. He continued that if she didn't need the money, then what about the Gao family's inheritance? Gao Renxuan said he wanted to establish a marriage alliance between your families. If you help, you can marry Gao, and money and property will follow. She angrily replied that she needed to talk to her brother, and that she also didn't want to marry Gao. The girl pointed out to her uncle that if he had so much free time to talk about the Gao family, he should focus on the company's affairs. The uncle went to talk to his son. He asked what she had said. The father angrily replied that she was a scoundrel and that they wouldn't be able to get the money the Gao family had agreed to pay. The son thought for a moment and told his father he had an idea. He was clearly up to something. The son said that Qiao Xiaoqiu always listens to her brother. If Qiao Donghai asks, she will not say no. The father still doubted his idea, as he did not know how to convince her brother to help. The son said joyfully that his father would be confident that everything he had planned would work out. An hour later, a voice could be heard in Dr. Liu's house saying that Xiatian was so cool. Dr. Liu said he helps her again and again and she doesn't know how to thank him. He smiled and said he would return in a few days for follow-up treatment. Dr. Liu's aunt screamed that she wanted to be with him. After all, he had saved her and was her prince. He cried out in fear. What? Why? She really did frighten him with her pressure. The grandmother tried to somehow calm her daughter Meng, but she was happy. But Meng was already hugging Xiatian and saying that she really wanted to be with him. Auntie Meng enthusiastically told Xiatian that she liked the way he smelled. Dr. Liu angrily began asking him what he had done while he was treating her aunt. But he replied that he had indeed done nothing, and the grandmother told her daughter to be a good girl, and Dr. Xiatian would play with her next time. He confirmed that next time, but Meng only told him not to lie to her then. As he ran away from home, he called out to his sister Liu, dragging Xing Xing along by the hand. The girl laughed, saying it had been a fun day. Xiatian said that it was impossible to tolerate this girl because she was very tiring for him. That same evening, the following event took place in a nightclub in a Chinese city. Sitting at the table was a sad-looking Ye Mengun, 22 years old, Ye Xiaojian's sister. Two people sat down next to her, and she said she felt so sad when she learned Gao was in the hospital. Her interlocutor called her stupid because she was still thinking about Brother Minion. He said he had an idea to save her brother. She thought about it. She was very interested in the idea and asked for more details. Su Xiao needs to be convinced to ask Qiao Donghai to find a man named Xiatian so Minion can be saved. She will become Gao's wife once he recovers. She asked if he meant Su Xiaoqian. She was irritated to death by him. He continued to persuade her to consider a happy family life for Aya now that she had become the mistress of the Gao family. The girl agreed to make her move. 2 hours later, Qiao Donghai was painting a picture, mixing paints, on an easel. He shed a few tears because his sister would look stunning in her wedding dress. The door suddenly opened under the pressure of Su Xiaokan's belly, who flew into the room. Su Xiaokan, 21 years old, one of the 4 young masters in Shanghai, asked Donghai to help him. Donghai, without turning around, asked if this was Ye Mengyun. He recognized him by his gait. Su Xiaokan was surprised he knew. Donghai replied that there were only 2 important things in his life, food and Ye Mengyun. Su Xiaokan blushed slightly and replied that Donghai knew him very well. Donghai became serious and said that he could not understand what he saw in her, so he asked what he wanted him to do. He begged Donghai to ask his sister to persuade Satyanya to cure Gao Minying's illness. Donghai replied that they wanted it, but he knew how his sister felt about it. Su Xiaokan fell to his knees and began to plead. He called him his best friend, and if he didn't help, he would die. He also recalled how he had supported Donghai when they called him a girl. Donghai shut Su Xiaokan's mouth and said that it was okay. He would try to persuade her, but he had to stop talking. Su Xiaokan was overjoyed, because now Meng Yun would kiss him. Donghai sighed. How naive he was. The next day, Xiatian met with his sister. She said she couldn't refuse Donghai. She asked him if he knew about his friend Xiao Qiao. He replied that everything was fine, and he wouldn't let her down. The sister was very angry about all this because Gao was a scoundrel, but in fact he would be saved. Xiatian smiled because everything would be fine, and he would not let him get rid of him so quickly. They came to the hospital to see Gao, and the father thanked Xiatian for coming. Xiatian asked his father if he was ready to answer the question he asked during their last meeting. Father Gao promised that when his son woke up, he would definitely teach him not to cause trouble for Xiatian and his friends. Xiatian replied that it was correct and began to use his power to heal Gao. Xiatian replied that Gao was now healthy, but he continued to sleep and did not wake up. His father angrily asked what he meant with one needle and when he would wake up. Xiatian reassured him that Gao would wake up soon. Xiatian added that in 6 months he would need to have another needle injection to fully recover. This frightened Father Gao, and he asked again what it meant. Something was bothering him. Xiatian clarified that if Gao behaved like an honest man for 6 months, he would cure him. Otherwise, he stopped speaking. His father angrily asked what otherwise meant, and Xiatian, leaving the ward with his sister, replied that otherwise he would not have grandchildren. Father Gao slammed his fist down on the hospital bed. He was very angry with Xiatian. He looked at Xiatian with anger and thought that he was damned. At that moment, his son Gao began to make different sounds and began to slowly wake up. In his sleep, young Master Gao screamed at them not to kill him. He was scared, and then Gao heard his father's voice telling him not to be afraid and that he was nearby. When Gao woke up, he told his father that Xiatian had tried to kill him and that his father should take revenge by killing him. The father, frowning, told his son not to worry. He would take revenge on him for everything he had done. That same evening, a meeting of previously familiar people took place in one of the fashionable restaurants. They were having dinner at the table. Donghai told Xiatian that he owed him something, since he had solved the problem. Su Xiaokan raised his glass and said that he also owed Xiatian for his help. Xieta told them not to worry about it, because if Xiaoqiao asked him, he would do it. Donghai angrily asked again about his Xiaoqiao. At these words, she stood up and asked everyone to eat. Su Xiaoqian was eating crab and turned to Donghai. He said that if he didn't hurry, the edge would get cold and he would eat it. Xiatian said that Su Xiaokan had an incredible appetite and smiled at him. To this, Xiaoqiao sadly said that he became like this because of one woman, and she started telling the story that it started several years ago. Xiaoqiao repeated the girl's phrase that Su Xiaokan is a pig. When he wants to court a girl, he must eat for her. 5 years earlier, Yun was walking with her friends from school and actively discussing current fashion. Each one expressed their opinion about different clothing brands, discussing all the nuances. At this moment, Xiaokan suddenly ran up to Meng and decided to invite her to the cinema. However, she was absolutely not interested in this, which she stated without embarrassment. The saddened guy didn't know how to win her favor and constantly heard her refusal. But suddenly she offered him to help her in exchange for going on a date with her. Naturally, the young man agreed, because he literally dreamed of winning her heart. Yun informed him that he needed to eat 10 plates of fish balls for her to win the bet. And after a certain amount of time, the teenager began to devour this dish. Although it was not an easy task, the desire to impress the girl was stronger. But after he passed the test, Meng gave him another plate of meat. Thus Tsang became a laughing stock, but he did not care about this moment. The protagonist, in turn, interrupted Xiao's story and asked what the point of Yun helping Gao was. Xia remarked that she wanted to become the mistress of his house in order to get a lot of money. Meanwhile, Mingyang and Meng were in the hotel room, having a pleasant conversation. Jian asked how he could thank her, and the girl began to talk about her feelings for him. Then the extremely self-confident Gao decided not to miss his opportunity. Yun, in turn, hinted to him in every possible way about intimacy, which Ming took advantage of. Everything seemed so obvious and simple, and soon they assumed a horizontal position. Initially, nothing foreshadowed trouble, and the guy acted quite confidently. But after a few seconds, he suffered a defeat, which immediately made him lose his temper. This problem dragged on for 10 minutes, and Ming Yang began to think seriously, because he had not previously had any problems with this kind of matter. A perplexed Meng Yun couldn't understand what was happening to Gao and why he was avoiding her. Unexpectedly, the girl suggested that he take the appropriate medicine. Jan's reaction was quite harsh, and he hit her, then ordered her to get out of the hotel. At the same time, the teenager understood perfectly well that this was the work of a young master. At this moment, the young cultivator's ears suddenly began to itch, and he realized that someone was clearly cursing him. Chao said that it was Gao. Xia smiled and noted that the more he did this, the less chance he had of success in love affairs. A couple of minutes later, Meng called Tianyu. The guy picked up the phone and asked what happened. The girl asked him to come to Sun's flower shop, which the young man did not expect at all. After some time, he came to the store, where Aunt Liu was eagerly waiting for him. A stunned Z asked why she had come and what was going on. Yunmin said that she had to take her with her, because she kept talking about him. The main character suggested that she give herself an injection so that she could rest a little. However, the young lady objected, claiming that she had slept for 16 years. Instead, Mung suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying she wanted to play with him. A couple of hours later, the young master found himself with the irrepressible girl and Yunmin in a karaoke bar. Man noted that she is now like a child, and therefore it is extremely difficult to be with her. Suddenly the aunt turned around and said that she had composed the next song herself, which she, of course, dedicated to her savior in the form of a young cultivator. But at the same time, Tian understood how difficult it was for her, because she had spent 16 years in darkness and loneliness. But this did not change the fact that her childish behavior greatly irritated those around her, especially she, who refused to play her games, which Meng was extremely unhappy about. She also thought that Tian was her betrothed, and that they would be happy together. Yun, in turn, also tried to calm her down and explain the obvious things, but she didn't care. At that moment, someone shouted loudly in the corridor. Soon a waitress burst into their room, her clothes torn. An unknown man chased after her, holding a broken bottle of wine in his hands. The enraged drunkard attacked her, declaring that she had to be an obedient girl. Suddenly he grabbed her leg and dragged her along the ground, but Zia arrived just in time. In the end, he calmed the insolent man down with just one blow, ordering him to take his dirty hands off her. The old man immediately collapsed to the floor, not understanding what had happened or who dared to attack him. Then he instantly got to his feet and rushed towards the teenager with a broken bottle. Meanwhile, Man and Man tried to help the hotel employee by examining her wound. She also reported that he harassed her, but the man himself did not see any problem with this. A couple of minutes later, the manager and a security guard ran up to him and asked Director Chi for forgiveness, assuring that this girl is new and does not know how to behave properly with such people. The old man in turn scolded them and said that if she did not please him, the hotel would be closed by tomorrow. Then the distraught manager promised to solve the problem and approached the hotel employee, after which he began to hit her, saying that she was obliged to obey the director. At the same time, he began to force her to ask forgiveness from such a respectable citizen. Tian could not continue to watch this monstrous injustice. As a result, he immediately hit the manager and demanded that he not touch the girl. The protagonist stated that, as a hotel employee, he had no right to give such orders to his subordinates. The old man rebelled once again and attacked the young master, claiming that he didn't dare treat him like that, but Sia stood his ground. The young cultivator also decided to teach such an arrogant stranger a lesson. Subsequently, Tian broke his leg, which turned out to be quite painful for him. She instantly collapsed to the floor, screaming in unbearable pain. Everyone was stunned by what was happening. But suddenly he reached for the bottle again. Sia, of course, did not allow him to do this. In connection with this, the guy grabbed her and said that if he moved, he would not live. After which the young man ordered him to ask the girl for forgiveness, which the old man did not expect at all. The frightened director immediately replaced his menacing grimace with a tearful expression. Yun, in turn, bandaged the hand of the hotel employee. Mang noted that Tian was a good doctor. By that time, the police arrived, led by Len, to whom the manager began to prove that an unknown person had harmed the waitress. At this moment, Bin suddenly saw Zia and was stunned that he was in trouble again. The enraged girl asked with extreme displeasure what had happened here and why he was here. Yunman, in turn, began to defend the young man, claiming that he had saved the hotel employee. At the same time, she urged the girl to tell the truth, but she was afraid that she would be fired from her job. The restless manager called on the police to detain the criminal, as he had the murder weapon, but Len asked to see the video footage from the camera in the corridor. The employee replied that it was broken and they didn't have time to fix it, and the security guard immediately confirmed the manager's words. Then Bean asked to be taken to the crime scene. The guy said that it was in the corridor, but Len saw bloodstains that led to one of the rooms, and the manager immediately changed his story. He claimed that the teenager had actually attacked the old man in the room, but there was no trace of him. After all, if Sia had entered the room, he would not have been able to leave without getting covered in blood. Naturally, everything indicated that the employee was simply lying to her, which is what she accused him of. Ultimately, Bean ordered all those involved in the crime to come with her to the police station. When the girl noted that Tian definitely liked the department, the guy smiled, after which he said that apparently God himself had ordered them to meet again. Len urged him to take this matter seriously because he was constantly getting into trouble. Even if he was doing justice, he couldn't beat people. But C had a different opinion. Claiming that he simply had brittle bones, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Then he said that she had a bad pulse and that she had been clearly experiencing discomfort lately, adding that she needs to be examined, as she probably has endocrine dyscrasia. An enraged Bin ordered him to immediately let go of her hand and not talk nonsense. Her partner, Captain N. Ping, also demanded that he not touch her, but the protagonist ignored Juan, who rushed towards him. The young master instantly jumped aside along with a frightened Lan. Thus, the enraged captain struck the ground, which was what Sia had wanted. The young cultivator, in turn, asked the police officer if she was okay. The woman immediately pushed Tian away from her, replying that she was fine, after which she asked Anping how he ended up there. The enraged Huang stated that he wanted to visit his girlfriend. Bean knew that for now, it was best for her to keep quiet and not ask any unnecessary questions. Taking the folder with documents in her hands, Len asked the captain to go first. But Pin couldn't calm down because Bin simply ignored him. But she continued to insist that she had a lot of work and absolutely no time. Anya still offered to have dinner with her after she finished. Sha, in turn, asked one of the police officers if he really was her boyfriend. Then he told him a story about when they were on another operation where they had to arrest a criminal. Having taken the girl hostage, Len asked the snipers to start work, but Juan objected, because the killer was on the edge of the building and could drag the hostage along with him. Anping suddenly decided to take matters into his own hands, and he confidently stated this. Armed with only a pistol, he intended to deal with the criminal. Bean was deeply worried about him, knowing full well the risk he was putting himself at. Suddenly, along with the gun, Anping handed her some paper, which was quite strange. When Len unfolded it, the policewoman saw the inscription. Juan asked her if she would become his girlfriend. Naturally, she didn't take it seriously, not understanding what he was even thinking about. Soon they surrounded the bandit from all sides and called on him to surrender, especially since he had nowhere to run. Of course, the criminal refused to do this, demanding that they not provoke him. Meanwhile, behind him, Anping was climbing up the wall of a multi-story building with the help of a rope tied to him. But at a certain moment, when the bandit was retreating back, he miscalculated and fell down along with the hostage. Juan reacted instantly and was eventually able to catch the frightened girl. However, it was extremely difficult to hold on, and Pin hit his head on the wall. Thus, blood began to fill Anya's right eye, and he did not loosen his grip on his hand. But Bean came to his aid in time and grabbed the girl by the hand. Juan was extremely grateful to her and hurried upstairs where the others were waiting for him. Soon, Len pulled the hostage out, and the criminal died from his injuries. However, no one understood why Anping had been harassing their captain ever since. He kept inviting her to dinner, but Bean always found new excuses. At this moment, Juan once again infuriated the girl, and she reacted rather nervously. After striking him, which Ping did not expect, Tian suddenly ran up to them. Having separated them, he noted that this was the second time he had saved Len's life, and she should be grateful to him. An enraged Bean began to yell furiously at the protagonist, who was again trying to smooth things over. He said he simply wanted to help her, but Len urged him not to interfere in something that wasn't his business anymore. The young master, in turn, sadly noted that it is difficult to be a good person, after which he urged Anping to continue his monologue and approach the captain. Then he touched him with his hand, and the enraged Juan was able to speak again. The young cultivator immediately rushed towards the exit, declaring how he sincerely hoped that this was his last meeting with him. A stunned Pin asked Len who this guy was and why he was holding her hand. Bin remained silent, but the irrepressible Wadol then continued to ask about their relationship. Meanwhile, the enraged Gao continued to curse Tian, as he was still experiencing some difficulties. At this moment, Xia was walking through the city, and suddenly lightning struck a nearby pole. The young man assumed that God had given him a sign and spared him for his good deeds. 3 days later, the teenager went to work at the flower shop again. Where Xiao suddenly appeared, Tian, extremely surprised, asked what she was doing there. Xiao showed him the food container and said that she decided to bring him a snack. She added that in fact she was cooking for the first time. When the girl opened the lid, a not very pleasant smell began to come from there. But Xia silently began to eat the not very tasty food, realizing that he had no other choice. After which she asked him if he liked her cooking. The guy answered positively. Because he didn't want to offend his sister, he was forced to dine on her rolls. After a certain time, an unknown girl entered the store, and the teenager saw her. He happily tossed the food to Xiao and walked towards the customer, asking what she wanted. The mysterious masked stranger silently placed a wad of money on the table, and Tian was shocked. She then gave him a list of addresses where flowers needed to be delivered, for a certain N-key. A few minutes later, Meng Ying also entered the store and greeted Xia. Seeing Qiao, she asked her what she was doing there and why she came. The girl answered with a similar question. He noticed that something terrible was happening inside her company, and she was going shopping. She said that things weren't going any better for her at the corporation, and she wasn't doing her own thing either. At this moment, the unknown person in the hat was noticeably surprised by what was happening. Hearing a familiar name, men continued to escalate the situation with Chao, and they began to argue among themselves. Tian immediately ran up to Ying and asked what she wanted. Ye said that her grandfather was inviting him to dinner. She started being cheeky again, saying that he had saved her old man, and she decided to repay him with food. The stranger suddenly said that she was a hypocrite, and the stunned protagonist asked who she was. The girl immediately took off her glasses and mask, revealing her scarred face, and declared that it was Meng who had disfigured her. Shocked, Ye Ying said Kay's name, and for a moment everyone became quiet and began to look at each other. Young Master and Xiao also couldn't understand what was going on and who this Anne was. A puzzled Manin asked the unknown person what was wrong with her face. An embittered Kay replied that her family had done this and she would never forgive them. However, Yi said that she did not understand what she was talking about, so the girl began to tell her a story, which began a month ago and had a tragic ending, where Anya was required to sign a certain contract. Xiaoji and his assistant had a direct connection to this matter. After all, he, as always, pursued his goals, especially since he liked this artist. Her agent Yan, in turn, noted that it was a great honor for them to collaborate with their company. And just as everything was moving towards signing the contract, Kay suddenly objected. Having said that, she had one small condition that required special attention, adding that in order to promote their products, she is obliged to try them on herself. But her assistant insisted that Tiannan Corporation had never had any problems with such products. Ultimately, the girl listened to her assistant and signed the contract. However, 2 weeks later, Anya looked in the mirror and saw a horrifying picture. Kay continued to convince Ying that it was her corporation that had disfigured her face. And now, she can't even go outside without a mask, not to mention the cancelled filming. After which she began to cry, but Manon asked if the cosmetics were really from her company, adding that she is not trying to shirk responsibility, but Tiannan is her brother's organization, and she never interfered in Xiao's affairs, so she has no idea how this happened. But the most important thing is that this product sold well, and she only took on responsibility for financial management. Plus, they didn't receive any complaints from customers. It was all really quite strange. But Kay again stated that this was caused by their products, since at the time of testing, she stopped using other cosmetics. Anya also asked if this had nothing to do with her, then why did she give her a bribe? A stunned Manin said that she had not given any bribe, and that this was the first time she had heard about it. The girl reported that Yi's family gave her money, and asked her not to comment on the incident. They cited the confidentiality clause in the contract, and now she is in a hopeless situation. The main character suddenly asked if she had seen a doctor. Kay replied that she had a serious illness, and there was no cure for it. Because the doctor said it was lead and mercury poisoning, Anya started crying again. She stated that her life had become unbearable, and that her fans were worried about her because she no longer appeared in public. Yeving asked her again if the doctor had said anything about lead and mercury, and Kay answered yes. Men also asked her how long she had been using this cosmetics, and Anne repeated, 2 weeks. At that moment, the girl seemed to understand something and immediately hurried to the exit, having said goodbye to the young master, who could not understand what was happening. Xiao, in turn, noted that Company E is now definitely in big trouble. The puzzled young cultivator asked what exactly she meant. Chao stated that if things really were as Kay said, the Ye family would face irreversible consequences. Then Tian approached the injured artist and began to examine her face. The bewildered girl asked what he was going to do with her. Xiao happily said that Sa could actually cure her, and Anne was shocked. At this time, the embittered Manin went to her cunning brother's office. She also took with her all the necessary documents. Xiaoji immediately noticed her. I asked her why she had stopped selling cosmetics so suddenly, and threw all the folders on the table and said that these drugs had not passed quality control. The enraged brother urged her not to throw around such words and asked what had happened. Then Meng Ying reminded him of Kay, who was poisoned by lead and mercury, which subsequently caused her to become an ugly girl. Xiao immediately turned his gaze to his assistant and asked if he hadn't given her money to keep quiet. The manager responded positively, adding that he himself could not understand how this could have happened. Then Ji claimed that in fact, Anne had intentionally disfigured herself in order to earn more money from them. In addition, any cosmetic product contains various additives, and it is possible that this could trigger some kind of allergy. After which the guy calmly took out a cigar and lit it, saying that his sister shouldn't be so trusting. Moreover, in any case, they will sort everything out in the shortest possible time, and there's nothing to worry about. However, a few minutes later, a frightened secretary ran into Xiao's office, which reported the news that a crowd of people were crowded outside their building, demanding a refund for a defective product. Meining was shocked by what happened, realizing that they were now in big trouble because of Ji. At that moment, she turned to him and asked if he had foreseen this turn of events. Xiaoji was simply stunned and didn't know what to do in such a situation. The enraged people, in turn, continued to storm the Tian'an Company building. While declaring that the corporation was responsible for its actions, security guards struggled to contain the onslaught of disgruntled consumers. Journalists also arrived at the scene, and one of the victims told them that her daughter's face was disfigured. At that moment, her tearful daughter approached them, her face having similar wounds to Anne's. Everyone demanded only one thing, that the company be punished for what it had done. At that moment, Agent Yan suddenly pushed her way through the crowd of people and reported on Kay's condition. After all, Anya also used these cosmetics, but according to her, she is not the injured party. Since she knew about the problems with the drugs, the girl agreed to advertise them. Thus, Lee claimed that Kay joined the Tian'an Company and deceived people. But some did not agree with her accusations and began to convince her otherwise, having said that it was all a lie and that in fact the poor girl had also suffered. The rally was gaining momentum, and the situation was only getting worse, something Xiao never expected. At this time, the protagonist continued to examine Anya's face to figure out how to cure her. Pulling her cheeks, the young master noticed that her skin was indeed very irritated. The young cultivator then sniffed it, saying that the cosmetics also contained germanium and poinsettia. Kay caught herself thinking that this man could help her, because his method of treatment was unique, after which Sia stated that he had found the main reason why her face became like that. Moreover, the cosmetics contained more than 5 types of toxic pollen, and Anya was horrified. Tian then asked her to provide him with the skincare products she used. In the end, the girl agreed, and put the mask back on her disfigured face. Then she called the young man to come with her so that she could take him to her home. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and Meng Ying were still looking out the window at the angry crowd outside the company building, which did not subside for a second, and with every minute there were only more of them. Ji, in turn, could not understand how everything happened exactly like this. At that moment, suddenly, a grandfather in a wheelchair drove into their office, after which he said angrily that Xiao should ask himself about this. Worried, Ying ran up to the old man, telling him that he shouldn't be nervous. But the grandfather angrily declared that he had been trying to build the company for decades, and he had destroyed it all. The frightened grandson continued to deny it, saying that he had done nothing. The old man suddenly threw his cane at him and said that he was the only one responsible for this product. But Xiao said that the cosmetics creation process was supervised by Zhen and his assistant. A moment later, the director of the Shanghai City Administration came to see them. Bin said that he had to disturb him, and his grandfather became very worried. After asking Tian what was going on and why he had suddenly come to them, the head of the department sadly said that this time he would not be able to help them. Then, presenting a document, Bin said the company was suspected of tax evasion. After a couple of hours, Tian finally checked everything and left. The old man was shocked by what had happened, not understanding how his corporation had managed to live to see such shame, because now they couldn't wash themselves clean of it. Menying immediately declared that Xiaoji dared to appropriate 4 million from the state budget. Frightened, Ji immediately began to ask the old man for forgiveness, saying that he would return everything. Yeying continued to reassure her grandfather and promised that she would personally take control of the situation. The head of the family thanked her, since he himself could not help in any way due to his old age. Xiao, in turn, believed that his sister simply decided to take advantage of the moment to lead the company. After a certain amount of time, the protagonist, along with Xiao and An, came to Meng and manager Ji, who began to declare that they had tested absolutely all cosmetics and had indeed found lead and mercury in them. An enraged Ye Ying asked why they hadn't noticed this before. A corporation employee responded that no one had access to the production of these drugs. Even Mr. Zhen couldn't control the creation of the cosmetics, but Meng asked how the poisonous pollen ended up in it. The assistant, who had been using K all this time, reported that consultant Guo had personally dealt with this issue, but at the moment she does not appear in the company and her phone is switched off. The young master assumed that she had already left the city or even left the country. A stunned Manan ordered that the police be immediately notified so that she could be found. A moment later her phone rang, and the girl hurried to pick it up. Where she was informed of the worsening situation, it seemed that the collapse of the corporation was inevitable. He hung up and said that their shares were rapidly falling in price and someone was actively buying them up. Chao, in turn, noted that someone had set this all up and was trying to destroy their company, and by coincidence, they had absolutely no money to stabilize the situation. However, Shai suddenly said that she could help them in this difficult matter, but only if Ying asked her nicely about it. Naturally, Ye refused. Then the girl smiled and said that in that case, she would be happy to see the collapse of Tian'an, adding that this is called going through hell to save your pride. Sha, in turn, urged Meng Ying to compromise in order to save the company, as she had no other choice. The young lady replied that in fact, it was she who had set it all up, trying to take revenge on her. As a result, a verbal altercation broke out between them once again. The teenager tried his best to calm the girls down, but it was to no avail. Then Tian suddenly reminded Xiao of the rabbit she had tried to help as a child and cried for 3 days. Finally, Xiao agreed to help them save their reputation and the company, but on one condition. Men asked her in a businesslike manner what condition she was talking about, adding that in that case, Xiao would also help her with one matter. The girl agreed, because she did not want to be indebted to her. But Ye Ying pointed out that they needed to help him with her face, and thereby restore trusting relationships with people. In this, she asked the protagonist to help her, but Xiao asked if Meng was ready to repay him. The girl responded quite sharply that it had nothing to do with her. Xiao continued to say that if she owed him, then she owed her too. However, Ying was absolutely sure that the young master had long ago made his choice. Then they started insulting each other again. The teenager was seething with anger. As a result of their constant arguments among themselves, the young cultivator finally couldn't stand it and called for them to get down to business. Ye then stated that she would ask Bin to find this consultant in order to thereby clear all charges against her family. But the extremely self-confident Xiao said that, first of all, it was worth looking for another person. A puzzled Tian asked who she was talking about, and the girl smiled, after which she said that in fact, Agent Li Yan was clearly involved in this case. Anya was shocked by this statement, because she believed that her assistant was on her side. Meanwhile, Li went shopping in a completely calm and relaxed manner. A couple of hours later, the satisfied woman made a few purchases and left the shopping center. Yan was in a good mood, anticipating her new clothes. Most of all, she loved spending money. But suddenly it started to rain and her bags with dresses got wet, which was not very pleasant. After which she began to look for a taxi. But from the other side, Sia was rushing towards her. Tian, like a true gentleman, covered her with his umbrella and smiled sweetly. From the very first seconds, the young man inspired her trust and Yan liked him, which, in principle, was not difficult. After showing her his car, the guy offered to take her to his home, and Li agreed. Without a second thought, she got into a luxury car, and they had simple conversations along the way. Finally arriving at a high-rise building in an upscale area, the teenager invited her for a cup of coffee, and she again agreed. Tian made such a strong impression on her that she simply had no bad thoughts about him. Seeing the luxurious house, the girl naively believed that he was some kind of businessman. Not believing her luck, Yan even began to hurry the rich prince to come to his apartment. But a couple of minutes later, Kay suddenly appeared on the threshold and greeted Li. The stunned girl instantly backed away, trying to escape. But Sia did not give her such an opportunity. Smiling sweetly, he said that she hadn't even had a cup of coffee. Having finally lured her into the apartment, and Meng Ying joining them, Yan began to realize that she was trapped and embittered, and asked what she really wanted from her and the Tian and company. Ye Ying also began to pressure her, demanding that she immediately tell the truth. Frightened, she began to speak incoherently and did not know how to get out of the situation. At the same time, Yan constantly dodged the topic and said that she could not help them in any way. Then she became even bolder, declaring that Kay would never be able to go on stage again and that she was no longer a star. Anya suddenly laughed and asked if she really thought so, after which she calmly took off her mask and revealed a beautiful face without a single scar. A stunned Li couldn't believe it and was literally speechless looking at her. Meng, in turn, again urged her to tell the truth, threatening her with prison. Finally realizing she had no other choice, Yan knelt before them, asking for forgiveness. Then she told a story about a stranger in a cafe who offered her a good amount of money. He also asked to take a photo of Anya's face and tell journalists that she was involved in the incident. At the same time, an unknown person gave her 200,000, noted that she would receive the rest of the money after completing the task. Naturally, the silly girl agreed, realizing that with that kind of money she wouldn't have to work for a while. The protagonist suddenly interrupted her story and asked what the man's name was. But Yan claimed that she didn't know him, and that he literally appeared out of nowhere. At this time, Kay began to say that she had always treated her like her sister, and Li apologized to her again. Then Menin demanded that she tell the journalists everything. Of course, the frightened Anya agreed to cooperate with them and stated that she would do everything in the best possible way. A couple of minutes later, Ying received a call from Bin, who informed him about the consultant. However, he turned out to be dead, which also complicated the situation and was something they had not expected. They soon went to identify the body to find out who it really was. Meng, in turn, asked Len if she had any leads, but the police officer said they had no witnesses or CCTV footage. But the most astonishing thing is that he had no injuries and was not poisoned. The forensic examination revealed a completely natural death. Tian was perplexed, not understanding how he could die naturally at such a young age. Finally looking at the victim's face, Sia began to examine it closely. After which the guy began to touch the dead man's body. Ben asked what he was doing. Using his magical powers, the young man was able to remove the needle from his head. He stated that the killer most likely did everything too quickly and threw a silver needle at him. A stunned Len replied that how could the tomography not have detected the presence of a foreign object? The teenager said that it was done by a master of his craft, since the consultant only had a small part of the needle in his head. He added that he had previously destroyed the object with his inner power in order to hide all traces. Ying immediately realized that in that case, they would not be able to prove the innocence of the Ye family. However, the self-confident Bin promised that she would definitely find evidence. She also showed them the suitcase of the murdered man, which contained some documents. Among them were the product's original test data, which differed from previous samples, proving its tampering. The murdered man had a voice recorder, and Len immediately turned it on to listen to the recording, where the consultant's voice assured the unknown person that he had no problem introducing a huge amount of lead into cosmetics. But the stranger's voice was also present, and it seemed extremely familiar to the young man. In connection with this, the main character asked her to turn on the voice recorder again. After listening to the unknown man's voice once again, the young master remembered one incident, when the young cultivator met a fighter at the hospital at night who intended to kill Old Man Ye. After which Tian said that this was definitely the voice of the attacking mercenary from the hospital. Meining couldn't understand who he was and why he was constantly causing trouble for her family. At this time, Xuan was hosting the mercenary 19th at his villa. Yin claimed that in fact his son was not that difficult to cure and he could do it. Extremely surprised, Ren asked him if he was really so sure of this. The killer also said that he knew about Gao's problems and was ready to help him escape from the control of greedy people. Xuan asked how he knew about this and what exactly he meant. The 19th, in turn, continued to insist that he was the only chance to save his family, adding that what Xia can do, he can do too, only much better. Ren once again asked him to interpret his statements in more detail. Then the self-confident Yin said that he would make the Gao clan invincible and the main force in the city. The old man became interested in this issue and urged him to voice his conditions. The mercenary smiled and replied that he liked to deal with smart people, then demanded only one thing, to provide him with Tian. A couple of days later, Meng Anan with Li came to a conference with journalists, where Ying Ye began to thank the police for solving such an important case in which their innocence was proven. Yen and Kei, in turn, apologized to the public for slandering the Tian company. The girl also stated that it was the cosmetics from this corporation that helped her restore her former facial beauty. Everyone began to note the miraculous power of the company's drugs, and thus its reputation was saved, and added that they will provide psychological and medical assistance to all victims and continue the investigation, because it is necessary to find out who set all this up, and most of the funds will be donated to charity. But the most important thing is that a new cosmetics collection will be released soon, and everyone will be able to try it out for free. Everyone began to applaud Ye Ying and say that the company remains a leader in this industry. Meng Ying was sincerely grateful to Tian, realizing that without him, she would not have achieved such a result. The teenager, in turn, watched everything that was happening from the outside and rejoiced at the success of the E family. Suddenly he gave her a thumbs up and a sweet smile, which meant a successful outcome. In response, the girl smiled at him, and it seemed that everything terrible was left behind. After the conference, Ying ran up to him and asked how she could thank him. At the same time, she hinted that Xia should become her boyfriend, and the young man smiled. He said that he couldn't refuse such a persistent girl. But Men asked what he would do with Xiao then. She didn't lose his composure and said that he also really liked her, which of course infuriated her. He also added that if she became friends with her, they could all communicate well together. At that moment, Xiaoji flew into the room, furious and extremely indignant, who asked how to understand this and what this man was talking about. Then he asked his sister what right she had to remove him from his post. Manine just laughed in response and reached into the top cabinet of the desk to demonstrate her rights. A moment later, Yingye showed him the document where her grandfather handed over the company to her. She herself noted that she is now officially the head of the Tianan Corporation, and that's why she can fire absolutely any employee, including her good-for-nothing brother. A stunned Xiao stated that the old man could not have transferred all the company's shares to her. Meng replied that she couldn't leave the company to such a stupid and greedy person like him. However, the enraged Ji continued to insult her and insist that she could not do this to him. Suddenly he swung his arm, intending to hit her, but the protagonist stood up for her and grabbed his hand, after which the young master gently pushed him aside, but Xiaoji almost fell. Finally standing his ground, he continued to express himself angrily and say that he would not let this go so easily. He also promised to deal with the young cultivator, but Xia ignored his threats. At the same time, Ji began to accuse them of conspiracy, because Tian had superpowers and could persuade the old man. Unexpectedly, Manin noticed that he did not respect his grandfather at all, but the guy was not shy about showing it to the fullest extent. Then Xia couldn't stand it any longer and asked Ying Ye for permission to teach the boy a lesson. The girl gladly gave him this opportunity, and Tian slowly walked towards Xiao. Then he extended his hand towards him, from which a golden ray shot towards him, after which he began to experience rather strange feelings. But he could not understand what exactly was happening to him. Suddenly his waist took on an incomprehensible position, which from the outside was extremely funny. Sha, in turn, said that now he must remember this lesson for the rest of his life. A stunned Ji began to nervously ask what he dared to do to him. At the same time, he constantly bowed to him against his will, trying to understand what had happened to him. Finally, he found the strength to ask forgiveness from his sister, who continued to laugh at him. Xiao also apologized to the young man, begging him to return him to his original position. With a smile, Tian said that in 3 days his illness would pass and everything would be fine. An enraged Ji immediately rushed to the exit, saying that they would meet again. At the threshold, he was met by a servant who was also having difficulty holding back his laughter. But suddenly the guy started bowing to him, and the perplexed manager asked what he was doing. As he walked down the corridor, Xiao continued to bow to each person. Everyone began to wonder why the young man was so polite today. Ji immediately rushed off in an unknown direction with his strange gait. Meanwhile, Manin closed the door to the office and laughed heartily. Noticing that Tian was quite the prankster, he literally brought her to tears. The guy, in turn, stated that this is exactly how people like him should be treated. Unexpectedly, the girl suggested that he go to a restaurant to have a bite to eat. Naturally, the teenager agreed, and soon they arrived at a local establishment. Raising her glass of wine, Yingye said that she wanted to drink to him because he helped her solve many problems. They were having a nice conversation with each other, and everything was going as well as possible. Tian constantly made her laugh and thought about how for some reason they had never been brought anything to eat. Suddenly, Mangying said that his current job was a waste of time, adding that she could create a small company for him, where he would become the director. However, to her surprise, Xia refused, saying that he could not give up Xing's flower shop. Moreover, he's more worried about the memory that Tian has been trying to restore for so long to understand who he is. The girl was visibly upset, stating that in any case, the doors of her company were always open to him. After which Meng Ying walked away for a few minutes, while Xia was brought a juicy steak. The protagonist immediately decided to start eating, looking at the piece of meat with the anticipation, which really did look amazing, but there was one problem. The young master examined the table, but did not find any chopsticks on it, which surprised him greatly. When he picked up a fork, he had no idea how to use it and was literally racking his brains. At this moment, Z saw Xia and began to mock him, because he did not know which side to approach the steak from, saying that some poor flower delivery man can't afford to go to such an establishment. The young cultivator became indignant and said that this did not concern him at all. However, Su Qiang continued his mockery and said that he should call the waiter for this. Otherwise, he is left with only his hands to cope with the piece of meat. An embittered Tian replied that he knew how to use a knife and fork better than some, after which he threw the steak into the air and in a split second chopped the meat into several even pieces with his knife. Everyone was stunned by the teenager's extremely amazing talent and turned their attention to him. A moment later, the disassembled steak landed straight on the plate. The visitors immediately ran up to him and literally surrounded him from all sides. However, the arrogant Z angrily said that this was the wrong way to use a knife. Then he asked if he had money to pay for this dinner. At that moment, Mang Ying suddenly appeared and announced that she had invited him to have a snack. But since his promotion, he has become more arrogant and has not learned any manners at all. Chang pointed out that unlike his brother, he would never fall for her tricks. And besides, it was her fault that he was arrested. And in the end, she ends up covering the expenses of some country boy. Tian urged him to watch his words because he could simply throw him out of the restaurant. But Susie decided to provoke him, and subsequently she had grabbed him by the throat. Then, lifting it off the floor, Chang was stunned and had never encountered such strength before. He soon changed his mind and began calling the establishment's staff for help. However, it was already too late, and the guy immediately threw him out of the restaurant into the street. His passion was shocked by what happened, and silently directed her gaze at Xia. The enraged Chang began to insult him, saying that he would not leave it like this. But the girl tried in every possible way to calm Su down. The teenager, in turn, received genuine pleasure from teaching the upstart a lesson, after which Z and his young lady hurried to run away in an unknown direction. The guy and Manan immediately returned to the table, and she said that he was a good person. Yingye also suddenly reminded him that he should visit Yunman. And the next day, Tian went to the hospital to see Lu to see if she was okay. Finally entering her room, Zia asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, and then the young man said that in a couple of days he would conduct therapy for her family. By then, the hospital was suddenly surrounded by police cars, and Man asked what was going on. The protagonist and Yuna instantly rushed upstairs, where there was already a crowd of people. As it turned out, one of the patients became hysterical after his father died. The guy went crazy and took the nurse hostage. The doctors tried to get through to him in the room, but the patient demanded that they bring him Dr. Wang. However, today he didn't show up for work and the staff simply didn't know what to do. By that time, police officers led by Huan and Bin arrived to their aid. They immediately began to disperse the crowd, sending them to their workplaces and beds. Suddenly, Len saw a young master among them and was stunned. The smiling young cultivator noted that they met again quite quickly. The angry girl urged him to immediately leave the premises, but C again tried to be useful to the investigation. Bin really understood very well that Tian could help her with this problem. Anping was naturally furious at the sudden appearance of the boy, who seemed to be following Leng around. At that moment, one of the doctors ran up to her and said that the patient was psychologically unstable. The extremely self-confident Bin immediately entered the madman's room, who continued to demand that Van be brought to him. The girl tried to talk to him as delicately as possible, saying that she was very sorry for his father, but the nurse had nothing to do with it. The guy didn't want to listen to her, and again brought the tip of the knife closer to the hostage's neck. He said that if she didn't bring him the pseudo-doctor, he would take out his anger on this girl. And no matter how hard Len tried, she was unable to convince the enraged man. Having promised that Wang would appear soon, she instantly stepped over the threshold of the ward and went out into the corridor. After asking one of the medical staff where exactly this doctor was located, the frightened employee replied that he was already on his way, but that he was not to blame for anything and had done everything possible. But Bean confidently stated that it was not for him to decide who was to blame and who was right. Pin, in turn, noted that the special forces and the negotiator would arrive in 10 minutes, but she realized that they had absolutely no time. The patient was literally at the limit. In this regard, Len decided to act personally and wanted to enter the room from the other side, but her assistant urged her to leave it to the special forces because she could only make things worse and be held responsible for it. Unexpectedly, Anping volunteered to carry out the operation, but Bin was categorically against it, saying that he still hasn't recovered and they can't take such risks in this situation. Concerned, Juan immediately took her hand and told her that she shouldn't do that. However, Len was overly stubborn and constantly said that the hostage's safety came first. Suddenly, Tian interrupted them and noted that time was running out, and they should have taken action long ago. Ping reacted rather negatively to his intervention, but Si insisted that they would have saved the girl long ago, after which he immediately rushed into the corridor, declaring that he again had to do everything himself. After a couple of minutes, the teenager returned to them absolutely calmly and reported that everything was fine. Everyone was simply stunned, not understanding how he managed to save the nurse. Tian, in turn, called the girl into the ward in a businesslike manner, and the frightened employee entered the room. The nurse was quite shaky and stuttered, as she said that she thought today was her last day of life, after which the girl unexpectedly added that she had seen a real ghost and immediately lost consciousness. A perplexed Juan couldn't understand how he managed to pull this off, and what was wrong with this teenager. When they entered the room, the patient was in a horizontal position and unconscious. A shocked Bin asked how he did it. Sia replied that he simply butted him once, and the patient passed out. Naturally, Len understood perfectly well that he was lying to her, but it was stupid to deny his usefulness. Soon, Anping ran up to Bin and reported that the special forces and the negotiator had already arrived. But the girl urged him to send them back to the police station, since Tian had already done everything himself. At the same time, she asked him to return to the office because he needed to rest. At this moment, the captain thanked the main character, who smiled sweetly at her. Juan, in turn, was literally seething with anger, realizing that he needed to somehow stop this kid. The young master, meanwhile, began to boast excessively, which Bin did not like, but the young cultivator continued to tease her, which gave him true pleasure. An enraged Anping sternly urged Tian to keep his mouth shut, threatening physical violence. The angry law enforcement officer also demanded that he immediately stop talking nonsense. However, Xia was incorrigible and once again made fun of Leng. The girl was on edge. She said that if he continued in the same spirit, she would gladly hand over his research center and the guy would become a guinea pig. Pin continued to watch what was happening and finally lost his temper and started screaming. Juan claimed that they were indeed close, but Bin again contradicted him, citing his bad imagination. Then the embittered Anne asked her why she didn't marry him, since they had agreed to get married at the end of the year. The girl sighed heavily and asked him not to talk nonsense, adding that he was behaving strangely. In response, the guy grabbed his head and began to say that he didn't see anything strange. At that moment, Tian whispered in her ear that she couldn't help him in any way, and was only making the situation worse. Extremely surprised, Bin asked what Huang was sick with, and Xia said that he had problems with his head, adding that he is actually a good police officer in person, so he should be helped. A moment later, the young man walked around him from behind and performed some manipulations, as a result of which Anping simply collapsed unconscious on the floor. Leng was in shock. She began to speak out furiously and called on Xia to explain what he was doing. After a certain amount of time, Tian carried him to the ward. Bin asked if he could really cure him. The teenager looked at Pina's x-ray for a long time and said he would try to do it. Then, pointing to a certain plug in Juan's brain, he said he would try to remove it. After which, the self-confident Tian took out a silver needle and noted that he needed to extract it through the needle. The young man very carefully thrust it into Anping's head and he suddenly moved. Xie continued to push the needle deeper until he finally reached the strange formation. Soon the guy pulled it out with a sharp movement and blood immediately gushed out. Everyone silently looked at the blood stain on the floor and continued to watch Tian, who in turn assured that everything went well and Huan was in perfect order. Surprised, Bin asked him again if he was sure that Anping had really been cured. The protagonist was absolutely confident in his method, but after some time, the captain still had not come to his senses. Len became nervous and asked the young master again if he had done everything correctly. The young cultivator was extremely outraged by her distrust of him and urged her to personally verify his abilities. He said that he never deceives anyone, so Huan will wake up soon. After which Xia began to count from 3 to 1 and suddenly snapped his fingers. After a few seconds, Anping suddenly opened his eyes and began to look around. Stunned, Len couldn't believe her eyes and even stepped back. Meanwhile, the awake Pin suddenly jumped up from his hospital bed and began to stretch his bones, claiming that he felt much better and that his head was also completely fine. Then he turned his attention to Bin and walked towards her, while Anne was not acting like usual. The puzzled partner asked him what he was thinking now and what he wanted to do. In fact, she was quite skeptical about such methods and did not believe Xia. However, in the next couple of minutes, her opinion on this matter changed dramatically. After all, Juan was really fundamentally different from the old version. He unexpectedly apologized to her for his behavior. Leng was literally stunned, not understanding how Tian managed to achieve such a result. Anping also said that he would no longer bother her, especially since she disliked him. Sha immediately approached her and said that if she didn't like this Huang, he could return him to factory settings. Naturally, she was against it, because listening to something like this every day was simply unbearable. A surprised Bin immediately congratulated her partner on his recovery, and he politely thanked her. After which Pin asked if this young man had really helped him. The guy began to deny it, but urged him not to be modest and said that if he needed help, he could rely on him. Tian began to play along with him, saying that they would definitely punish the bad guys. On the one hand, Len was glad to be free of her partner's constant interrogations, but it was unusual to see him completely different. Noticing her sad look, Xia tried to cheer her up and urged her to thank him. But Bin immediately stated that he himself volunteered to help him, and she did not ask him about it. After which the girl hurried away, assuring that she still had a lot of work to do. At that moment, she caught herself thinking that Tian wasn't such a bad person. After a certain amount of time, she went to the flower shop to spend the night. Since the day had been quite eventful, the teenager fell asleep without difficulty. Absolutely unsuspecting, the boy slept peacefully in his bed. Meanwhile, the arrogant Z and his accomplices approached the store. They waited for a few minutes, and after making sure that no one was around, they took action. His 2 stupid servants began to generously pour gasoline into the establishment. At this moment, Tian smelled a characteristic smell and gradually began to wake up. Chang ordered his men to pour out even more gasoline and step aside. Suddenly, one of them asked him if innocent people would be harmed. Sutsu urged him not to think about it, saying that it was not his concern at all, after which he threw a lit lighter into the gasoline, saying that Sin should have understood who she was sheltering. Everything instantly burst into flames. Xia finally came to his senses and jumped out of bed. Seeing the glow outside the window, the young man was taken aback and began to think about what to do. There was practically no time to think, and the teenager immediately rushed outside, trying to figure out who started the fire and whose head he'll have to rip off for it. Chang and his men were waiting for him on the street. He was sure that Tian was finished. A couple of minutes later, an enraged Xia jumped out of the flower shop and rushed towards them. Su's thugs, armed with metal pipes, tried to attack him. But having dodged all the attacks, the young man ran up to their leader and said that now he definitely wouldn't live. The embittered protagonist immediately began to deal crushing blows to Z, who simply could not oppose him in any way, calling his brothers to arms. Two giants immediately pounced on the young master, but it was to no avail, because the young cultivator, as always, dealt with them without much effort. Having started to brutally beat them, Tien did not leave them any chance of salvation. As a result, Xie threw them into the epicenter of the raging flames, which was quite painful. Chang's stunned henchmen began to scream in unbearable pain and tried to extinguish the fire on their clothes. Shocked by what had happened, Su Tzu in turn rushed off in an unknown direction. However, the teenager noticed him in time and threw a metal pipe at him, which immediately flew into his leg. Writhing in pain, Chang took a horizontal position, realizing that he had indeed miscalculated his strength. And that was why he had found himself in such a difficult situation. Tien understood that now he needed to figure out how to put out the fire. But without water, it was quite difficult to do this, so he resorted to his skills. Piercing the ground with her mighty hands, she suddenly flashed like lightning. She then tore off a huge piece of asphalt and directed it at the source of the fire. The guy had no other choice, and he tried his best to put out the fire. Having split into several dozen small earthen stones, they literally covered the flames, and a moment later the flame disappeared, leaving behind only clouds of smoke. Then an enraged Tien approached Chang's thugs and asked who had spilled the gasoline. Two of Suzi's servants pointed at each other, and Ha realized that they were both involved in the fire. Moreover, their boss was clearly also directly involved in what happened. Suddenly the young man ordered them to break their arms, adding that if they did not do so, he would kill them. Looking at each other, they began to understand that it would be better to do as he said. Taking the metal pipes in their hands, they once again looked at each other in fear, after which they reluctantly lowered their hands and fearfully placed them on the ground. At that moment, a terrible tremor gripped them, and Chang's servants literally shook with fear. Then they hit their hands with a stick and said that they didn't mean to do it. Tien, in turn, took pity on them and ordered them to leave immediately. The frightened criminals immediately disappeared in an unknown direction. Shi slowly approached Suzi and said that he would not let him go anywhere. Having made a puddle under himself, the guy began to beg him not to kill him and not to hand him over to the police. But the young man noticed that some things cannot be forgiven, and therefore he must be punished. Moreover, he harmed his friend, which should never have been done. The next morning, Bin arrived at the scene and again saw Zia at the center of events. People couldn't understand what happened and who was behind the flower shop fire. Junfeng immediately rushed to his battered brother, who begged him to save him. Len looked at the young man with pity, not understanding why he was such a problematic person. Suddenly, she pointed at Z and said menacingly that he was beating up others again. Tien replied with absolute calm that Chang had set fire to the store and deserved a good spanking. However, Bean again urged him not to take the law into his own hands, as it was illegal, adding that this significantly complicates the investigation process. The teenager remained silent, after which he suddenly held out his hands and declared that he was constantly complicating everything. Len reluctantly put handcuffs on him because she couldn't do otherwise. A stunned Sin suddenly ran out of the crowd and called for him to be released. The protagonist asked her not to interfere in this matter, but Sun insisted on her own. She said that the young master was protecting her store, and if someone needed to be arrested, it was better than her. Bin replied that even if Su Chang had set the store on fire, Xia had no right to beat him cruelly. The young cultivator himself began to calm Xing, assuring him that he would be released very soon. Naturally, Len was outraged by his self-confidence and hastened to declare that the police station was not a walking yard. But Tien continued to insist that in fact there were good people there, and it wasn't all that bad. At this moment, Feng suddenly called out to her and said that he would like to talk to her. Since this incident happened because of his wayward brother, he began to ask for forgiveness. Jun also agreed to repair the store at his own expense and pay all necessary expenses. Until the flower shop was fully restored, the teenager began to think. Feng also stated that Xia had managed to vent his anger towards Zi Chang, and therefore they were even. Meanwhile, he asked the law enforcement officer to let his brother go. At the same time, both sides will not have any claims against each other, the girl thought, understanding perfectly well that it would be quite difficult to reconcile them, especially with Tien's character. But Xi insisted on sending him to jail, as he clearly wouldn't leave him alone. However, Junfeng once again promised that such a thing would not happen again, and Xia finally agreed, having said that if he dared to approach him again, the consequences would be irreversible. Su sighed heavily, after which he ordered his bodyguards to pick up the beaten Xiang and load him into the car. The thugs instantly ran up to his younger brother, grabbed him by the arms and dragged him into the car. Bin watched silently, then ordered her assistant to disperse the people. A joyful Tian in turn said goodbye to her, saying that they would definitely see each other soon. An enraged Len ignored the teenager and got into the patrol car. She and Xing turned around and saw the destroyed store. The young man apologized to her for not keeping an eye on him, but Sun said that it was her fault because she had offended Mr. Su not long ago. At the same time, Tian noted that if anyone else dared to harm them, he would destroy them. The girl smiled and said that in addition to his passionate nature, he must definitely have his own principles. The guy pretended not to understand what she was talking about, and repeated again that he would not allow anyone to bully her. And even if it costs him his life, he will without hesitation do justice. Sin, in turn, noted that he knows how to support in difficult times. Suddenly, Sun asked where he would spend the night now. Tian replied that he would clean up a bit, and the store would be transformed again. But suddenly the girl looked mysteriously at the young man and invited him to spend the night with her. A puzzled and extremely straightforward Sia said that sleeping with her was not a bad idea. A stunned Sin said that she had 2 rooms, and so she offered him a place to stay for the night. After a certain time, they went to her university dormitory. Sun inserted the key into the keyhole, and soon the doors of her apartment swung open. A joyful Tian walked inside with his things and began to look around. Sha immediately said that she was incredibly clean, and Xing replied with a smile on her face that she couldn't stand dirt. Seeing a treadmill in the room, the surprised guy asked what it was. Sun answered, "It's a trainer," after which she finally led him into a separate room and said that if he needed her help, she was nearby. Suddenly she awkwardly said that he had better take a bath first. Sin herself began to unpack his bags. She was curious what he had taken with him. Suddenly, an incomprehensible object fell into her hands. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was men's underwear, which was packaged rather strangely in a small box. At that moment, a young man came to her, and Sin immediately hid his personal belongings behind her back, after which Tian showed her underwear and asked if it really belonged to her. Shocked, Sun was literally speechless, not understanding where he found it. The girl asked the main character in bewilderment why he took her clothes. The young master replied that the laundry was hanging out in the bathroom, and he decided to bring it to her so that it wouldn't get wet. At this moment, the young cultivator also noticed that she was holding his things in her hands. Naturally, he asked her the same question. Sin instantly blushed, not knowing what to answer him. At the same time, Tian noted that if she really liked the underwear so much, she could take it for herself. Of course, Sun said that she had absolutely no need for his personal belongings, and she just wanted to help him put everything in order, but he got it all wrong. At that moment, Sin tried to take her underwear back, but the guy started making fun of her again. In the end, Sia did return her clothes, but the enraged girl could not calm down, once again urging Tian to finally go to the bathroom, as she was waiting for him. Moreover, it was already quite late, and they needed a good night's sleep, after which Sun suddenly jumped up and rushed to her room. The young man only smiled at her in response, not understanding why she was acting so strangely and being angry at him, because he had done nothing wrong. A couple of hours later, the teenager went to his room to sleep, and Sin quietly made her way to the bathroom, where she was finally going to take a shower, realizing how troublesome it was to live with a guy. At the same time, the girl caught herself thinking that she herself was behaving quite strangely, after which Sun took a bath and hurried to go to bed. But her thoughts did not give her peace. Trying to distract herself, the young lady pulled the door handle and stepped out into the hallway, where Tian stood sleepily. Xing was shocked by his sudden appearance. In this regard, she asked with bewilderment on her face how long he had been standing there. The teenager replied that he would only take a few minutes because he urgently needed to go to the restroom. But suddenly his gaze fell on her charming clothes, which Zia stated. Looking at her from head to toe, a smile involuntarily appeared on his satisfied face. The girl immediately covered herself and demanded that he leave the room immediately. But remembering that he needed to visit the restroom, she flew out of the bathroom like a bullet. Tian seemed to forget why he woke up in the first place and stared at the disgruntled Sun, who continued to casually cover herself with her hands and hurry to her bedroom. However, she picked up too much speed and subsequently slipped. Her piercing scream echoed throughout the house, and Sin immediately closed her eyes. But a moment later, the lightning-fast Zia caught her, and thus prevented her from falling to the floor. The girl looked into his bottomless eyes for a long time, after which she asked him to let her go. The teenager smiled and said that if he let her go, she would fall to the floor. Suddenly she pushed him away, asking him to go to bed immediately. A few seconds later, she ran off to her room, leaving Tian in his thoughts. She couldn't figure out what he was constantly doing wrong, and why she was reacting to him in a strange way. The next morning, the boy woke up in a good mood, which could not be said about Sin, who suddenly noticed bags under her eyes and rushed to correct the situation. After all, she simply could not appear in public looking like that, but all her attempts were in vain. This made Sun panic even more, and she started coming up with various ways to get rid of this problem. Tian waited for her again for about half an hour and finally knocked on the bathroom door, asking how soon she would come out. Standing outside the door, the girl shouted at him not to wait for her, and to leave for work first. Sha agreed and went to the Liu family. Xing was depressed by what was happening, understanding that living together is not so easy, and there are a huge number of nuances. After all, girls are always so afraid of appearing imperfect, which is why they do a lot of stupid things. Meanwhile, Tian, as always, found himself in the arms of the extremely annoying Meng, which he was of course unhappy about. However, Ji tried to control himself and even played along with the young lady. Unexpectedly, the old woman again began to thank the guy for his selfless help. Sha, in turn, noted that it would take him time to cure them all, as they were in danger. Suddenly, an arrogant uncle came to them and said that this kid was taking on too much. The protagonist ignored Chi in order to avoid creating conflict out of thin air, but the impudent man once again began to provoke him, saying that he only needed money. A puzzled Yunman immediately objected to him, saying that this was not true at all. However, the self-confident Chi declared that yesterday he had met a real Taoist monk, and with just one acupuncture session, he was able to help him feel much better. But at the same time, my uncle still pursued purely his own goals, and did not worry at all about his loved ones. The relative also noted that he had not experienced such an incredible feeling for a long time. Suddenly the young master grabbed his hand. Chi did not understand what was happening. The young cultivator, in turn, stated that in that case, he should learn from this monk. However, the uncle said that someone like him would not be able to learn anything from such a great man. Tian suddenly said that if Chi did not control his desires in the future, he might die. The stunned relative replied that this couldn't be, and that the monk would have warned him about this, after which he headed for the exit, declaring that he would not listen to some kid. At this moment, the worried old woman asked Sia what was wrong with her son. The young man replied that whoever gave him acupuncture had put him in serious danger. The shocked grandmother asked what she should do, but Tian pointed out that there was nothing he could do at the moment. Meanwhile, Gao and Yang went to one of the city bars to see a certain girl, which Minyan kindly greeted and thanked for her help this time. Hong busily lit a cigarette and said that it was a great honor for her to help him. But Mi was confused by one thing, and she asked what he meant when he spoke this time. At the same time, she began to speak extremely badly about Qi, whose illness they wanted to cure. Gao, in turn, thought for a moment, not revealing all the details of the matter. Hong suddenly smiled at him and urged him not to worry about it, as she was just curious. Mingyang immediately asked her if this third Master Liu was really an extraordinary person. I replied that he was actually one of their frequent visitors, although not very well-mannered. But at a certain point, Qi decided to spend time with 3 girls, which was quite strange. And now her girls are tormented by various ailments, not to mention their severe physical weakness. Then Gao realized that 19th really hadn't lied to him, and that changed everything. A moment later, Hong got up from the sofa and said that she would call the girls right away. She also said goodbye to him, saying that next time he would have to call her too. Suddenly Mingyang asked about the new girl. Mi smiled and replied that she would call her. Yin, in turn, asked Gao in a business-like manner whether he now believed him. The guy smiled and said that from now on, he completely trusted him in this difficult matter. Thus, 19 achieved what he wanted, realizing that he had Yan on the hook. At the same time, he asked Ming not to tell Tian that it was he who cured his illness. A puzzled Gao asked why this could not be mentioned in front of Sia. The mercenary replied so that people would not suspect him if something happened to the teenager. Naturally, Jan agreed with him, fully understanding that he could no longer expose himself to attack. At this time, the Jufeng builders continued to rebuild Xing's flower shop. Tian himself was wiping dust inside the trading shop, with the help of the restless Meng, which was no more useful than a child, because she was just fooling around and sniffing flowers. At that moment, Sun came to them. The young man immediately greeted her and asked when she had managed to return. However, the girl's condition was strange. Sin could not understand what was wrong with her today. Extremely concerned, Zia asked her why she looked so tired. The girl silently approached him and hugged him. The guy again asked what happened. Sun finally replied that she started feeling unwell when she left the gym. The protagonist immediately helped her sit down, believing that it was due to poor air circulation. But Sin countered, saying she had never felt quite like this before. The young master, in turn, asked her to give him her hand so that he could check her pulse. Shesun discovered that she had poor circulation and signs of retrograde motion. Even Meng stopped being angry and saw that Sun was clearly not well and needed help. Approaching her from behind, the girl said that she would try to ease her pain. But suddenly she saw blood on Xing's neck and immediately reported it to Tian. The young cultivator hurried to personally look at the girl's bleeding wound. knowing full well that someone had clearly had a hand in this and had intentionally harmed her. At the same time, the teenager could not understand why it was the spine that was damaged. Then he asked her to remember if anyone strange had approached her in the gym. Sun paused, stating that there was practically no one there, and no one spoke to her. However, there was one strange moment at the end of the training that she was quick to tell Sia about. While she was doing the dumbbell exercises, something really struck her as odd. Sin felt something stick into her neck, but she didn't pay much attention to it, assuming that it was just her bones crunching and that she should warm up more actively. However, the girl immediately finished her workout in the gym. Sun also began to massage her neck, and it seemed to her that the pain had already gone away, after which she went home, unaware that someone had been deliberately following her. Tian began to understand that this was not an accident at all, and that someone had decided to get to him through Xing, after which the guy urged her to sit for a bit and not make any sudden movements. Then he hurried to get ready to take her home, but Meng suddenly announced that she would go with him. She couldn't refuse her, knowing that otherwise she would have caused a scandal. Soon they set off on their journey, the young man carrying Sun on his back, while Meng was constantly in the way. After some time, they finally reached the Xing dorm and hurried inside the room, where the teenager urged the girl to take off her clothes so that he could examine her. Sun began to slowly take off her t-shirt, not understanding how exactly this would help. Finally, the girl exposed her torso and, feeling awkward, turned her back to Zia. Meng, in turn, became envious of her incredible figure, and Xing noticed this. Still feeling extremely awkward, the girl turned her head to the side. Lu began to say that she should also start training to become just as beautiful. Tian continued to examine Sun's back, trying to figure out what had really happened to her. Sin was losing all patience with each passing minute, not understanding why he was taking so long. Meng suddenly realized that she also wanted Tian to examine her. Meanwhile, Xia finally found the Tianzong point and immediately pressed it. Sun immediately felt a sharp pain, but tried to control herself. However, the pain was so strong that she suddenly screamed, and the young man asked what was the matter. Sin immediately turned around and said that it felt like there was something stuck inside her. The teenager immediately assumed that it was most likely a silver needle in her body. Meanwhile, Gao and 19 went to his home, where they discussed their future plans. Yin called his friend to look at a brand new set of silver needles. Opening the box, the mercenary demonstrated some fairly small devices. Surprised, Mingyang asked why they were so small. Yin replied that they were created by his medical department, and their methods of application were somewhat different from the usual ones. At the same time, the enthusiastic 19th treated needles with particular trepidation. Taking out one of them, he said that by inserting it into an acupuncture point, a person begins to experience excruciating pain, and soon he will simply bleed to death, with almost all of his organs damaged. At that moment, the mercenary pointed one of the silver needles at Gao and asked if he wanted to try it. A stunned Mingyang declared that he would not touch them under any circumstances. Yin laughed in response and said that he was just joking, and of course did not mean to scare him, after which he immediately put the needle back into the box. Gao sighed with relief. At the same time, 19th noted that he only had 4 needles left, and he would not waste them. Mingyang immediately asked him if it was worth using them on that girl. The mercenary responded positively, assuring that this was part of his unrivaled plan. After all, the only thing he wants is to cause endless pain to Tian's loved ones. In order to eventually destroy his body, Gao became interested and asked to tell him more about it. Yin then stated that Xia was currently clearly trying to help her get her blood flow back on track, but even if he succeeds in doing this, he will become significantly weaker. Mingyang, in turn, praised 19 for his perfect plan, and the assassin thanked him in return. Soon Tian located all the needles in Xing's back and told her that it would hurt. Therefore, she must be patient. For a little while, he begins to pull them out one by one. After Xia finally began the extremely painful procedure, Sun gritted her teeth. The teenager began to slowly and carefully pull out the silver needles. In order to stabilize the blood circulation, by pulling one of the needles, the young man thereby activated the other one, which caused incredible pain, and the girl screamed loudly. The guy immediately stopped. At the same time, Sin squeezed the blanket tightly in her hands, trying to cope with the physical impact. Tian, in turn, asked if it was really so painful for her that she couldn't bear it. Sun noticed that where his hand was, it was tolerable, but in other places she felt discomfort. Then Xia realized that he had to pull out all the needles at the same time, which was quite difficult. However, he understood perfectly well that in this case, he had harmed his body. But since he had no other choice, the teenager tried to pull out the needles again. Using all his inner strength, Tian began to slowly remove the silver instruments from the girl's body. But since he lacked spiritual energy, the process dragged on for a long time. Xin had to concentrate as much as possible to achieve the desired result. and soon one needle began to come out of Xing's back, which was also quite painful. At the same time, bleeding wounds began to appear on Tian's body, but the young man continued to endure. After a couple of seconds, the remaining objects began to be squeezed out of the girl's body. For the first time, Meng watched silently as things happened, because she was genuinely worried about Sun. She literally began to sweat, feeling not the most pleasant sensations, and suddenly blood gushed out of his mouth. But he was not distracted and tried to pull out the needles again, but at the very last moment they got stuck. A stunned Tian realized that he lacked the internal energy to complete the process, but even this did not become a problem for him, and the teenager continued to extract the silver needles with the last of his strength, and a moment later they flew out of Sun's back. But Xia was in a terrible state. Sin suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed on the bed. Meng was in shock. After looking at these unusual silver objects for a long time, the young man realized that they were somewhat different from ordinary needles, after which he handed them over to Liu, whose condition continued to worsen. At a certain point, he even started coughing up blood, experiencing not the most pleasant sensations. Extremely worried, Meng didn't know how to help him, and the protagonist urged him to take care of Sun. Then the bloody young master lost consciousness and collapsed on the sofa. The stunned girl had no idea what she needed to do to help them. Suddenly she remembered that the young cultivator had asked her to break the needles. After wrapping the needles in a cloth, Meng tried to break them, but it was not so easy to do. All this time the girl was in a great panic, and her thoughts were constantly confused, after which she hurried to cover Sin with a blanket so that she would not freeze, and she returned to the bloody Tian, who still hadn't come to his senses. Liu tried to wake Xia, but he didn't react to her sudden movements, as if he was fast asleep. While in thought, the girl thought that it would be best for her to call the emergency services. In connection with this, the young lady began to hastily look for the phone in the guy's pocket. But as soon as Meng touched it, a magical glow enveloped her. Not understanding what was happening, the girl grabbed his hand and instantly closed her eyes. After a couple of seconds, she completely lost consciousness, which was quite strange. At this, Liu fell right onto Tian, immediately falling into a deep sleep. Sha, in turn, for obvious reasons, did not feel anything, since he was also in a dream, where he found himself in an unknown place. Magical lights similar to sakura petals were flying around him. Suddenly a stranger appeared in front of him, and the young man began to peer at her, after which the guy asked who she was and what was going on. The unknown girl ignored his question, only asking for forgiveness. But Tian continued to question her, but there was no answer. The ghost girl suddenly asked him not to come back. Then she rushed into the pitch darkness. The teenager followed her, but could not catch up. Meanwhile, unknown magical rays of light continued to envelop him and Meng. She couldn't wake up, and his consciousness fell into another dream again. This time, it was his real memories that turned out to be extremely painful. Little Tian was in the middle of the road and was crying loudly because he couldn't find his parents. At that moment, a saddened girl met him and asked why he was alone. But Xia continued to cry, so the young lady invited him to become her friend. Thus they became friends, and the girl tried to teach him to read and write. Years passed, and the boy grew up. And before she could even notice, Tian had become a man who could stand up for himself. She continued to guide him on the right path, which was quite difficult. But the young man was extremely hardworking and capable. One day they went to the cemetery to visit her parents' grave, where she regularly visited. The guy promised her late father that he would never leave Moon and would always be by her side. But at a certain point, his sister performed some acupuncture so that he forgot about everything. At the same time, the young lady urged him to find Xiao and never return again. Tian began to understand that this was not a dream at all, but memories from his lost life. Finally, Xia caught up with his little sister in the darkness and began to beg her not to leave him again. But Moon, with tears in her eyes, once again asked him to forget about her forever. The teenager did not understand why she was asking this and what the reason was. The next morning, the guy woke up, and there was deathly silence in the apartment. Opening his eyes, he immediately began to look around, then remembered his dream. After all, he finally managed to restore fragments of memory about Sister Moon. Naturally, he was going to find the girl, no matter what it took. Xia was genuinely glad that he was able to recall the main events of his life, because he had been moving towards this for too long. But suddenly the guy felt some discomfort. Then he suddenly discovered Meng sleeping on top of him and was horrified, not understanding why she had fallen asleep on him. After which, turning in the other direction, the teenager saw Sin under the blanket, who was also fast asleep. Tian was at a loss, not understanding what was going on at all. And why were they literally all over him on the bed? It all looked pretty strange. In connection with this, the main character hurried to get out of bed so as not to wake the girls. For a moment, the young master looked at the sleeping son, catching himself thinking that she was truly beautiful. However, a moment later, the girl woke up and screamed in surprise. Then the young cultivator was finally able to calm her down, saying that they had simply fallen asleep by accident. Sin, in turn, remembered that in fact the teenager literally saved her, so she moved closer to him and thanked him for his help. Ji immediately smiled, after which she kissed him just as unexpectedly, which of course surprised the guy. By that time, Meng also woke up from her sleep and saw this picture. This immediately awakened a feeling of jealousy in the girl, and she was unable to contain it. She said they were behaving disgustingly and had dared to kiss in her presence. Tian immediately began to explain to her that everything was not at all as it might have seemed to her. But suddenly the girl interrupted his hesitant speech and said that she also wanted to try. Then she jumped on the young man and kissed him. She immediately pushed her away from him. However, Meng was extremely persistent, and the guy did not want to use force against her. As a result, the satisfied girl jumped out of bed with lightning speed, after which she asked Tian whose kiss he liked more. A stunned Zia was at a loss as to how to answer such a question, and said that he could not determine the winner. Since they were both good, he soon changed the subject and asked Sun how she was feeling. The young lady smiled and said that she was feeling much better, and that he didn't have to worry about it. Tian also smiled and remarked that this was indeed good news. Suddenly Meng remembered that Xiao was seriously injured and his arm was bleeding, but when she began to examine him, it was as if there were no wounds at all. Liu couldn't understand how this was possible, and began asking the young man about it, but he himself didn't know the answer to this question. He also found it quite strange, since there were not even the slightest marks on the body. After a few seconds, an incredible feeling came over him. Xia realized that his spiritual energy had increased. Sun asked if everything was okay with him. The teenager was indeed full of energy, although it should have been the other way around. The smiling Tian replied that he was incredibly strong. Then Meng suggested that they all go play with her, as she also had a surge of energy. But the guy refused her, saying that he still had one more extremely important matter to attend to. Soon, Xiao went to his sister Qiao's office to tell her about his dream, where Yue, for some unknown reason, asked him to forget about her. Xiao was at a loss. Tian said that now that his memory had been restored, he clearly remembered that day. She and her sister went to Mount Qingfeng to visit her parents' grave. After spending some time there, Moon suddenly began to talk to him strangely. It was as if it wasn't her at all, but someone else was saying all these words for her, which was extremely suspicious. Yi encouraged him to set out on his own since their paths had diverged. Surprised, Tian asked his sister where she was going and what was going on, but Moon only looked at him sadly and said that she had important things to do. Naturally, he asked to take him with her, but for some reason the girl refused him. This came as a real shock to him, and his life has changed dramatically since then. The protagonist also recalled the continuation of their conversation, where he learned about Yue's goal. Moon told him that this case concerns her parents, and that she recently found some clues. The young master was shocked by the fact that she urgently needed to check them. After all, in that case, he should definitely go with her to help her in everything. But Yue stood her ground, and Tian reminded her of their oath that they must be inseparable, adding that, in addition to this, her illness could worsen and he will not be around. However, Moon assured that thanks to him, her illness could no longer harm her. She then asked if it was because he had not learned heavenly acupuncture that he was unable to cure her. The girl smiled back and said that this was not the case at all, and that he should not think about it. Besides, she actually thought the young cultivator was smart and capable of mastering this technique. But Yue also urged her brother to never use her against other people. Tian replied that he could not promise this, because he would meet a huge number of bad people on the way. The girl sighed heavily and noted that he was still as stubborn as he had been, after which she asked him to honor the memory of her parents with her. Naturally, the young man agreed, and they began to bow to the grave of her ancestors. At the same time, the teenager was worried about his sister's unexpected decision, because going off alone to an unknown destination was quite unwise. However, he sincerely believed that nothing would happen to her and everything would be fine. As soon as they performed this ritual, the young man paused for a moment. Then he hurried to get up. But at that moment, Yue stabbed him in the head with a silver needle, asking him to forget about her, because that was the only thing she could do to protect him. Thus, Tian and Qiao began to think about what to do next, since Moon's whereabouts were unknown to them. The guy even began to wonder if she was alive and if everything was okay with her. Xiao, in turn, promised her brother that they would definitely find a way to find her. But this did not cheer up the teenager at all. On the contrary, he felt hopeless. Xiao noticed that there was one problem, because Yue had difficulty getting down the mountain, and at the same time she had found some clues. Moreover, she herself will not be able to resist any criminal organization. Xiao also suddenly remembered her grandfather, who told her about Moon before he died. Tian immediately remembered how he and his sister had cured her old man from a serious illness. The girl said that she herself could not understand why her grandfather urged her not to remember her anymore. Then Sia suggested that people who had relationships with the murderers might have come to him, and they could make him behave like that. Xiao replied in surprise that this was more like the truth. But they had a huge problem. Her grandfather had died long ago, and it was not possible to find out everything. Unexpectedly, the girl said that she actually had a solution to this problem, but it would be better to think about this tomorrow, since she was terribly sleepy. She also began to claim that there was a way to force the killers to reveal themselves. Unexpectedly, Chao invited the young man to stay overnight with her. Tian smiled, after which he asked her again if she really wanted him to stay with her. The girl answered positively, saying that she had prepared a living room for him. The next day, Xiao went to the company where Zhen and his son were waiting for her. Guo immediately reminded her that Xiao only had 3 days left before their game began. The young lady smirked and replied that she remembered it perfectly well and everything would be fine. Naturally, Zhen was irritated by Xiao's overconfidence and reminded her that the company's funds had been reduced by 30%. Therefore, if you spend money, do it wisely. The girl replied that she understands this perfectly well. Guo also stated that regardless of the outcome, the lost money cannot be recovered. And soon, as president, she will need to somehow explain this. Dunn added that she had to be extremely careful because she was holding in her hands the work of their grandfather's entire life. Xiao, in turn, replied that Yun had perfectly learned his role as a good son and grandson, and to avoid wasting such talent, he should think about developing a career as an actor and apply to the theater. An embittered Dunn tried to control himself, ignoring his sister's remarks. Cho then urged Zhen to think about what he would do if he lost. An enraged Go immediately jumped up from his chair and slammed the table, declaring that she shouldn't be so arrogant. Then they rushed towards the exit with Yunam. The girl smiled after them and wished them luck. Jin told Dong that their time would soon come and this CEO would not escape shame. As soon as they left the conference room, Chao urged Fenger to contact the UK and spread the news. It was also necessary to send them goods, and she asked her second assistant to contact all possible media outlets. In order to give this matter maximum publicity, the girls immediately went to work. Xiao herself immediately called Ye Mengying and said that everything was about to begin. The next day, news of the fall in my shares spread across all channels. But at the same time, the corporation secured support from the Chao Group and received $1 billion. Also, at the opening of the financial market, shares of the company Mi rose to 76%. A day later, news broke that Chao Corporation had acquired a German company that produces high-grade aluminum. Thus, they became the second largest producers of this metal in the world. This led to aluminum sales setting a new record on the global market. Among other things, Chao and Tian and companies have teamed up to establish a charitable medical institution. As a result, Chao Corporation's shares rose in price every day. Soon, Xiao held another meeting in the conference room. The Guo family was shocked by the work done by the main competitor. Dunn noted that if things continued like this, they would not be able to achieve the desired outcome for themselves. However, Jen assured her that there was no need to panic ahead of time. And besides, she couldn't earn much in these 3 days. A certain amount of time passed, and everyone took their seats, but Xiao was still not there. Go periodically glanced at the director's door, where 2 security guards were stationed. After a couple of minutes, she finally entered the room with her assistants. Her sudden appearance alarmed everyone, especially Yun, who couldn't stand his little sister. The head of the legal department, Gu, also joined them, and everyone looked at Xiao silently. The girl, in turn, looked around at everyone present, her smile spreading into a sly grin, after which she said that everyone had gathered here to finally find out the results. Then Xiao asked Yu to announce them. The Guo family immediately tensed up. Gu, in turn, read out a document according to which the company's fund would close with a 54% return. Everyone was simply shocked by such an unexpected result, realizing that Xiao had managed to do it after all. A stunned Zhen also jumped up from his seat, declaring that this was impossible. Yu immediately handed him the pay slip so that he could verify it personally. After reviewing it, Go continued to stand his ground, claiming that such a result could not be achieved in 3 days. At this, he again directed his gaze to the document, trying to understand how she managed to do this. Gu recalled that Chao received $2 billion in support from U.S. companies and also acquired an aluminum production corporation, adding that this is in fact only a small part of President Xiao's plan. Everyone was amazed by the acumen of such a young leader, and of course, wanted to know what she was trying to achieve. Yu said that a month ago, Mi's company shares fell by 70%, and Chao started buying them up. And over the last 3 days, they have increased by more than 357%. which amounts to about $12 billion. In addition, Xiao invested a huge portion of her money in aluminum futures, and as a result, they managed to earn more than $2 billion from the sale of this metal. A stunned Zhen once again jumped up from his chair, declaring that she had prepared everything from the very beginning. Qiao smiled and asked him if he remembered what his grandfather said at his birthday party 5 years ago. A puzzled Go replied that he didn't remember very well and didn't understand what she was talking about. Xiao noticed that he apparently didn't listen to the old man very carefully, unlike her, because my grandfather insisted that you should always follow your plan, and that's why she promised a month ago to make a bet and go against them. Jen was horrified to realize that this was the end and that he would never be able to lead the company. Qiao said with a smile on her face that this time she was the winner. Go sadly admitted his defeat, saying that she had indeed won. At the same time, the girl unexpectedly distributed the corporation's shares among the rest of the staff. Everyone was shocked by the young lady's sudden generosity, not knowing what to say. Also, these promotions will remain the same, which completely amazed everyone present. Yin even objected, saying that it was impossible, as if Xiao had deliberately wanted to play on their nerves. However, they understood perfectly well that they could do nothing to counter it. Qiao repeated her decision once again, and everyone immediately fell silent. But the restless Jen asked what she meant and why she made such a decision. Xiao then stated that she had promised her grandfather to protect the family, not to break it into pieces, and she just wanted to demonstrate her business skills. And now that everyone has seen this for themselves, her goal has been fully achieved. Suddenly, Qiao asked her uncle to help her with one important matter, and naturally Guo agreed. She also reminded them that in a few days, their corporation will celebrate its anniversary, as they have already been in existence for 50 years. And Xiao wanted to throw a grand celebration for this occasion, of course. Everyone was only too happy to celebrate this event. 5 days later, Qiao hosted the event at the luxurious Shangri-La Hotel. There were many guests who were happy to share in the company's success. At this time, Xiao and Tian were in an elite hotel room and watched the celebration from the window. Suddenly the girl asked the guy if he was ready. Xia looked at her thoughtfully. Then he confidently said that for the sake of Sister Moon, he would do everything possible. Qiao noted that the protagonist should be extremely careful, as they would soon find him. However, the self-confident young master said that he was not at all afraid of them, after which the teenager asked his sister what would happen if they came for her. The girl smiled and replied that she had nothing to worry about as long as Tian was by her side. The young cultivator smiled back and patted Xiao on the head, telling him that everything would be fine. They then continued to stand by the window and watch everyone having fun at the company anniversary. After a certain amount of time, Qiao and Xia went down to the guests and went onto the stage, where she called for silence for everyone, because she wanted to tell everyone the latest news. He said that today, they have a wonderful celebration in honor of their corporation in Tiananmen, who created a charity fund, and all donated money will go to this fund to help those in need. At the same time, Xiao thanked Kay, because she agreed to become a representative of this fund. It seemed that everyone was delighted with this idea, because Anya was indeed widely known. The girl sincerely thanked them for the opportunity to help the public, adding that today she can only stand on stage thanks to one person. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to the teenager who took a step forward. Xiao introduced the guy as the miracle Dr. Tian, and everyone started applauding him. Qiao then told the story of her incurable illness as a child, and her grandfather ordered his people to find Xia, and in the end, he healed her. Suddenly, Xiao's speech was interrupted by Meng Ying, who stated that the young man had also cured her grandfather. Everyone immediately started whispering among themselves, realizing that this man was truly incredible. Others, on the contrary, could not believe that at such a young age, the guy was already considered one of the best doctors. At the same time, Qiao noted that Tian agreed to join their charity foundation. He also uses his medical knowledge and experience to help the people of Shanghai. At this moment, the teenager called out to Sister Xiao, and she instantly came up to him. After asking what he wanted, Xia, in turn, suddenly became confused. Anya watched them from the side and felt jealous. Donghai also didn't like his little sister's sweet communication with Tian. Xiaoji and Minyan were also present at this festive event, who literally hated Xia and were thinking about how to eliminate him. She suddenly noticed that Kay was becoming more beautiful every day. At that moment, Hong approached them and invited them to her party, which was supposed to take place in a couple of days. Yin asked her if Mi had come here to find potential buyers. The girl replied that if they accepted her offer, she would do everything possible to make them happy. Noticing how fascinated Xiao was with On, Hong said that his heart was clearly uneasy because of her, and she has an idea on how to make sure that Ji gets what he wants, and of course he is interested in it. The inspired guy urged her to name the price, but she asked him not to rush things. The young man in turn noted that if everything happens in the shortest possible time, he will not spare the money. Then Mi said that very soon she would inform him about the details of this case. Suddenly, Xiao asked Mingyang why he wasn't with his sister yet. Gao replied that he had a date with her today and everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, Xiao hurried to leave Xia with the others, as she needed to talk to the reporters. Naturally, the teenager did not object, and the girl went to the crowd of reporters, which Meng Ying was only too happy about, so that she could be alone with Tian. She instantly rushed towards the guy and urged him to follow her. Xia was surprised by such a sudden haste. At the same time, they left Anya alone, who stated that they should not worry about her. Kay kept thinking about that terrible incident and her former assistant Yan. Suddenly, a director named Dunny called out to her and started complimenting her, saying that she looked gorgeous. In fact, the girl was not very happy to meet him and could not reciprocate. However, the young lady smiled artificially and greeted such a famous director. Dunny, in turn, said how sorry he was that their last work was not successful. Anya, out of politeness, said that next time they would definitely succeed. The old man suddenly grabbed her hand and said that he had an incredible script in which she would become the main character. At the same time, he invited her to come to his house in the evening to discuss the new job. Naturally, Kay refused him, saying that she was busy in the evening and would not come to him. At that moment, Dunny squeezed her wrist tightly and ordered her not to pretend to be an innocent girl, adding that once he signs a contract with their company, he will no longer be so polite. Frightened Anya didn't know what to do or how to get out of this situation. A moment later, Hong called out to him and he turned around abruptly, seeing me in front of him, who asked him if he really was that same director Dunny. The old man immediately released Kay from his hands and began talking to the woman. Hong began to say that this event was simply incredible, and the director was beyond all praise. He finally realized that she had deliberately distracted him from Anya and asked what she wanted. After all, no one can approach him without permission. Kay, in turn, went to the other end of the hall. Mai said that she was ready to pay a considerable sum of money to make him forget about Kay's existence. Without thinking twice, Dunny agreed, and the woman immediately left him, leaving him in splendid isolation. The embittered old man did not want to put up with this, although he agreed to receive money from Hong. The director looked at the young talent, naively believing that it was not all over yet, and soon he would definitely win her favor. But these were only his dreams. Meanwhile, Kay decided to relieve stress and hurried to drink a couple of glasses of wine. Suddenly, Mi approached her and kindly asked if everything was okay with her. Anya replied that everything was fine and thanked her for her help, since she herself could not get rid of this old man. Hong smiled and said that they were both women, and they often found themselves in similar situations. Moreover, Dunny is an extremely disgusting person, and one should be wary of him. After which Mi gave her business card and said that she would like to be friends with her. Anya asked if she worked in the same industry, and the woman smiled. She said it was just a small business, and she had a few friends in banking circles. Kay noted that in such a case, in the future, she might turn to her for help. Hong replied that it was a great honor for her to become friends with such a famous star. At this time, Meng Ying tried to find out from Tian what had happened, and why he had agreed to Xiao's conditions. After all, just recently she offered him to open his own business and he refused. The teenager urged her to keep things simple, saying he had a special reason. A puzzled Yi asked what the reason was, since he couldn't have restored his memory so quickly. Suddenly, Qiao interrupted them and called Men a gossip, which of course she didn't like. The girl reacted quite nervously and said that she had the right to know the truth, because a third of this charitable foundation belongs to her. However, this did not lead to anything, and Xiao said that she was not going to involve her in their affairs with Via. An angry Ming Ying said menacingly that Xiao was taking on too much. Xiao asked her calmly what she was really trying to achieve. They literally incinerated each other with their hateful glances. Finally, the main character intervened and urged the girls not to quarrel, especially over such a trifle. Then the young master declared that when the time came, he would definitely tell Yi everything, after which he asked Qiao to talk about business. The girl happily agreed. In connection with this, she immediately asked Ying to leave the room so as not to disturb them. An angry man immediately went out into the corridor to try to calm down, where she unexpectedly saw Hong, who was persuading Kay to come visit her. Anya, in turn, agreed to drop in on her sometime when she had some free time. The young cultivator asked Xiao about the results of the work done. Sister reported that the popularity of live broadcasts had exceeded 10 million, and she invited 2 reporters. At the same time, Qiao regularly hinted about Moon and her only student, Tian. Therefore, all attention will be focused on him, which is what the guy tried to take advantage of, adding that the only thing left for them to do now is wait for everything to happen. Soon night fell, and the young man, as always, went to sleep in the flower shop. Suddenly his room began to fill with smoke, but Sia continued to sleep soundly. The 19th hurried into the room through the open window, which was no problem for him, and he quietly entered Tien's room. After looking at the sleeping teenager for a long time, Yin began to use a certain technique. Directing his quick fingers to the boy's acupuncture points, he urged him to wake up. After a couple of seconds, the young man opened his eyes, and the mercenary asked his name. She stated his name, pretending to be under hypnosis so that Yin wouldn't suspect anything. Then he asked who taught him acupuncture martial art. Tien replied that it was the master. The 19th nervously asked what his mentor's name was and where he was now. Suddenly, the teenager opened his eyes wide and instantly jumped out of bed, after which, using his unique technique, he attacked the stunned Yin, who in turn tried to escape, but he failed. At the same time, he no longer had the opportunity to move, which shocked him even more. Shi slowly pulled himself up and headed towards the self-confident mercenary. Before this, he got dressed and put on his sneakers, once again demonstrating his superiority. Then he began to joke with the master, asking why he still couldn't move. At the same time, 19th could not speak, which was also quite strange. Tien smiled and took cotton wool out of his nose, saying that his plan had failed from the start, because he had foreseen his actions in such a course of events, which in general was not difficult. After which the young man took off his mask and said that the meeting was rather unexpected. After all, this is the same incredible Taoist master that everyone is talking about. Xie also asked if he was the one who intended to kill Mr. Ye and dealt with his consultant. The protagonist kept mocking Yin, saying that his plan wasn't so perfect. He then told the story of a murdered consultant who had managed to record their conversation on a dictaphone. The 19th finally realized where and what mistake he had made. The young master continued to humiliate him, saying that he did not understand acupuncture very well, after which the young cultivator began to search him for silver needles, and after a certain amount of time, he finally found a box in Yin's pocket. Tien hurried to get it and examine its contents, believing that these were needles. The 19th, in turn, even began to sweat, realizing that now it was definitely the end for him. A moment later, the teenager opened the wooden box and discovered silver needles. Seeing those very short needles, the young man was simply shocked, realizing that it was him. It was the Taoist master who tried to harm Sun, but in the end, Zia managed to save her. Tien immediately took out these needles and pointed them towards the immobilized Yin. He stated that the last time they met was in the hospital, but then he was able to escape. And recently his girlfriend Shin almost died because of him, and that's why he can't be forgiven. The teenager instantly directed silver needles into 19's body. The mercenary understood that he did not have long to live, and it seemed he had already resigned himself to this thought. The needles were immediately directed into the killer's acupuncture points, which was extremely painful. He couldn't bear the pain and began to cough up a lot of blood, which was what Zia wanted. As a result, the Taoist collapsed to the ground, still experiencing rather unpleasant feelings. Tien noted that persistence in evil always leads to self-destruction, and he is a clear proof of this. Suddenly, 19th, with his last strength, asked the teenager to kill him. But the boy said that he had to experience the full depth of pain, and soon the poison would spread throughout his body. The mercenary continued to scream and beg to be finished off, as the pain was unbearable. But suddenly Sia said that if Yin told him the whole truth, he would let him go. Naturally, the Taoist master agreed, which he stated in a trembling voice. Then Tien asked the first question, "What is his name?" The killer called himself Shiju. Yin also said that he came from the medical center. The guy again asked why he was his target. The 19th replied that he had no idea and that he had simply received an order for it. The young man continued asking him questions, wondering how he found it. He was also concerned about the attack on the Ye family and why he decided to harm them. The mercenary said that his mentor asked him to help the master in Shanghai, and he, in turn, called on him to deal with them. Tien asked again who this young master really was and where he was, but Shiju insisted that they had never met and only occasionally spoke on the phone. So he understood that he was clearly hiding important details from him and was loyal to his mentor, calling on him to tell about all his sins. The 19th said that he had deceived Gao by promising to cure him and also experimented with qi. The teenager noted that he was only treating the symptoms instead of finding the root cause of the disease. After asking another question, whether the two of them would die soon, the mercenary answered positively. Tien, in turn, stated that he was indifferent to them, so this was rather good news. After which he again demanded that the Taoist monk tell what he had clearly kept silent about. However, Shiju seemed to begin to lose consciousness. His eyes began to roll back. Xie tried to wake him up, but 19 didn't respond to the guy's efforts. Suddenly he came to his senses again and said that he had killed another person. The stunned protagonist asked who exactly he was talking about. At that moment, someone entered the flower shop, and Zia noticed a human silhouette. A couple of seconds later, a dagger rushed towards him, but Tian managed to dodge it. But suddenly the dagger split into two parts, which the teenager did not expect. In the end, the young master was still able to avoid such a lightning-fast attack. So one knife missed him, but the second hit the target right on target. The 19th immediately began to bleed as the dagger pierced his throat. The young cultivator then realized that someone had clearly been following Shiju, anticipating his failure. Tian immediately jumped up from his seat and went in search of the unknown killer. He jumped out the window, but didn't find anyone, which was quite strange. After all, only a few seconds had passed, and the killer had already managed to disappear from sight. Sia realized that this man was very fast and was some kind of martial arts master. In doing so, he lost his only hope for a clue that could have played a decisive role. At this time, Sanya disappeared around the corner of the building and made sure that no one was chasing him, after which he called his boss and reported that everything went smoothly. In response, the head called on him to act in accordance with their new rules. Yin immediately hung up, naively believing that he would actually succeed. The next day, Tian and Xiao went to visit the Ye family's estate, where the guy expected to get answers to the questions that interested him. However, not everything was so simple, since the old man could not help him in any way. Once again, looking at the photograph of 19, he could not recognize him. Moreover, my grandfather had never even heard of such a medical center. Sha, Mengying, and Qiao sighed heavily, realizing that they were in big trouble. After all, they don't even know where to start. Suddenly, Tian asked Ye about the police. The girl replied that Len was also unable to help in any way, and she had no information about this man. She said sadly that Fenger also couldn't find anything about Yina Shiju, but the teenager said that they would definitely come back to take revenge on him, and he would be ready for this meeting. At the same time, the young man asked his grandfather who could have tried to kill him. The old man said that when you work in business, you involuntarily become an enemy of certain people, but killing is an extreme measure. However, even so, Tian was not going to give up, saying that they would definitely find the culprit. Marin suggested looking into all the murders in recent months to find out who was behind them, but Xie said that ordinary deaths should also be taken into account, since Grandpa Ye's doctors didn't know what he suffered from. Sha looked sadly at the floor, realizing how difficult their situation was. Seeing Qiao's condition, the guy was surprised, not understanding what had happened to her. Tian suddenly took her hand, saying that everything would be fine and he would figure it out. The old man had a bad feeling, but Ying said that she would not let Tianan fail. Grandfather urged her to stick together with Xiao and the others, because the most important thing now was unity. The girl looked at the teenager with displeasure, stating that she understood this perfectly well. The old man continued to say that he and Brother Chao had once joined forces to save Shanghai, and now the future of this city is in the hands of young people, so this opportunity cannot be missed. Soon, Meng Ying came out into the courtyard to walk Xiao and the protagonist to the car. At the same time, she asked the young master to be extremely careful. Xia smiled and said that everything would be fine. All this time, Chao held the young cultivator's hand and was thinking about something of her own. The teenager urged her to hurry back, as they had a lot of different things to do. Yingye, in turn, couldn't understand what was going on with Xiao, because they hadn't even quarreled once today. She looked at them, trying to understand why the girl was acting so strangely. Fenner immediately opened the car door for the young lady and asked her to sit in the back seat, but Chao suddenly refused, saying that she wanted to take a short walk with Xia, after which they silently rushed along the park. Suddenly the guy called out to her, but the girl seemed to be in the clouds and ignored him. Tian was surprised, after which he called her by name once again, but she again did not hear him. The young man asked her what was happening to her and why she was behaving so strangely, asking if she really doubted the cause of her grandfather's death. Then Chao said in a trembling voice that she was actually very scared. She stopped abruptly and said that he would take care of everything and that she shouldn't think about it, adding that if he had found out that the old man was killed by this medical center, he would make them pay for it, and no one would be able to stop him from taking revenge. Suddenly, Xiu said that she had never seen her parents, and her closest people were her grandfather and he and his brother. She also asked him to promise that Tian would never leave her under any circumstances. Naturally, the teenager swore that he would not leave her and smiled sweetly in response. But he can't be with her every day, so she should take care of herself. But the joyful girl said that very soon they would be able to be together every day. The stunned young man asked again why she was so sure of this. Xiao noted that the day after tomorrow she would be going to university, and the guy sighed with relief. A couple of days later, Xiao and her assistants headed to the women's dormitory. Having parked near the building, Fenner and her partner got out of the car. People immediately crowded around in anticipation of the unrivaled Chao, whom everyone knew. Most people envied such a young and already quite wealthy girl. The rest felt hatred towards her, not understanding why she flaunted her wealth so much. At that moment, Xiaoping suddenly appeared and began to claim that she deserved better. The guy had a gorgeous bouquet of roses in his hands, intended for Xiao Ni, who was looking forward to this meeting. Soon, Funger opened the back door of the car, where the incredible Qiao appeared. The girl was wearing the most beautiful dress, and naturally everyone paid attention to her. The male half of the students went crazy over her, trying to win her favor. The girl got out of the car in a businesslike manner and began to look around. Everyone began to wonder who she was looking at and who she would date. Xiaoping immediately ran up to her with flowers and said that he had been waiting for her since the morning. The girl smiled back and headed towards him. Everyone was stunned by what was happening. Ni Peng, in turn, naively believed that she would definitely reciprocate. The young man immediately handed her a bouquet of roses and made a couple of banal compliments. A smiling Tian suddenly emerged from behind Xiao and rushed towards her. In the end, they hugged, and Zia decided to take her to the dorm. Ni Peng was simply shocked by Qiao's behavior and silently watched what was happening. Xiao, in turn, invited Tian to look around her room, and the teenager happily agreed. Everyone started to mock the loser Xiao, who started to scream furiously. He said that she didn't even look at him, and then she left with some scoundrel. Finally catching up with them at the door of the dormitory, an enraged Neo asked Xiao who this guy was. The perplexed girl replied that it was none of his business, and he should leave there. Then she dragged the main character along with her again. Xiao was simply furious. In connection with this, he followed after them, but the bodyguards blocked his path. Then the frightened young man realized that it was really better for him to leave and not provoke them. The offended teenager threw away the bouquet of flowers and said that he would not give up under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Xiao brought the young master to her room where she lived with the girls. A stunned Tian asked if girls always behaved like this when there were no guys around, because the room was in chaos and there was disorder everywhere, which Qiao did not like. The young cultivator immediately declared that he didn't mean anything bad. She smiled in response, realizing that he, as always, skillfully got out of any situation, after which she fell onto the bed and said that they eat and drink here, and also gossip. Suddenly Tian asked what to do with the crowd on the street, since they were all waiting for her. But the girl said that nothing needed to be done with them, especially since they weren't bothering anyone, adding that the main thing was that he was with her. At that moment, Xiao moved closer to the guy and hugged him. Meanwhile, Xiao's friend, Kui, was running into their room at full speed. Literally flying into the room, she immediately introduced herself and greeted Xia. Seeing Qiao reaching out to him, the girl immediately turned away and apologized for appearing so suddenly. Saying that she didn't see anything and they could continue, Xiao was furious. In connection with this, she jumped out of bed and began to scold her unceremonious roommate, who once again stared at the teenager, examining him from head to toe. But at the same time, something seemed to bother her. This was clear from the expression on her face. The young man in turn smiled and also greeted the persistent girl. Eventually, they exchanged greetings, and Anne introduced herself as Qiao's best friend. Just as Tian was about to introduce himself, the girl suddenly interrupted the guy and said that everyone knew him. After all, he works as a flower delivery man at Xing's store. Xia was extremely surprised. He asked her how she knew so much about him, since he never spread any information about himself. The young lady stated that the entire university was talking about him and Qiao because they were in a relationship. Besides, they have such a beautiful and romantic love story. Tian was shocked. Xiao urged him to ignore her, as Kuei always talked nonsense. Anya continued to claim that they became the first couple at the institute and that this was a success. A puzzled Xia asked what she meant by this and what it was all about. Sui noted that he had now become a common enemy for all the guys in the establishment. This seemed like complete nonsense to Tian, and he decided to clarify what followed from it, and said that all the guys adore Xiao and literally dream of dating her. And so the boys organized themselves into gangs and intended to challenge him. This was especially true for Xiaoping. At that moment, Nia's cries began to be heard from the street, who demanded that Xia come out to him and accept the challenge. The teenager immediately went outside, where the enraged Peng and his crowd of friends were determined. Tian, in turn, asked who exactly wanted to challenge him. The crowd unanimously expressed their desire to face him in a figure fight. Xia smiled and asked if they wanted to attack him all together or separately. The embittered Xiaoping said that he personally wanted to fight him, and everyone immediately became quiet. The young man asked what the nature of the challenge would be. He did not answer that it would be a sports competition, where they will have to face off in a basketball match, and the loser must retreat from Xiao. The main character, in turn, stated that he doesn't know how to play basketball. Pan began to joke, saying that the flower delivery man only knew how to fight. Everyone immediately started laughing at the young master, which Qiao didn't like. who immediately rushed towards the crowd and began to insult them, trying to protect Xia. The girl did not mince words, and everyone was stunned by Xiao's behavior. However, her best friend objected, saying that the university had certain rules, and if the young cultivator does not accept them, then everyone will mock him until he admits defeat, adding that she clearly doesn't want everyone to bully Tian and look down on him. The guy himself also urged her to calm down, saying that everything was under control, after which he agreed to accept Xiaopeng's challenge, but only on one condition. Nipeng smiled and asked him what condition he was talking about. She said that the loser would have to kneel and bok 3 times. She was shocked by such a self-confident and arrogant young man, and subsequently even thought about it. His friends started saying that he didn't know how to play basketball and that Pan had nothing to be afraid of. In the end, he agreed, and soon they went to the sports ground. Naturally, Xiao and An also followed them to watch Ni's defeat. Xiao, in turn, prepared quite seriously and even changed into uniform. Tian, however, did not resort to such transformations and asked what rules they would play by. Peng picked up the ball and began to demonstrate his skills, saying that they would simply throw them into the basket. Xia smiled and asked him to show how it was done, as if he was still mocking him. He slowly walked toward the box with the balls and busily picked one of them up, after which he sent him straight into the ring, declaring that this is exactly how it is done. Everyone was in awe of the skills of their basketball captain, who was overly confident. Naturally, the majority supported him, since they saw Tian exclusively as a competitor. Xiao also noted that they will have 10 attempts to throw the ball into the basket, and whoever throws the most of them into the ring wins. Xie said that it was too easy, after which the teenager took the ball from him and said that he could do it with ease. A dumbfounded Peng watched his opponent's throw, believing he had no chance. A moment later, Tian finally threw the ball toward the basket, and everyone froze in anticipation of a miracle. However, the miracle did not happen, and the ball bounced off the hoop, and everyone immediately rejoiced. Xia, in turn, realized that in fact it was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Xia realized that he really didn't know how to play, and therefore the victory was in his pocket. In connection with this, the self-confident guy suggested that his opponent practice a little. However, Tian refused to waste time and insisted on finally starting. Nipeng also noted that soon all these people would witness his defeat, and it would be impossible to take back his words, after which he was the first to start throwing balls into the basket, which he did quite successfully. A couple of minutes later, he threw 3 more balls into the hoop, and everyone was delighted, especially the girls who had long been in love with the captain of the basketball team. Thus, Xiaopeng scored 8 out of 10 goals, which was a pretty good result. He also allowed Tian to come closer and move the cart with the balls. But Xia said that it was more convenient for him to throw from here, which completely shocked everyone. Nipeng was taken aback by the teenager's decision, thinking that he was just showing off. Concerned, Kui asked Xiao if her boyfriend could really overtake Xiao. Xiao urged her to watch what was happening carefully, because Xia never did anything she was not sure of. Meanwhile, Tian slowly walked up to the cart with the balls and picked up one of them, after which he threw it very carelessly towards the ring. Everyone was sure of his defeat. After all, he was rather clumsy with the ball, while Xiao was a professional. The ball continued to head straight into the basket, and everyone froze in anticipation of the incredible, not believing that Tian Yu would actually be able to beat Nie Peng, who had never lost to anyone. A moment later, the ball pierced the net of the hoop. Everyone was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. After all, no one bet on the young master, who was known at the university only by rumors. Xiao was sure that the young cultivator was simply lucky, as he had no other explanation. A shocked Kui told Xiao that her boyfriend was truly incredible. The protagonist, in turn, smiled, believing that everything was going according to plan. Nipeng still counted on the teenager's defeat, since he couldn't be lucky all the time. However, Xia sent the balls into the basket one after another, which completely shocked everyone. Xiao watched the proceedings with a smile on her face, knowing that the boy would soon win. Joyful Anya began to count the balls that flew through the hoop. The spectators also picked up this idea and began to count the young man's points in unison. The enraged Xiaopeng couldn't understand how he managed to do this, since he didn't know how to play basketball. Meanwhile, Xia continued to score and made his 9th. At the same time, it seemed like he wasn't even trying, smiling constantly, which angered Ne even more. The guy even threw the last ball with his back to the hoop, which was a real mockery. The stands immediately exploded with applause for the talented Tian. After all, just a couple of minutes ago, no one believed in him. But now everyone began to understand who was in front of them. Xiaopeng watched this action and could not believe his eyes. Xia, in turn, immediately called on him to fulfill part of the agreement. But Ni, of course, did not want to do this. He said he was taken on too much, but Tian had the gift of persuasion. after asking Pan if he was really going to go back on his words. At that moment, his basketball teammates came up and said that they would end the game there. However, the teenager insisted on his own, demanding that Xiao get on his knees and start barking. When he suggested that he replay the match, Xia realized that he needed to be spoken to differently. The guy instantly rushed towards the impudent man, who immediately backed away, after which he grabbed him and raised him above his head. Everyone was shocked by the incredible strength of the young man. Then Tian, without thinking twice, threw Xiaoping into the ring. Everyone watched Nia's flight with wide eyes. The teammates were horrified by what was happening, but could not do anything. Meanwhile, Peng was flying safely towards the basket, unable to influence the situation. A moment later, he broke through the ring with his body and collapsed onto the court. Everyone froze for a moment in anticipation, realizing that after such a flight, he could have been seriously injured. At the same time, people began to fear Tian, since his strength was on the verge of fantasy. The young man, in turn, rubbed his palms and said that this would happen to anyone who dared to play dangerous games with him, after which he looked at the other basketball players and asked if they wanted to object to him. The frightened boys immediately ran away, declaring that this matter did not concern them. Then Xia moved slowly but confidently towards his support. He also said that if anyone dared to bully Xiao, they would be in trouble. The teenager then smiled sweetly at Xiao and encouraged her to go for a short walk. Naturally, the girl reciprocated his feelings, and they headed towards the exit. But the extremely persistent Sui suddenly called out to her friend and asked her to wait for her. After which, she quietly asked Xiao if she was really willing to ignore more profitable options for Xia. The girl smiled, then replied that she was absolutely indifferent to all of them. She feels good with Tian, and she would never trade him for some arrogant chatterbox. Finally alone, the protagonist asked Xiao if she would blame him for being too ruthless. Of course, the girl replied that everything was fine, because the guy did it for her, adding that even her bodyguards couldn't have done a better job. Suddenly, the young master felt that someone was watching them and immediately began to look around. However, none of the people passing by aroused his suspicions. All the students behaved quite naturally and hurried about their business. Then the young cultivator thought about it, realizing that he was good at disguising himself. But he was extremely curious to find the stranger to find out why he was following them. Xiao urged Tian not to worry about it and invited him to the flower shop because she needed flowers. The puzzled teenager asked why she needed a bouquet of flowers. The young lady smiled and said that he would find out about everything very soon, after which they rushed into the store. The old man who had been watching them instantly came out of the shadows, realizing that this little guy is really extremely cautious and will be difficult to deal with. But at the same time, he definitely interested him, and he wanted to meet him in person. That evening, Tian's main enemies gathered at the Shanghai Jinao Club. Mengyun was also present at this party and played the piano. Xiaoji, Zi, and Mingyang were sitting at the same table discussing Brother Qiang, who was giving him no peace. Su noted that he was already tired of Junfeng, who even arranged to send him to the United States to study. Ji, in turn, said that this was wonderful news, since there were a lot of beauties there. Zi agreed with him, but initially he wanted to go to Japan, but now his plans were forced to change. At this moment, Mengyun got up from the piano and went to her lover. They said that by discussing such uninteresting topics, they would soon become completely bored, adding that it would be better if they listened to her play, but Xiao stated that she did it for Gao. The girl smiled sweetly in response and said that he deserved it. When he asked Jan if he thought she played the piano well, the guy smiled, asking her to come closer so that he could answer her this difficult question. The girl immediately moved closer to him, burning with wild curiosity. Mingyang hugged her and said that she played brilliantly and had no equal. Mengyun smiled, saying that she had no doubt about it, adding that the young man is always so mysterious and she really likes it. At this time, Junfeng scolded Xiaokan for not caring about business at all. The fat man replied that he never liked doing this, where there had to be only numbers on his mind. He added that today he would have a long-awaited meeting with Meng, but at that moment he saw her in Gao's arms. The girl tried to persuade him to stay with her for a couple more days, and naturally Jan agreed. Xiaokan didn't expect such a turn of events and simply froze in place, not believing his eyes. Feng, in turn, stated that he had already told him about her relationship with Minyan, but the fat man refused to believe it, saying that she couldn't do that to him. Suddenly he jumped up and rushed towards Yun to ask her personally, which is what Yun reported, but he objected to him, saying that this was not the best idea, because they have been spending 3 days together already, and they clearly do not have a friendly relationship. And absolutely everyone knows about this except him, since it's as if he deliberately doesn't notice it. However, the stubborn Tsang stated that she personally agreed to have dinner with him today. Rejecting everything, he continued to believe that in the end, Mengyun would stay with him. But he didn't dare go inside the restaurant. Xiao was simply shocked by her behavior. Looking at her through the glass door, he realized that Yun had simply deceived him. But he could do nothing but watch how good she was with Minyan. What was simply unbearable was that at that moment he was suddenly handed flowers. It was Tian with Xiao and her brother Donghai who congratulated the fat man on his birthday. For a moment, Tsang took a break from his beloved and thanked the guys for their congratulations. After which, with a sad expression, he called them to the festive table with an abundance of various dishes. However, he himself was in no hurry to eat, and only silently sat down on a chair, bowing his head down. Chao asked Donghai what was going on with Xiao Kang, but he didn't know the answer to that question either. But a moment later, it seemed to dawn on him, and he said that most likely Tsang had found out the truth. The perplexed girl again asked what was true and what he was talking about. Hai stated with extreme sadness that Minyang and Meng Yun were in a relationship, adding that he actually wanted to tell him about it, but after his birthday, Xiao tried to rectify the situation and somehow calmed the teenager down, saying that Yun had always been like this. The fat man replied that he was too stupid to decide to propose to her. Then he opened his palm, on which the diamond was shining. Tsang said that he wanted to give her this stone. Suddenly the protagonist asked if he really thought that this diamond was suitable for men. Xiaokan noticed that she had talked before about how much she liked things like this. The young master immediately took the stone from him to look at, saying that she was not worthy of him. He looked at such an expensive diamond for a long time, realizing that Tsang was determined. And after a couple of minutes, he declared that something less luxurious would suit her best, after which he gave him the crumpled piece of paper. The stunned fat man asked where the stone had gone. Then Xiao himself answered that, by and large, he no longer needed it. Donghai decided to cheer up his friend and said that Yun really wasn't worthy of him. San suddenly said that it would probably be better for her with Mian, adding that he was perfectly fine and it was high time they started celebrating his birthday. At that very second, he nervously grabbed the crab and the cookie and began to eat them at the same time. Everyone was terrified of him. Hai sighed heavily and said, "This child is hopeless." Sha, in turn, was considering whether to tell him that he could shorten Yan's life. But Chao objected, because in that case, the fat man would instead feel sorry for Yun. Tian hoped that one day Xiaokan would be able to accept the bitter truth. The next day, at the Channon Gallery, Dong tried to reason with the fat man, who spent all day doing nothing but consuming kilograms of various foods. I noted that it is necessary to come to one's senses and continue living. Xiaokan asked if he hated him too, and Dong replied in the negative. He stated that this was not what he meant at all, and that if he really felt better from eating, then let him eat. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and he hurried to pick it up. When he was informed of the arrival of a certain guest, Hai replied that he would immediately come down and meet him, after which he asked his friend to stay in the house while he went away for work. The saddened fat man looked at him silently and continued to destroy the fried meat. Dunn said that on the way back, he would get him another portion of the delicious bucket. Meanwhile, on the first floor, An and Meng Ying were looking at Mr. Chao's paintings. Yingye noted that he was one of the best students at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, Donghai approached them and kindly greeted the young girls. As soon as Men saw him, she immediately rushed to the exit, saying that they had something to talk about. Then they began to have a pleasant conversation and had a rather exciting time. Soon the girl went to change clothes, and Hai began to prepare for art. After a certain amount of time, Kay finally changed her clothes and shyly emerged from behind the screen. At the same time, she really liked the guy, but she didn't know how to tell him about it. As soon as An announced that she was ready to begin the work of art, Donghai turned around and saw an incredibly charming girl in front of him. She was wearing an equally charming, sophisticated dress that suited her very well. Chao found himself thinking that he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. For a moment, it seemed as if Hai was simply speechless and could only admire her beauty. Naturally, she noticed this and, smiling, asked what she needed to do. Dun, in turn, began to speak extremely indistinctly and uncertainly, and Kay immediately laughed. At the same time, she really enjoyed watching the shy teenager, who finally asked her to sit on the chair. Anya slowly moved towards the chair. Then he asked her to wait a bit and began to adjust the chair in a rather awkward manner. And at the same time, he opened the window slightly, as he felt unbearably hot from such beauty, declaring that there was a great view from here. He also noted that the drawing process would take a long time, and if she felt uncomfortable, she could say so. The young lady urged him not to worry about it, blinding him with her radiant smile. Finally, Donghai began to paint Kay's portrait, which gave him great pleasure. The girl, in turn, tried not to move so that the picture would turn out perfect. Hai continued to gaze into Anne's beautiful eyes and reflected on the canvas, realizing how truly beautiful she is, as if she was created to have her portraits painted. It was the first time for her that a man looked at her like that. Suddenly, Chao approached her and asked her to change her position a little. Of course, she didn't mind and gave the master of art complete freedom. So the guy began to manipulate her cute face to create the desired angle. Touching her, he experienced inexplicable feelings, just like Kay herself. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time and gradually fell in love. Finally, it seemed that as a man, he needed to take the first responsible step. But just as they were about to kiss, Tsang suddenly entered the room, who was stunned by such a picture of what was happening and immediately turned away, understanding perfectly well that it was clearly not the right time and that it was really better for him to leave. At the same time, he asked them for forgiveness and said that they could continue. Donghai immediately apologized to the girl and hurried to Chaokan, saying that he asked him to sit in the room and not to disturb him under any circumstances. But the fat man replied that he had not warned him about painting a portrait of a sweet girl. He also asked if he had ordered a family basket for him, and Hai immediately gave him his phone number, after which he nervously said that if he needed it so much, he could order it himself. But as soon as the fat man took his cell phone, he continued to look at it with a satisfied face. Then Dun, in a rage, began to push him out of the room, urging him not to interfere with the creative process. Xiaoqian was extremely unhappy with this turn of events, because he believed that Hai had betrayed him, because for the sake of a woman he forgot about their friendship and without a doubt gave preference to the young lady. Soon the guy returned to Kay and apologized to her once again, saying that his friend had not intentionally disturbed them. The girl politely replied that there was nothing wrong with that, and she was ready to continue. Then Anya took a sitting position and asked if she was doing everything correctly. The naturally smiling young man responded positively, saying that she was charming. But as before, the teenager experienced an irresistible feeling that made him devour Kay with his eyes. At this time, Tian was walking around the city at night and called Xing to inform him about sending flowers. After his phone unexpectedly ran out of battery, Zia calmly went home. Where on the way I suddenly discovered a stray cat who was meowing incessantly. The young man approached him and began to pet him. Realizing that he was clearly hungry, the animal was extremely friendly and began to rub against the teenager's hand. But a moment later the cat's behavior changed dramatically, and Tian was surprised. Then the animal turned to the side and began to hiss loudly. However, there was no one in that direction, but Zia definitely understood that something was wrong. The guy decided to figure this out in the near future and rushed forward. The main character continued walking in the direction in which the cat began to hiss, and suddenly he discovered an unknown person, after which he attacked him. However, the extremely agile stranger managed to dodge the blow and jump to the side. The young master, in turn, noted that he had finally deigned to show himself. He added that if it weren't for the cat, he wouldn't have felt its energy at all. The mercenary meanwhile rushed to attack, intending to defeat the teenager. At the same time, he had extremely good martial arts skills, as Zia stated. The killer urged him not to speak, but to finally get down to business, and Tian smiled in response, after which the young cultivator rushed to demonstrate his abilities, blocking almost all of the opponent's attacks and not giving him a chance to counterattack. However, Xia noted the opponent's combat intelligence, as he was aiming at the Tanzhong point, which was mortally dangerous. In response, the attacker stated that he was far from the only one who understood acupuncture. Tian continued to deliver crushing blows, saying that he was curious how strong he was, which literally amazed the mercenary, who did not expect the young man to be so strong. He called him a member of the Yin Medical Institute, and the thug was shocked. When asked how he knew his identity, Xia replied that he had the same technique as Shiju. The killer confidently said that 19 was just a nobody. The teenager asked him a counter question. Why did he actually kill him? The master declared that it was better to get rid of such useless people as soon as possible. Then Tian asked again why he hadn't dealt with him under more suitable circumstances. The mercenary suddenly invited him to join their organization, since they needed such incredible people. However, Xia refused him, saying that he did not intend to cooperate with the killers. Adding that their leader was also clearly an ugly old man, the killer objected. But Tian replied that if their leader were as handsome as he would not have hidden from people. The Yin Medical Center's henchman said again that Mentor Zie was clearly blind to have hired such an unprincipled person. The teenager noted that even if that were the case, he still had no intention of helping the killers, and it is better to stay with your blind master than to join the real scum. This only enraged Zia once again, and he was about to rush into the attack again. But suddenly the guy asked if he really wanted to set him up. He added that the old man had warned him about how many liars there were among the representatives of their sect. The stunned killer began to realize that he had clearly underestimated this boy. As a result, he hurried to hide, and naturally Tian followed him. But the killer was fast enough and easily escaped in an unknown direction. Then Zia realized why he hadn't noticed him at first, as he was extremely agile. But at the same time, he had a rather specific smell, which even Yin did not have. Thus, Tian was able to track his location. Besides, he was extremely curious to know what exactly their sect was planning. The next day, Sia told Xiao what had happened and she began asking him various questions, because she was very surprised that a representative of the Yin clan tried to recruit him. Moreover, they have always been famous for their secrecy and never acted in such an obvious way. The main character also began to joke, saying that if a woman were recruiting him, he might have agreed. Naturally, Xiao didn't really like hearing this, and to his surprise, she began to play along with him, stating that in that case, the young master should definitely agree to their proposal. It's not a fact that they don't have girlfriends, after which an awkward pause occurred between them. At this moment, the young cultivator received a call from Meng, Liu saying that she missed him. Meanwhile, Xiaokan called Xiao and told him that Donghai had traded him for Kei. Thus, they didn't even have a chance to talk before they had to run to their friend's aid again. After a certain amount of time, they went to the Qianan gallery together with men. The girl was simply delighted with this idea and rejoiced at every picture she saw. Xiao himself said that taking Liu with him was not a very good idea, but Xiao did not think so. He said that her mood depended on him, so if he behaved well, then she would not cause them any problems. The puzzled young man asked her again if she really thought he was the source of trouble. At the same time, they began to tug at each other's cheeks, which men also suddenly wanted to do. Who couldn't restrain herself in pleasure and grabbed Tian's cheeks. The guy urged her not to touch him, but Xiao was truly enjoying what was happening. The same could not be said about Xia, who could only suffer from Liu's antics. After a couple of minutes, he got tired of putting up with this, and he urged her to finally calm down. However, she seemed not to hear him, and continued to pull his ears. The guy was on edge. Meanwhile, the fat man continued to eat all the food in the house and stare at the ceiling. When they came up to him, he, paying no attention to them, was devouring the flatbreads. There was disorder everywhere, which did not seem to bother him at all, but on the contrary, reflected the state of his soul. A stunned Xiao asked him how much he had eaten in total during this time. Zhang replied that since her brother was busy painting a beautiful girl, he was forced to eat everything alone. The perplexed protagonist asked which lovely young lady they were talking about. The guy was behaving quite strangely, and they just silently watched him pacing around the room. Suddenly he went to the window and looked out at the street for a long time, then returned. He said that if they were curious, they could see for themselves that Donghai was drawing a girl in the studio. Tian and the others immediately went to the window, where they saw Hai and An in the next room. They were so involved in the process that they were not distracted for a second. The fat man, while eating buns, noticed that he had been ignoring him for the second day already. The young master was extremely surprised that Kei was in such close contact with Dong. Xiao stated that it was Meng Ying who asked her brother to draw Anne's portrait, adding that she hadn't noticed before, but they actually looked good together. Men also said that they were the perfect couple and began to rejoice like a child, and only the offended Xiaokan did not want to share their jubilation, saying that she should scold her brother. But Xiao noticed that when Hai was passionate about drawing, he devoted himself entirely to the process, after which she invited him to join her in eating delicious food. The fat man smiled and said that as long as there was good food, he would be fine. But at that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and Sang immediately picked it up, where he was unexpectedly invited to take part in an exciting project. However, the saddened guy immediately hung up. Chao asked what happened. Xiaogan urged her to see for herself and immediately handed over his phone, where the girl saw that the Jianghai festival would take place tomorrow and also became sad. A puzzled Tian asked what this event was and why they were so upset.